an enemy. Red team meant to be. The flower as a real. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team. First blood.
To the way!
Red team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team. Red team has slain an enemy. slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team triple kill. Blue team quadra kill. Nice killing.
王朝。
世界舞台的交手确实让人血脉喷张。
Fighting our way back to the global stage wasn't easy.
We have come way too far to back down easily, and we don't intend to fall behind.
With our blood, sweat, and tears, we will fight to the very end.
It's been a full year since our fall to the Titans. We are stronger now, prepared and ready.
重回旧地，热血如初，那些胜利的喝彩依然在耳边呼啸。这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀，
见证同门登顶，固然心怀敬畏。
Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, that you counting down.
To share this stage with Enoch is an honor.
但也该轮到新王当立了。
这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀，一战登顶，视为冠军，连霸开篇，方筑王朝。
That trophy inside is what these players are destined for, but only one team will lift it here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. However, today starts the beginning of what many fans around the world, whether you're in Paris, France, sitting in our stands here, or you're watching at home live, are excited about. The quarterfinals, the knockout stages. You win and keep on going, you lose, and your key is crushed here at EWC, which you should have come to expect with this year's iteration of the tournament. Welcome back to the panel. My name is Rain Day. It's going to be a great day of KWC, and I'm joined by two brilliant minds at the game as well, Isaac and Sagi, both looking good. Gentlemen, I will say I was upset today because I thought I might have pulled out a blazer, started to look good, set the tone for the panel. Then you two start looking like this. How can I compete, man?
I'm so sorry, man. Like, you pulled a blazer.
Come on.
I tried to pull the tie. We're trying to compete right over here in
Beautiful.
some sort of way. But you know what? We're over here with our best clothes for the best competition that we're gonna have today, Sagi.
Exactly the case here, right, Isaac? You gotta be wondering, right? We've been playing BO3s all the way from play-ins towards the group stage, and now finally coming in towards the playoffs, whipping out the best of 7, and then we are also having more global ban pick pressure on these teams.
I can't wait. Best of 7 is going to be so fun. And for those who didn't catch up with us yesterday on how we got here, let's take a look at our STC rewind. And I want you guys to talk about what makes this quarterfinal special. All the teams fought through, whether it was the resilience of Vitality, which we'll see a little bit later, or maybe just Geekay Esports, who were waiting and watching, but had a lot of excitement when they found out who they'd be playing today. Isaac, it was,
oh my gosh,
action and action to get us
I'm telling you, Rain Day, like yesterday I went to sleep and then I was like, why do I feel so tired, man? Like, what's going on? And just like, I look back at the games and it was just that. It was like ups and downs and then just running around, yelling, just being nervous for them. I was really, look at Sagi right over there just jumping on stage.
I mean, the series yesterday, especially the one for Vitality against MIBR Los Grandes, that was amazing. Game 1, they had to fight all the way to the end. 3 tier 3 downs. And then, in a repeat for this final game in towards that playoffs against Black National.
Amazing.
3 towers down, still managed to find a comeback on the side of Vitality.
We know their stories. Resilience has been one of them, and that's kind of been what KWC has offered. We've been able to find these teams pick out their identity, and some come in with a very strong identity, Isaac. Some have started to develop it over their performances.
I am telling you, I'm really sorry that my South American kings are all back, man. Like, I hope that the lads are going to stay here around. I know that they love watching the games, so I'm really looking forward to see them right over here. But talking about identity, man, like Team Vitality just becoming so resilient. Yesterday, they were trailing behind so many different times, and they were able to just come back time after time.
I mean, they had Momo excited in the crowd, even though I can get Momo excited about a lot of things. She's dancing with us in the green room. Shout out to Momo. But Sagi, there was moments that had everybody on the edge of their seat.
I think the top two that we've seen yesterday was the first one, MIBR Los Grandes, going up against Vitality. That crystal hold just a bit, like the caster like to say, if you blow on a crystal, it's gonna go pop. And the next one was the insane comeback. 8,000 goal behind, still managed to find a comeback against Blacklist International. You'll be thinking, it's like, finally, Blacklist about to make history, make it into the top 8. But oh my, Vitality, Dream Crushers.
That PKL, IKL, classic regional matchup. It exists all around the world. It certainly exists in HOK, but best of threes, gentlemen. Now we switch to best of sevens, and Isaac, that's a whole new ball game.
A different game, man. I'm telling you, like right now, we're going to start seeing a lot of heroes that probably we have not yet seen in play-ins, we have not yet seen in group stages. We've been doing our homework, trying to put together like what is going to be the meta as we come into the games and to best of sevens. And I know that Sagi and I, we're going to try our very best just to put it out there for the audience, just to see like what are going to be the new picks.
I'm thinking like Zhonghui Xiaoxia or Angela, Liang Frost, Lorian Zhangfei, more of these farm lanes here, because in towards the group stage thus far, we've been having enough farm lane picks, right? We got the Chicha, Long, the Floorboard Marksman, and Chano. Yeah, we've been pretty bored of those because in best of 7 series, that's when you're bringing all the big guns here. We've seen a few, right?
Like, bored? I'm trying to learn these. Come on. I need to see them a couple more times. I didn't do group stages with you guys. No, we're having a lot of fun. You will see new picks, new heroes. That is what a best of 7 will bring us. But also on the line, not just the new picks and how you strategize to keep them alive in this global ban pick, but also what your organization stands to win if you are successful. The club championship leaderboard, thanks to Aramco, has given us a clearer picture on what not only AGAL, but Team Vitality, all the teams that are here have a chance to win.
Virtus Pro, man, look at them.
That's
right
right.
Now, just rocking the 3rd place. They're going to have a tough opponent in front of them, KSG. They're going to have to beat them if they want to move forward. But being there in 3rd place right now for Virtus Pro, Team Vitality 4th, AGAL 5th.
Oh, wow.
All of these teams are still alive in KWC 2026, and they could come in complete in clutch for their club championship ranking hopes.
Good point, right? Especially we're in like 60% of the entire Esports World Cup with multiple game titles here. So the upcoming quarterfinals coming in for some of these teams is not only going to be impacting their legacy in honor of Kings in KWC, it's also going to be impacting their entire club's run for that Esports World Cup club ranking.
I know we have $3 million collectively in this prize pool, a little bit more than that. We also have multiple millions, I think over 10 million for the club championship winner. So much on the line as we head towards what this will be at the end of August. EWC continues on, but this week stands to be an amazing achievement for those who can complete it. Isaac and Sagi, as you know, we continue to move on, guys. This is a day that brings a lot of elation. It also has brought some sadness. The keys being crushed. It's a sacred part. It's a ceremonial part of what EWC has specifically, and this KWC is no different.
Some people laugh, some people cry, some people are happy, some people are sad. But at the end of the day, even though your key is going to be crushed, you should still stand tall and just keep your head up because you made it all the way to the best stage. Of course, it would be lovely just to keep your key, but only one team is going to keep their key alive by the end of the tournament.
You reckon they get something like a supplementary? It's like, oh, here's your replacement key so you can put in your trophy board at home.
How big is the trophy board at home? Because the one here is huge. I mean, do they have to take an elevator to get to the top of it?
I mean, only the best of best teams have that in their home ground, right? I mean, so far for the last 2 years, it has been Falcons here. But gentlemen, do bring me through the tournament bracket coming in for the playoffs. Yeah,
the tournament bracket, I mean, the story, it's right in front of you. AGAL play Aurora Gaming, defending champions of KWC, obviously KPL teams. Kind of an idea for you to see where the KPL teams will be on display. We'll give you the schedule in a second so you'll know when and where to tune in for that. But Rocky Esports Team Vitality, that's a match we'll see today to end our day. And Geekay Esports and Team Nemesis will start us off. So 2 best of 7s. That means if you want to watch your KPL teams, KSG or AGAL, defending champions, that will be tomorrow. So we're kind of calling that KPL day. We'll also have a fun match in between. But let's focus in on our matchup to start the day. It's Geekay Esports and Team Nemesis. Geekay Esports come in as Group D winners. Isaac, they have been undefeated so far. They look like a team that is to be reckoned with.
2-0 against Nemesis, 2-0 against Deep Cross Gaming. Their games are short, well, except the last one that they had against Nemesis.
That's right.
It's just there's no lane where you can actually see that Team Nemesis could actually have a difference or to have an opportunity. It's just going to be very difficult. They're going to have to come up with something really that we have not seen yet.
I mean, they has found success with the picks like the Lam, the Devara farm lane.
Yes.
Unconventional, but has relevant success. If not, we won't even be seeing the game boil down to a 28th minute double Tempest fight where one fight is all it took for the side of both teams to decide the game finisher.
That was the longest game of the tournament.
Correct.
28 minutes, 35 seconds between these two. So, Isaac, you said they haven't shown that there was enough yet. But, if I'm trying to be optimistic and I'm trying to say, there's got to be something to glean from 28 minutes. There's got to be something that you did right to get there.
I agree.
But the question is it enough to just make it last to 28 minutes? Can you find a way to be decisive and conclusive in your wins? Maybe even win early, put the pressure on.
I think that the biggest question right now is how deep is their hero pool in order to play to a best of 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, in a best of 3, you can still push it to 28 minutes with your best heroes. The Devara right over there was outstanding. The Lam in there was outstanding as well. All of these picks are really nice. But then as you play the best of 7, your hero pool needs to be, 7, 8, 9 heroes right over there per lane?
I mean, it's not only about 7 heroes, right? Inclusive the 4 bands,
of course,
multiple levels of layering, and some heroes are not that, I would say, suitable for the tournament meta. You kind of need maybe like 10, 12 going into the entire BO7 if you play to the full stretch. So that's going to be not only on the shoulders of the players, but also how the coaches, the analysts plan those drafts.
That is quite the heavy lift. I mean, 10 to 12 heroes. That's going to be a challenge for anybody to perform well. We're going to see it throughout this tournament, and if you want to win, you're going to have to bring that to the table. So a lot stands on the line for Geekay Esports to succeed. And of course, speaking of Geekay Esports, they come in, like I mentioned, as the Group D winners. Maybe the favorites here in this matchup because they've already taken down Team Nemesis, but we don't know if that's how they're approaching this. They may be just going for a clean slate. We had a chance with Sky to catch up with Guayu earlier before this match.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. So I have Guayu joining for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi.
Hello, I'm GK Guayu.
Yes, you chose Nemesis as your opponent yesterday during the draw. So what will be the main reason behind this pick?
Because we already win them one time in the group stage, so we are confident to win them again.
Definitely confidence is key. So today's match is a best of 7. So what is the biggest difference between a best of 3 and best of 7 for you?
Maybe we must save some hero in the draft.
Yes. So I saw a lot of plays for you to go in against Nemesis last time. So you were having your lifetime on the top. So do you have a very special alliance like towards your hero pools during this best of 7? Are you sure that you're going to be having those very comfortable pick during the BP?
I will have many secret hero. My hero pool is very enough.
Oh, really? Okay. So since the last time you guys had, it's a upper bracket final, right? Where you have a 2-0 winning going against them. So what will be the strength from your perspective that Nemesis had during that specific matches? What will be the strength of Nemesis from your point of view?
什么意思？
就是他们会做的比较好的一些地方。
对面。
对。
I think their draft is good last time. They many hero counter us.
Yes. So the BP will be extremely excited to watch for us. So what will be the most important thing that you guys need to do today so that you can secure that win to your side?
They always like to fight with us. We must pull them and don't give them chance to fight with us with fight with us like this.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your time. Good luck. Good luck, Guayu. Bye-bye.
Guayu feels like his hero pool is enough, guys. Sagi, this player is ready to perform.
I mean, I'm friends personally with him, and I know a bit of backstory coming in from Guayu. So Nemesis is also known as Dominated Esports back in IKL 2nd place, and Guayu, one of the seasons before he joined his roster and went all the way to win KIC, he was with Dominated Esports for a brief half season.
Oh, so they know each other a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to play into this? I mean, he feels confident, but do you think that also lends to his confidence that he's familiar with his opponent?
I think definitely, right? It's also like every single tournament and coming in towards this. I'm picking you by fate. by coincidence, by miracle, and now it's gonna be a showdown between ex-teammates.
Hey man, they were excited. I don't know what that pick meant, but they were screaming when they got that pick.
But I'm telling you, maybe it's just that fact that you already did some homework to play against these teams. So you know what? I'm gonna just pick them again. Then I get a couple hours extra just for me to do even better understanding of what happened in that game number 2. Just understand exactly where they pushed it against the corner. So I believe that Geekay, by picking Nemesis, puts themselves in a very good position.
Yeah, you already did it. You already did it once, now you have a chance to do it again. But speaking of Nemesis, they are a team that isn't going to back down. They got here for a reason. They took them to the longest game of the tournament in 28 minutes, 35 seconds. Don't ask me why I know that from memory. And they were continuing to improve. Can they make those improvements fast enough, though, to get a win and maybe even win this series as it goes to a best of 7? We had a chance to talk with L as he sat down with Sky before the game.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. Good to be back. So I have Elle from Nemesis joining me for the pre-match interview. Say hi.
Hello.
How are you feeling today?
Very excited.
All right.
Because I won this rematch lah. I won revenge for the last match.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So yesterday, when you got chosen from your opponent today, so how do you feel? What's the first thing that you have in your mind yesterday during the draw?
I already expected they will choose us because I think they don't win against the Malaysian team also. So yeah, I'm happy lah against them also because I know them very well.
Yep.
Then I'm very confident lah for this match.
So it will be a revenge stories from your side, right? Because the last time you guys had that match, you lost with the 0-2. So what will be the adjustment and changes comparing with the previous match you have with them?
I think the different for our team, I think teamwork.
Yeah.
Because for the last game, our teamwork is not very good lah. So we will keep improve for this match lah.
Since we're playing the playoffs, so it will be a best of 7 instead of best of 3. So do you feel different, like playing in a best of 7 since it's a global pick, you know?
I think very different because the hero pool also make this game more fun lah. So I'm very excited for this game lah.
Have you secretly prepare a lot of secret heroes that you might be getting for today's matchups?
Confirm I have lah, and I hope they will get surprised.
Okay, so what will be the last words you want to give to your opponent before the game?
Sorry Guyu lah. I hope this our time.
I am so excited for the match. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you,
That will be it. Bye-bye. Panel, back to you.
Thinks it's going to be a lot of fun. Isaac, I think that's a good statement. Nemesis in good spirits heading into this.
They're in good spirits. They've played against Geekay. They know exactly what to expect. They know, a lot of these players, they have either played together or played against a lot of different times. So there's kind of a love-hate relationship. We're friends, but at the same time, we're opponents. Sagi, that does have some weight, no?
Let me break down the entire family tree. Coming in for
Break it
this
down.
exact matchup. I'm telling you, okay, before the interview, we were talking about, Guyu was back in Dominator, which is Nemesis. But now, if we break it down even more, when TNX, before he joined Dominator, back in 2024, he lost a third placer match to Dominator, and who had Dominator had? They had Jurl and L.
Yes.
The 2 members who have been in the roster since 2024 up until now. That's not all. And TNX, he's currently at a roster which is Nemesis right as well. He's been suffering a lot of defeats against the side of Geekay Esports. On the hands of Ze, on the hands of Musang King, and that's just not all of it, you know?
Wow.
He was ex-Team Shisan as well, so
Wow.
the entire family tree is you pop down A, it calls on A1, A2, then A3, A4, it just keeps coming down.
That's right.
Yeah.
You just, at this point, you call everybody uncle. In my family, we're at the point of greater cousins, second great cousins.
I know, right?
He's your uncle. He's not, but he is. That's all we're going to say.
It's one of those few moments, it's after 20 years, it's hey, you remember me when you were 4? I hugged you once.
Yeah, exactly. I saw you when you were a little baby and I changed your diaper. It's oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. But I think these guys do remember, and funnily, going back off of it, the seriousness is that this rivalry and also maybe some of the slights, and you could take it as a slight, you can also take it as motivation, might be playing on the side of both Geekay Esports and Nemesis with something to prove. Both have got the upper hand at different times. One has let certain players go. One has now been a little bit more successful in that new iteration. there is a lot more than just a best of 7 in Honor of Kings to be played here.
And I think that when you look at the 10 players and then you start analyzing the matchups for right now, TNX against Musan King, that's where the tempo is going to be going. We know that Wei on the Clash lane is going to be very important, but I do believe that the jungler tempo is going to define everything. From the matches that we had already before between Team Nemesis and against Geekay Esports, it just depends on your jungle pattern. If you can actually understand how to get an advantage early, it's very difficult for them to turn the game around.
Well, you know how you can understand how to get an advantage early?
How?
By playing some Honor of Kings. Check out the QR code on the screen, and you don't have to wait to watch us and see how the game goes. You can play yourself. You can actually, what I like to do sometimes as I'm learning these heroes, go into the hero, choose the tutorial, or take them out for a spin. Look and read their abilities. Understand why that ultimate is so effective, why Sagi's breaking down the tempo of a mid laner, or Isaac's jungler that he's focusing on in this matchup, and you can learn as well. Make sure to download the game and join us, not just with analysis, but having some fun and learning on your own. It's always fun, guys. I mean, when you see the best of the best Sagi and you've competed at a high level, it makes you want to play. It makes you want to play, it makes you want to jump in, do the same thing, and hopefully that's happening here.
It's like an adrenaline rush, you know? It's like, oh man, they're playing so good, they're playing so well, flashy mechanics all around, you know, like big kills. And then when you play yourself, it's like, yeah, I just don't have the mechanics, man. I'm sorry.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work for me, man.
No, don't you think like people watch and they go, yeah, I could do that. You know,
I
sit
know,
on the
right?
couch eating French fries. Yeah, I could do that if I want.
That's why every single time right over here on desk when we tell everyone like, you just go jump and rank, just use these heroes, but it might not be the same. It might not be the same.
Well, it may not be the same when it comes to playing Honor of Kings, but when it comes to watching, we know that the same thing is on the line. $3 million of prizing, but more than that pride, the ability to lift a trophy and say, I was the best. The championship waits to be claimed, and the quarterfinals and our knockout stages begin.
A brand new day, a brand new chapter. And what a day we have ahead of us here at the Honor of Kings World Cup at EWC. This is the playoffs. 20 teams have come to Paris with one goal in mind: to win the championship. 12 teams have fallen, and now only 8 remain.
in the City of Lights, the iconic Paris, every single team participating has arrived with a key, a symbol of their participation at KWC at EWC 2026. But it's only the nature of competition. It is bittersweet. And for every team that we find in playoffs, there's one that has had both their key and their hopes and dreams crushed live on the international stage. And as your two hosts, Mara and Milosh, we have bore witness to every single bit of that live and in person.
Milosh, it has been incredible. But you know what? From here on out, the pressure only intensifies as the series will now get longer. Now, for the very first time, we will enter the best of 7 territory. We will finally see the possibility of something very special, and that is the ultimate battle.
Ultimate Battle, my friend, is the cherry on top of what is already a beautiful, tasty cake that is Honor of Kings international competition. We're here. We live for it here at our wonderful competition.
And now, Milosh, how about let's introduce our top 8 teams. Up first, introducing Kwai Show Gaming. LFF, Yu, Liu Lang, Ju Hao, and Silence.
Next up, it's Virtus Pro, T-Gold, Clue, Hailang, Jibao, and Nighty.
Here comes Aurora Gaming, Yulong, JR, Zihong, Saber, and Xiang.
Joining us on stage, it's Rock Esports, Kongling, Xuan, Mutsu, Weipit, and Wendy.
Put your hands together for Team Vitality. Bao, Genmith, Jiang Q, F1, and Lan Fang.
Our next 2 teams are kicking off the playoffs here at KWC at EWC 2026. So join me in welcoming, first up, Geekay Esports, Gem, Musang King, Guiyu, Je, and Shisan. A clean run through Group D gave them the privilege of choice. Discipline is their key strength, always ready to pounce on their opponent's mistake, no matter how small.
And facing them is Team Nemesis. L, CC, Jurl, Tian X, and Tough Z. The runner-ups of Indonesia Kings Laga, known to be optimistic and disciplined in the region. They have come to EWC reborn, transformed, and built to win.
If I'm not mistaken, that's not all.
I think there's one more missing, and Milosh, where's the trophy?
I got you covered, don't worry about it. Mara, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our 2025 KWC and EWC champions, the legendary AGAL! Shuai, Zoe, Yinuo, Sheng, and Ran!
This is the EWC trophy, proof that the world's best came together and stood above them all. Forged in valor, crowned in honor. This is the playoffs!
You better be ready because we are about to make it a very short match.
kita bakal kalahin kalian tanpa ampun.
Dress up all you want, you still won't get a single second to breathe against us.
Buat Arosi, kita bakal buktiin kalau kalian salah pilih lawan.
Wow, Mara, Milos, congratulations on an amazing opening ceremony. That was hype. I mean, seeing the players, seeing them looking at AGAL, that entrance, Isaac, I mean, that got me going.
I don't think that they're looking at AGAL, they're looking at the trophy, man.
AGAL
They're looking at
happen to be in the way.
I'm telling you, man, like they want to come over here. They respect AGAL, that's for sure. But at the same time, they want to put their hands on the trophy. That is exactly why they came here.
Sagi, my question is, did they sleep with it? Did they take the trophy home and then they just brought it back? What happened?
I think you can think of it like this. They're the gatekeepers, they're the guardians of the trophy.
That's true.
And if you set your sight on that line, they're right in front of the trophy here. If you want to touch that KWC trophy, you gotta go through AGAL as the final boss.
You know, I love that, and I think that's exactly what these teams are thinking, but there's the first step before that you have to get through, and that's winning this game, this set, day by day, moment by moment. The first opportunity is in front of both Geekay Esports and Team Nemesis. And we've got, I believe, Nora and Blam standing by, ready to go.
Absolutely. It's going to be an ecstatic day today. And after that entrance, I have literally all the hairs on my body standing up as we saw those teams facing off at looking at the trophy, looking at AGAL there today. I am Blam, and with me is Nora. We're going to be breaking down today's action for game number 1.
Well, I mean, like everyone is just confronting each other on the stage.
Yes.
And I know that everyone's just being so excited and gets so hyped about the knockout stage, about the playoff. But the thing is that we're doing a single elimination. That's something else.
Exactly. Tournament life on the line from the very first game you get here into the playoffs, right? Obviously, we have Geekay Esports going up against Team Nemesis for the first game of the day. As you saw there, they were trash talking each other in the introduction, and there has definitely been some wise words being said there, but there's definitely some family business like Sagi was talking about in the introduction.
Yeah, I mean, like these two teams actually already been played once in the group stage, right? In Group D. So this is kind of like the rematch of the upper bracket final in Group D.
Rematch of the rematch, right? But I mean, they both had the same result. So for me, you can understand why Geekay Esports went for this one, right?
Yeah.
They know they're going to beat this team. They are looking, as Shishan said, for a quick match.
And as for Nemesis, as they also said, like they know well about Geekay, right?
Yes.
Even though they lost the matchups, but they're ready to get revenge. So that's something to do with these two teams. They're already being so familiar with each other and also highlight the draft importance.
That's the one. I mean, we saw within that interview as well, L wants revenge. Like, he definitely wants to make it sure that the IKL representatives have a team to be the first semi-finalist. I mean, that's a very sort of like insightful thing, right? But also history to be made if the IKL representatives are able to get into the semi-finals. We've not had that yet.
Yeah, and actually we can just break it down a little bit more for you guys who actually didn't, or if you missed the group stage that they played, right? As for Geekay Esports, being the second place of MKL Spring, they got a clean 2-0 win in a row and just seed into the playoff. And as for Nemesis, as the second place of IKL Spring, they were put into the lower bracket by Geekay Esports, but with a 2-0 clean win against Boom Esports again, they just still made it into the playoff.
Exactly. I mean, they both came here with a bit of ease, right? Obviously, we saw that Geekay was able to get there with probably say a little bit more ease than obviously Team Nemesis did towards the end there, especially yesterday's matches as well. It was definitely a hard battle to swallow there for them. But obviously, Sagi was talking about obviously Guayu and TNX also being teammates last year on Dominated Esports, which was Team Nemesis before coming into this competition. But L was on there as well, right? So L not only wants revenge from that last series, he wants revenge against his ex-teammate Guayu.
So definitely those players know each other very well and also speak to their journey. For example, Guayu, you just mentioned, right? He actually he's gonna be so hyped about taking into the journey into the KWC. And as for the other team members, a lot of team members are actually being their second time attending into the KWC, but lots of them just made it to the quarterfinal, which is the stage that they are right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think we can't not mention Musang King, right? He's been here for every EWC appearance of HOK so far, right? Obviously, first year with LGD Malaysia.
Yeah.
Exactly. He was able to get to the second place against the KPL Dream Team. But then last year, that's where we start to get a bit of an interesting story, is the fact that Musang King and his team got knocked out in the group stage. So already Musang King is here for his third rendition of KWC to get further. He's into the playoffs. He wants to make it into the semifinals with his new band of brothers.
And who's gonna play against him right in the jungle will be TNX. Actually, TNX started his journey back into 2020. So that's quite a long time for him participating in HOK's
Absolutely.
Tournament. And also it's gonna be his second time in KWC. Last year, he didn't even make it to the quarterfinal, but this time, I mean, like, he's ready for the KWC.
It's the same story on two different pages, right? But it's all about who's going to write the next chapter between these two teams. Is it going to be the representative from MKL? Is it going to be the representative from IKL?
Classic.
And exactly, yeah, it's always this mashup. We always talk about IKL, PKL, sort of like revenge tour, but maybe this is the sort of branch out to a new universe between these two regions.
Yeah, and also because they are very experienced in their own region, and so does mean that they are not they can do very well in the best of 7, right? Because they played that first 7 in the playoffs back in their own region. But we are doing single elimination, which means no tolerance is going to be put into the playoff. And also the prize pool. You know, I'm always going to be...
You're about the money, Nora. You're about the money. I like it.
Right now, both teams in the quarterfinal are holding $150,000 in their hand. And once, if they won this best of 7, they're going to have $50,000 for extra.
Exactly. I mean, it's really good right here. Like, obviously, either of these teams that win go into the next part of the bracket that potentially go up against, obviously, AGAL or Aurora Gaming if there's going to be a massive upset tomorrow, right? And then they can enrich their pockets even further. Like, if they take a game from AGAL, if that's their opponent to be, that's $10,000 on top of that $50,000 extra. And if they win the series, they get the KIC's first prize pool for just winning one game, $100,000, which is crazy.
Well, everyone just going to be so obsessed by those dazzling hero pool. But if we put it into realistic way that they need to do it step by step, and step 1 is going to be game 1 in quarterfinal.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the one thing that I was touching on within the introduction as well, right? This is a best of 7. It's no longer just a little bit of a best of 3, which can be over so quick. You can blink and it's done. No, this could potentially be a marathon between these two teams. Team Nemesis is going to be on the blue side here. We see that team Geekay Esports is going to be on red. So what are we looking for in this game 1? Is this going to be kind of a similar story to the best of 3, or will they kind of change it up just so they've got heroes to last them through all these games?
Well, let's just break it down a bit more. I mean, like, due to the results that they offered in the group stage, both teams, they got a 2-0 or 0-2, right? Like, all results has been put in such a clean way, which also means that the first game matters a lot to both teams, right? You need to set up your momentum. You need to do it in a continuous way. So which means game 1, we should really highlight it more. And if we're speaking to those composition with high winning rate for both teams, I definitely gonna bring up this Frost Leon composition aside of Geekay.
Yeah, I feel like that could be a good call here, but it looks like not for game number 1 so far, but definitely something they're going to be holding into their utility throughout this series. But we now have the bracket onto the board here for you in terms of the band picks. The Aoin going up against the Flowball Marksman. It seems to be, obviously, once again, just that time tail of the best of 3. It's either Aoin going up against Chana or Aoin going up against the Flowball Marksman, because you need the extra bit of range, and I prefer the Flowball Marksman matchup because you have the Arrow Storm. We saw it many times yesterday. It puts enough pressure onto this pick into the farm lane to exhaust that ultimate.
Yeah, so being a really good counter-attack, prioritizing their bottom on the side of Geekay, right? To build up a winning lane at the bottom, and so does the Charlotte, can do great deal damage upon this All-in during the team fight. So it's gonna be really good if they do so on the red side. And also for the bans, I think Geekay is for a potential Agudo play.
They could
this kind, but Nemesis just spotted out, so that's the reason why they just take Agudo being unavailable.
Yeah, Agudo's unavailable here for Musang King. We know he used to play this back when we had Blind Draft, but he's taken a card back off of Just Cheese blacklist here. He's going for the Monkey, giving him a little bit more of an extra tank into the front line, but also a great engage potential. We saw many times yesterday when that Dream Roam, it looks sparkly in game, but the devastation for a team fight is definitely not sparkling or glitter for Monkey.
Yeah, I mean like double initiator, double engagement, and also double tanks. That's what we're gonna say on the side of Geekay Esports. And also like just feel the hype of the ground right now, off the stage right now, because we are doing a single elimination, and we mentioned about what brought them into this journey in KWC this year. So everyone just aiming to the trophy, standing right in front of them.
Absolutely, eyes on the prize, and not only for the cash prize, but for that golden trophy right in front of them, as you say there, Nora. And as well, we are crowning our first semi-finalist today as well. So that's going to be a huge burden for these two teams to be thinking about when it comes into these team fights. If they make any errors, if they make any mistakes, it could cost them tournament life.
And best of 7, I'm always going to be a big fan for these kind of marathon play games. So why not just dive right into game 1? Ready for the battle, ready for the quarterfinal.
Absolutely. Team Nemesis is onto the blue side here. Geekay Esports onto the red. I want to shift focus over to this pit. I want to see the in-game votes. I want to see which team is currently got the bigger fan base here. And I'm seeing a huge red wave. It looks like Geekay is going to be topping up those votes.
I feel like it's going to be very important for them to give an optimistic result to those fans who showed such great support.
Yes, absolutely. Support in-game, at the venue, wherever you are, your teams need you indeed. But I feel like in this early game here, it's just going to be a lot of tip for tap between these two teams, right? Obviously, we've seen already right now quite an aggressive play here from Guayu going into the enemy jungle, taking a lot of beating here from Tufts. They forced the flash here. Tufts comes from flash as well, but that is going to be enough for Guayu to escape thanks to Shishan.
I mean, already being so fierce in like game 1,
yeah.
And in 1 minute, I just like that's too much for me.
It's too much, but Shishan did say he wants it to be quick, right? So maybe this is why they just need to make sure they're not being a little bit too quick, a little bit too hasty here for the side of Geekay Esports. But to Nemesis' defense here, they do actually have a little bit of a goal lead so far.
Yeah, I mean like 300 goal lead, that is very decent in the early game. And also because of Joe, his rotation, he's actually give up one of his mid lane over to TNX, which also accelerate TNX farming pace in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about Higher, right, that pick, you're not really needing the gold in the early game. You just want to get to level 4. You want to get that ultimate, and I want to see some of those aggressive Moonskin Mirages, right? We've been seeing some fantastic ones yesterday, almost game clutching and pretty much game over for your opponent team if you get taken into that Moonskin Mirage. But if we're looking here towards Geekay's draft, who's going to be the prime target into that ultimate?
Well, I feel like it's going to be hard for him to get his hand on this Flowborn Marksman or this Garuda. So potentially it's going to be a Monkey or this Charlotte.
Yep, or potentially, yeah, Monkey or Charlotte. I mean, you're going to take away that Dream Roam, take away that big chunky tank here from the jungle that just stacks up that passive, gets that shield. But as he's stacking up the passive, he does more damage from it as well.
Yeah, so actually they really need to focus on the timing that Haya is going to break out his ulti. But also both ulti matters a lot for the jungler, for the mid laners. For Shishan this time, Garuda need to do the pushing at the bottom with this Zhangfei, which allowing them to build up the advantage in the mid game.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, having that Wings of Judgment from the Garuda, right? You're already doing a lot of poke damage before you get into the team fight, which you want it to be more successful. But onto the side of Nemesis, you can imagine that L is going to be the one that's going to be body blocking a lot of that damage, right? Making making sure that CC or Jill isn't taking too many unnecessary shots.
I mean, it's very classic to see Zhang Fei play against Lapu in one game so far in KWC. But speaking of the winning rate, I would say Zhang Fei win the upper hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He has the bigger win rate, but I feel like you make a good point there. Like, we see so many Lapu going against Zhang Fei. You forget there's any of the support heroes on the actual game itself. Like, they just keep bringing out these tanks. But into a best of 7, they have to keep bringing out these ones as well. They do a good play here. Nemesis is able to force the flash here from Shishan on the side of Geekay Esports.
That's actually very crucial because we are stepping into 4 minutes mark. It's not only about the tyrant, but also the pushing strategy, which is mentioned, right? Without a flash, Garuda will be a little bit difficult for him to push at the bottom.
The push at the bottom here is going to be what the pressure is needed for, obviously, an easier take for the Tyrant here. 10 seconds onto the Gorge. We're going to be seeing that first neutral objective. Going for the Space Sprite is going to be Geekay as they set up a fast rotation here. But at the same time, Nemesis is definitely putting the pressure on.
Yeah, with this higher guarantee, the vision control is going to be the team fight.
Yep, Unbridled Outburst being committed early into that part. We do need to see Musang King here into the pit as well. Only blown away TNX is not going to be the biggest devastator there, but it's going to be Gem having to force the flash into the backline there. The Arrow Storm has to come in, but it's going to be CC picking up the first blood. However, they lose the Tyrant. They lose so much here onto the side of Team Nemesis, but can they make a bit of a comeback? Joel gets the slam here onto Guayu. L goes down. That's a 2-for-2 trade, but Tyrant goes over the side of Geekay.
I mean, it was so chaotic around the 4 minutes mark.
Yep.
It was a 2-2 trade. Yeah, I do like the way how CC is sacrificing himself for that targeting, for that 1-1 trade. And as for Geekay, I do like the way how Guayu, the Charlotte, was keeping his eyes on TNX Yukio, allowing them to guarantee the dragon. So, directly into this replay, you can see CC with a flash and also 3-1 combo, directly taking Gem down, deny him, and just check the bottom side, right? Yukio was targeted by this Charlotte, but Haya as a trying to supporting this Yukio, but still the dragon goes.
Oh, I mean, a lot was committed for that kill onto Tubbs there, but they need to bring that kill into some kind of transition, right? They need to go for some kind of objective. Obviously, top side of the map, we do see a takedown there of Gem. This means TNX can push this minion wave through. We are seeing Musang King has to move and rotate top side, or else they lose their first T1, which is not going to be a healthy sight here if YU cannot replicate that same pressure down bot side.
I feel like, a lot of things are happening right now in the battlefield, and which is not usual to see these two teams play in this way, because I still remember the last time when they play against each other, that was like such a long game, right?
The longest game.
The longest game so far, upon like 28 minutes. So you can see like how intense that they are in the early game.
Yeah, you can see all the keys of the recipes here for another one of those long games, but we're hoping that the games are going to be a little bit shorter, right? Obviously, it's going to be a best of 7. We don't want to be seeing 28 minutes every game. That gets exhausted not only for ourselves, but you can imagine being in the player's shoes. If your average game is 30 minutes, that's a lot of time to keep recovering from these long brawls. Speaking of long brawls here, L is able to actually just dash out of that team fight.
I mean, like, playing a more aggressive way, that's the reason why Jill, this Zhang Fei, is always break out his ulti as long as he got it, right? Playing very fierce. And as for Nemesis, I do like the way how they are doing the settling pushing. Because Dharma and also Yukio, both heroes, allowing them to do so, which also gonna, just kind of make some distraction happening to their opponent.
Yeah, and naturally, TNX here on the Yukio pick is going to have a faster wave clear, right? You can see the clear XP differential between these two players. Musang King still sat on level 10, whereas TNX is level 12. We do see a bit of a flank here, potentially brewing up by CC, but soon gets answered here by Guayu, keeping the man check come through here as well. Forcing out that ultimate, Guayu does take a lot of damage, but once again, Nemesis are just playing the smoke and mirrors that we've been seeing the entire time in this tournament, just getting that minion wave back into the top side.
And I do like, I really want to highlight CC, right? Put this player on the spotlight because I think he's so well played in the group stage, and he actually outplayed all the marksmen that he faced in the group stage.
Yep. A lot of damage, long-range damage that is being put onto TNX there, brings his health down to a substantial point that he has to recall. So obviously TNX is rotation here. He doesn't really get any clear into the jungle, so he's not going to be really missing out on much time there. Unbridled Ever, Stampede followed up. Jill does have the ultimate. It's going to take him into the Moonscape Mirage, but Musang King has been left. The sitting duck, but we do have in the wind Shishan, Gem, looking for some kind of come around here, wrap around, tear a Team Nemesis. It's a 2-1 trade for now. Tufts into the back line. He tries to get the kill onto Gem. Gem gets out by the liquor line.
I mean, one sacrifice that made by support trade for 3 more, that's totally in favor of Geekay.
Yeah, absolutely. But now Geekay has to try and transition this into structural damage, right? Like, you look at Team Nemesis' base, it's still looking very healthy.
Yeah, I do like the way how they just kind of lay back, you know?
Yeah.
After Haya break out his ulti, everyone just waiting there with full composure and just check the ulti, break down that monkey and also flash in by Charlotte and just like re-initiate.
Yeah.
For the whole team fight.
Exactly. When you got 3 kind of initiations, kind of types there for the side of Geekay Esports, it gives you so much flavor to work with, right? It means that if one fails, it's fine. We just basically peel back a bit and then we try and find another way in, which is what we saw beautifully there as well. Just before the 10-minute mark, we do get a second Tyrant onto the side of Geekay Esports, but we now have to start to tend in the farm, right? We see top side of the map looking to be pressured once again by Nemesis, but once again, rotation here from Musang King, as well as Shishan, just keeping them away.
But I mean, like, when we're talking about 10 minutes mark, we definitely need to highlight both junglers, right? Yep. And if we check the gold difference, actually TNX got like almost 2,000 gold lead against Musang King, which also means Nemesis relies a lot on the personal damage coming out from TNX Yukio.
Yeah, which is a weird game state to be at, right? Your overall global gold goes into the side of Geekay, but you've got the differential into the jungle. I mean, Yukio, you need that, but at the same time, we're seeing a contestant for that Crimson Golem. Musang King steals it away again. The smite diff comes through, but this is where the smite matters. Musang King doesn't have it. TNX is primed and proper to try and get this contest here.
So Geekay still need to kite in it for like 20 seconds more. That's the reason why they're dragging out this Tyrant, trying to buy them more time.
Buying them more time. He's going to be down Bridal Embers, pushing back 2. It's going to push back LCC onto the back line. Once again, is Tufts. He falls. That's not going to be a good initiation or disengage potential here for the side of Team Nemesis. Gem takes down Earl, and L is on the run. They have the Tyrant. TNX is just trying to capture any kind of means of stopping this escape here.
But I mean, just check the coordination that Geekay has about those team fights, right? Actually, they are in closing. They're moving in groups, so which also isolates Tufts in that case.
Yeah, it's a hard isolation, right? If you're committing on a Dharma, it's going to mean kind of pretty much a life or death, right? Because you have no real disengage here onto the side of Team Nemesis unless you get that Lapu Rising Tide ulti or a Moonscape Mirage onto like somebody that's already aggressing Tufts into that backline. But we know that Dharma, when you're currently 0-3-1, is not necessarily going to have that great itemization, what you need for that.
Yeah, I mean, like, definitely the damage dealt isn't that sufficient on the side of Nemesis, but it's more about their purpose, right? Because actually they're trying to vie for the Tyrant, and, you know, as a result, it's an open misground.
Yep, open misground, but the higher ground trying to be claimed here by Geekay Esports. Takedown of L. Once again, that repositioning, a Raging Tide is not going to be coming through here. Forced back to the base. TNX very low. He doesn't want to blemish that 2-0-1 KDA, right? But at what cost is it going to be this T3? We have the Vanguard here.
I mean, in the mid-game, the most painful thing that Nemesis is suffering right now is because how they're gonna eat up all those poking damage dealt by Geekay. As you can see, Flowball Marksman with a red buff and also Garuda with such a long attacking range, they can just easily take a lot of HP down before the teamfight even happens.
Exactly. It just shows you the benefits of this draft, right? Like, Geekay was struggling in the early parts when obviously the fight was coming into close quarters. They weren't able to get that kind of initial fight that they really wanted with that long long-range poke, the Winds of Judgment here once again.
Yeah.
Just placing down,
Just
knocking
like
out the
this.
minion wave, but it's going to be the Raging Tide, met with the Unbridled Outburst. The T3 top side has been taken down. They have the Vanguard here. It's coming through. It's going to be Shirt up the back line with a Stampede as well. TNX is trying to do his best with the burst damage to take down the Vanguard. Tufts connects Musan King onto the back line, but it's not enough. They don't have the damage. They have the minion wave here into mid. Nemesis have to mount a defense. Oh, game one goes to Geekay.
Such a clean operation that Geekay did. Well, it kind of be a little bit chaotic in the early game, but they just pulled themselves together in such a quick way and just check the settings that they made around the 10 minutes mark. Show their composure, show their experience, show their determination to game.
Yeah, they're just like the kettle that I use frequently in the green room. You're just waiting for it to boil, and then when it goes ding, you get the hot water, you get what you wanted and what you came for, and that's exactly what Geekay came for, is game one victory. We go back to what we were saying in the pregame. Game one, match one means so much to these two teams.
And I do like the way how they execute their composition in the mid-game. Just check those settings that they made, right?
Yep.
Around the 4 minutes mark, I do appreciate CC's 1-1 trade that was so fierce and set the standard really high. But once we getting into the mid-game, you can see like the poking damage. It's like too much for Nemesis to soak in.
Oh, absolutely. It's too much. I mean, you look at their draft, right? Obviously, if L falls, who's going to be the one that's going to be taking the brunt of that damage? It's naturally Tufts, right? Obviously, you normally see the Dharma go for the Either Phoenix later on within the game in terms of itemization. But the fact is, you weren't able to claim that because a lot of pressure was put onto Tufts into these team fights to make the difference. Like we're seeing here, he dives in, there's no follow-up. All they're really hoping for is a takedown of that Tyrant, which is what TNX did there. But what they did, what they didn't do, is what the panelists are going to talk through now for you. So Rain Day, take it away.
I feel like it's all upon to one different decision that Nemesis trying to guarantee the Tyrant, but as for Geekay, it's not that.
Well, thank you guys for the analysis, Snorum and Mitch.
Yes, or Blam. I don't know, man.
Listen,
I don't know anymore.
I almost said Blim at that point because I was catching myself on the timings of some of these things. And I said, I'm not going to say Blim. I'm going to go Mitch. And we're gonna keep it true. Whatever it is, we're saying true things here. And speaking of that, I will say that it was a great game for Musan King on the Menki. Did not die. And that was also a major element of this whole team from Geekay Esports. They kept themselves in the mix, Isaac, but how did they do so well? How did they turn this game into their favor?
I think that that's the difference between best of 3 and best of 7, right? Like heroes like the Monkey just come in right now and they become like the first pick, something that you would not have seen in the play-ins or in the group stages, right? Because there's so many other options out there that you can actually use. But right now you need to be thinking, all right, what if we go into game 5, into game 6? So the Monkey right over there was a good pick, and Musan King just taught us exactly how to use it.
TNX also, pretty good game, even had a steal on one of the objectives, but it didn't work out. So what was stopping Nemesis from capitalizing on some pretty good jungle play as well?
I think if we can jump right in towards this like title strategy that we have right now on our lap, we can analyze the draft here. So if we were to bring it up, the video clip right here.
Come on, King Sagi is asking for the production, guys.
So let's talk about draft, right, gentlemen? So in game 1, yes, you want to start off strong, but in the BO7 series, you drafted the Lone, this thing over here, Haya, Ukyo, and Lapu Lapu. These 4 picks are extremely expensive, and we practice the global ban pick, so once they have selected these 4 picks, it's gone for the remainder of the BO7.
That is aggressive, man. Like they decide, you know what, I'm gonna take the tempo at the beginning of the game with the Ukyo, and then with the Aoyan, with the Lapu Lapu, everything's gonna go well for us.
Now, to their point as well, once you take the Aoyan, you're thinking like, okay, I have strong burst, I have strong sustain, but what does Aoyan lack? Long range, dive capability. So what do they pick? They're like, okay, let's do a flowball marksman. Let's do a Garuda. Then you're thinking like, man, I don't have range. How do I reach the backline coming in from this? And I don't have enough DPS to realistically take down this Monkey here. So the last 3 picks coming in from the side of Geekay Esports, just perfectly dismantling the side of Nemesis.
They decide just, you know what, you want to play aggressive. I'm gonna just kind of like hold it for the first 4, 5, 6 minutes. I'm gonna try to survive, and then after that mid-late game, you have nothing to answer back.
Seems like looking back, it's a bit of a mistake, but also they're prioritizing getting somebody strong in the farm lane. And you could say maybe that's the general idea. However, they don't do enough with the bans to avoid taking mid laners like the Garuda that you mentioned that could be effective from range, so they don't actually have to fight with Aoyan, and so they don't get that game plan going, Sagi, is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, they wanted to use the Ukyo, they wanted to use the strong engage coming in from the side of Team Nemesis to look for those engages here, but Geekay Esports played really safe and they stalled to this crucial fight. Let me whip it up. It's going to be the 10th minute fight that we will be having on our screen. Take a look at this. Tough Z all the way towards the back line here. He doesn't get it. As of this point, you're thinking like, oh, we got the Tyrant, but every single one of our members are incapable of fighting anymore, and it's just a clean and easy pickup coming in from Geekay Esports.
I'm telling you, right over here is the moment where Musan King just popped up, man. Like, he just comes in, he sees Tubbs just jumping in too late, a little bit too deep and too early, I would actually say. And then after that, they get the Tyrant. That is good, but to what cost? 3 people, then they lose the mid turret, and then they lose the game because then their high ground is open.
And this high ground that we talk about, right? Look at the range advantage coming in from both the Garuda and the Flowball Marksman here. Before the fight even started, they're already low HP, they're forced to fight, and if they don't fight, Crystal, poof, game 1 goes to Geekay.
It is just poke strat, man, and then after that, if you actually want to be aggressive, but you if you cannot jump into the back lane, then there's no damage that you can deal.
I mentioned Musan King at the start of it in the Menki pick. Unlike a Jing, who has to get in, do its burst damage, and then get out, he could stay a little bit more in the fight, right? And so that also makes it a problem for the Aoyan to reach, because he's got to deal with Musan King and the Menki jumping in on him the entire time.
It is tanky, it is mobile, it deals damage. Clearly, it's not very early game, and that is one of the difficult parts of it. But when you're a team like Geekay Esports and you can actually understand how to just kind of like just hold it for a little bit longer, understanding the times, then actually that hero works really well.
So, Sagi, let's go back to Team Nemesis, right? You look at this draft, you look at the results of it. TNX has a decent game. You also look at maybe the mid lane as well. They drafted expensive picks in the Haya. You see the Lapu Lapu that we've seen, the Dharma that I was talking about with Ken, and the slam against the wall when you have that. What is the strategy now? Because they've used those picks and now they haven't won the game. Do you go a little bit more conservative, or do you go back and say, okay, we're picking 4 strong heroes again?
I think if you are on the side of the coaching staff for the side of Team Nemesis, you will want to go strong again, because in this power ranking that we are having for Team Nemesis and Geekay Esports, it's largely slanted over to the side of Geekay here. So if you want your team to feel much more confident, like what they did back in the group stage, you need to draft a strong one so they can actually come in towards the series and start feeling good.
I think that the biggest problem right now is that they took the Lapu Lapu, they did not win.
Right.
In front of them, Geekay already had the Tramface, so Tramface is not going to be available because they're going to ban it. So that forced them already into different kind of roamers, because those kind of just tanky roamers that have been really meta for this 2026 KWC are just not going to be available for Game 2 and Game 3.
Was it the Zhongfei on the side of Geekay that they had? Okay, so that's also not available for them. That works out in the way, so they could trade that in the roam position. Correct. They've gotten rid of the Lapu Lapu as an option. But that also means that looking back at it, Lapu Lapu is available on the side of GK if they want to go that route. So prioritizing what you want and where you're going to sometimes ban away or pick away. These best of 7 start to become more of that chess that you had mentioned, Sagi, where these teams are not just playing 1 game away, they're playing 4 games away, or maybe even 5 games away, looking at that Game 7.
And it goes to show how important pick and ban is coming in for a best of 7 series here, especially when you're talking about like, okay, now Game 2, what do you do on the side of Geekay Esports? Like, yeah, we can give them more picks, because if they still don't win with those strong picks, they're going to disrupt their entire tempo when it comes to building those important drafts later on. You're going to start feeling more and more pressure as the series grows into the later stages.
As long as your hero pool is deep enough, you're going to be fine. It's just 1 game in a best of 7. It's totally okay. But the problem is if your hero pool is not that deep, and right now your heroes are just kind of just becoming a little bit more limited, then that is going to be tough.
Power draft, you thinking? They go back to it?
Actually, power draft, I do believe that the idea is going to be in this game number 2.
What do you think, Sagi?
I think maybe on a Pei Luna, something like a jungle assassin coming in from TNX, then giving CC more room to perform on those late game carries. That's my ideal scenario coming in for the side of Team Nemesis.
Well, Team Nemesis already find themselves behind in Game 1. Geekay Esports off to the races, dying and getting punished. Can Nemesis find a way to turn this draft around and maybe turn around Game 2 to send us to a tied up Game 3? It's best of 7 series. here at KWC. So don't go anywhere. This series is just starting. Let's send it back over to Blam and Nora to talk about what they think.
Thank you very much, Evan Day. I thought I'd mix your name up since you mixed mine up there. We're having a little... Just had Nora. Obviously, what I'm trying to come up with, like, a current identity here for Team Nemesis is that draft they had team fight breakdown. They wanted to kind of push apart and split apart Geekay Esports and use the burst damage potential to run them down. However, Geekay had the long-range proc, and they had the frontline big engage, but also disengage potential.
But that also means like Nemesis trying to play in a more aggressive way, right? Just like you said, right? They're trying to initiate. So in that case, maybe this time they will go for the Zhang Fei pick or like pick something like Pei. On the side of Nemesis.
It's available, right? I mean, that definitely gives TNX kind of like a green light go here because Pei has not been banned. They banned out the Aoyin because they picked it in game number 1. They don't want to see the Princess Frost and Liang combo that you were talking about in the first pre-game as well here, Nora. So for the side of Geekay, they're like, you know what? Let's give some AOV love. Let's pick the Lorian here, and Shishan's going to be navigating that one. What do we think about this?
Well, Lorian, I do love this Lorian pick because Lorian can be so well-rounded in this patch, right? You can gain the priority in the mid lane and also same time do a lot of burst of damage at the team fight. So I do like it, and also I like the way how they just grab this Pei away. Paired up with Channel, build himself up a winning lane at the bottom. So I do like the way how Geekay is doing right now.
Yeah, I love the 4D chess aspect of this draft so far, right? Obviously, we don't ban out the Pei, we don't ban out the Ali, but we ban out the Mai Shiranui. Knowing that the fact is kind of like, okay, so Mai's not here, so we've not got one counter against the Ali. And also the fact that Mai's been banned, they're like, okay, we're going to go for the dire deal, like Isaac said on the panel there. And now it's like, because they've had to lock this in, it gave over the complete disguise saying, hey, we get the Pei instead. So really, here for the side of Geekay, they go for the Pei, and we know Musang King loves the Gudo, which is kind of more of like a passive, but keeps that same kind of momentum. But Pei, he's full aggression. He is ready to go when it's the 1 second of the game.
And I do like the way how TNX is respond to this play by using his signature hero Jing, right? It's kind of spicy right now because like both assassins play as a jungler. It's always going to be so entertaining to watch.
Very entertaining, but even more so, once again, you catch out these kind of synergizing picks within the heroes, right? Last few days, we've seen the Jing come up. We like to see it get paired with the Lu Bang, right? It's my personal favorite delivery system synergy. You go in with a Jing, you use the ult, you get the shield, you get the burst damage with the magic as well as all that damage you coming from the Jing here. So a good ban over the side of Geekay once they knew that Jing was coming through. But onto the side here of Team Nemesis, they ban out the Lapu Lapu. They ban out of the Annette. So into the bot side of the map here, we're looking, if we're going for a tank, we've only really got the Liang Po, right?
Yeah, I mean, Liang Po can be a really nice choice on the side of Geekay if they're trying to, you know, scatter the whole composition. And also paired up with this Dharma, it can, you know, just build up a really comfortable setting for both Channel and Pei to do the damage that they want to do.
Yeah, this is a statement piece here by Guayu, right? Like, he's like, I saw what you was trying to do, Tubbs, in that game number 1, but I'm going to show you how exactly it is going to be orchestrated here for the team Geekay Esports. But I do like the Liang Po, like you were saying, it's going to be enough to kind of tear apart the identity of side of Team Nemesis. Tremor Smash is going to be a huge setup, but one hero that's not affected by that is this Angela, right, Nora?
Yeah, because Angela needs to do the burst of damage combined with Die Dis initiation. So that's going to be a little bit problem for them to test out if their synergy is there or not. Because due to the mobility that Geekay Esports Heroes has, it's going to be a little bit troublesome for them to do so. But if they can't do it, it's going to guarantee them the full vision control of the riverside.
That's the one. If they can achieve it, they're going to get full control of the river. But the way it has to go is when we see onto the gorge, right? Obviously, the Bai Chi has not been a favorable pick within the desk. Obviously, Isaac does not like this pick. He always, you see his face when this pick comes onto the card. He's just like, disappointed father energy, you know? But hopefully, Team Nemesis here is going to use it to full potential, right? Obviously, he is going to be soaking a lot of that damage in this game number 2, but only time will tell. Can Geekay get another point onto the board to bring it to a neutralizing halfway state of this best of 7?
And I mean, for game 2, Nemesis did some swap in the early game, right? Both side lanes, they turned into the opposite side, trying to highlight CC in the early game to deal with this drama.
Yeah, just to kind of give over a little bit more gold into the favor of CC, right? Because like you pointed out in the last game, Nora, CC has been one of the most promising players onto the side of Team Nemesis. He has that carry potential, but when he's not given the wings, he cannot fly.
And that's the reason why they're paired up CC with this Diadea, which is really strong in the game. You can see like they already forced out the flash on the side of Guiyu.
Yeah, it's definitely one way to get a Dharma scared in the early game is give him some rage against, but it's going to be the dive onto the blue buff there. It goes over to TNX, so even though they weren't invited, they are still going to be keeping that Team Nemesis blue buff in the early game. I mean, they are able to help themselves a little bit more camp, so why not? If you're already in the enemy jungle, why not slow down the Jing while she's there?
I mean, like, I do like the way how Musunki is doing those early invasions, because we mentioned about both Musunki and TNX are known for their assassins, but actually throughout the journey that they played so far in KWC, it's their first time to picking up assassins, right?
Yes.
TNX Jin is really entertaining to see play with it, but both of the junglers actually played more tanks so far in KWC, so that's why I'm so thrilled to see them to play like Pei and also Jin contest each other.
Absolutely. I mean, Musang King loves to play the Ogryn, right? Like, he's probably been the player the most within the group stage to pick up the Ogryn pick into the jungle, but he's synonymous. Synonymous with Musang King is Ogryn. But we look at the bot side of the map here. Obviously, Baichi started against Achano. It puts Baichi at a bit of a disadvantage to actually get the Phoenix down bot side, right?
Yeah, but that's something to do with the balance on the map, right? If you feel like a deficit at the bottom, which also means you're gonna be more aggressive on the top side of the map.
Yes.
So Nemesis just keep pressing in on the top.
Keep putting pressure, and there's the pressure. The tip for tat going on between L and Zhe, right? Just CC after CC, a little bit of blow there as well. But level 3 goes off the Geekay support quicker than the rest. He gets a CC knock up here onto TNX. He stops the TP as well.
Yeah.
Now he has to burn out the bit of Mirage as well. We need to see a little bit of a stop show here onto TNX. Or First Blood could go over to the side of Team Nemesis, but it's going to be Guiyu tasked with that inevitable defeat. And it goes over to CC. Jill gets the kill onto Zhe as well. 2-for-1 trade for Team Nemesis.
It began with a 3 versus 3, but just check the mobility that Nemesis has, right? CC just play around with it, and also TNX Jin just shine out and gave them a 2-1 trade.
Well, I mean, it looked frightful for Team Nemesis, right? If I was in that position, I honestly thought the TNX was going to get pinned. It was going to be difficult because he not only got hit by the Liam Poe, he got hit by the Lorian, right? That's a lot of time to be taken in a CC'd state of mind.
But by his mechanics and also his ulti allowing him to do some pushback. And Geekay trying to, you know, make some consolation efforts, so they're just focusing on pushing in the mid lane. But still, it's going to be a problem that how they're going to deal with CC using this early in such an early time.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just kind of like throwing the parasol to a safe distance, trying to just get that pressure on as well. I feel like he's playing the early very, very well in that regard, rather than playing aggressively at this moment in time, because there's so much catch potential here on the side of Geekay Esports.
So Geekay, instead of, you know, just trying to confront Nemesis on the top, they're trying to rotate more, just let Guiyu to play defensively. So does Baichi did at the bottom, right? Just sometimes you need to make sacrifice, right, for your top laners.
Exactly. For the greater good here of either of these two teams, the Clash Lane is not having the hardest and the easiest game so far, but the Tyrant does go over to the side of Geekay Esports. So already start to see that difficulty translating into a result when able to contest that Azure Golem like they wanted. TNX finally gets that one for himself.
Yeah, I mean, beyond this Tyrant given to Geekay, it's more like Musangi's playstyle.
Yes, Musang. Exactly. Guiyu has to flash out of here. It's a 3-man dive here, potentially. The immobilization. This is why you go for the Diadea. It's those fast rotations, those single pickups that you can have here with such immense burst damage, followed up by the Ali and the Angela.
Yeah, not even mention to those bursts of damage that they had. So actually, they are making trades. You can see Nemesis, they prioritize CC a lot, just play around him, just trying to push him forward at the top lane. But as for Geekay, they actually make a lot of sacrifices on this Guiyu, but they also take down the tier 1 tower at the bottom. So like fair trade they're making right now.
It is a fair trade. I would honestly say that I think Geekay's part of the deal was probably a little bit more promising. I would like to be on their end, because if you look at it, the only way that rate of interest comes back for Team Nemesis is if CC gets the game that he wants, right?
Yeah.
Like, we need to see the return of interest here on CC's early pick.
So that's the reason why they're giving CC this red buff, and also like instead of the name CC, but also the CC control on the side of Nemesis. We mentioned that it's sufficient enough for them to do so they can get the vision control.
Is this going to be a sufficient play here for the side of Team Nemesis as they try to push down that mid lane? Tufts, as the tank gets melted down, they don't get the T1 in the mid lane, but Geekay once again transitioning structural damage onto the side of Team Nemesis. Opening up them side lanes is just as important as that mid.
I do like the way how Geekay is trying to equalize
Yep.
the goal difference and also the vision difference, because they know that it's going to be uncontested
Yep.
against this CC in this kind of certain stage. So instead, they're trying to push forward in the mid lane and also rotate channel a lot. They're trying to prioritize Gem's farming pace.
Yeah, and no one's caught out Gem just yet, right? Obviously, the pressure was there for Baichi to kind of just like soak that damage, but there it is. CC has to use the Parasol Dance there. It's going to be caught out. It's going to be the double man levitation there for Geekay Esports. CC falls. L as well. Tough is looking to follow themselves on the river of sticks. He gets taken down. 3-0 trade here for Geekay Esports.
I mean, it seems like Nemesis is going to be a little bit overcommitted. Check out the ulti, right? Get in, but check CC's like positioning. He was knocked out by Shizan's Lorien.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely the interest, or at least the given over to the side of CC hasn't quite come into fruition here for the side of Nemesis, right? We were putting in our stocks into this pick, and then to be put into a position like that really just mitigates many kind of that comeback potential here for him.
And that's the discipline that we always mentioned in game, right? Once you win the upper hand, how you're gonna stabilize yourself. It seems like after they got the Tyrant, they're just gonna be a little bit overcommitted and to be a little bit reckless. But speak to Geekay, they're just, you know, play defensively but effectively.
Yeah, they're playing everything within their hands, right? They're not kind of... to be honest, Geekay should be the ones playing aggressively, like you were saying, Nora, because they have the Tyrant buff. But you see it here, Nemesis is like, well, how can we overcome this Tyrant buff with how many seconds are remaining? Let's try and take a team fight. And I feel like that's the worst kind of situation to put yourself in, especially when you're behind in any kind of game state. Structure-wise, we see the CC here onto TNX after he brings out that mirror domain. So the ulti for Jinx has been used.
I mean, like, in that case, I do want to highlight Musanki's playstyle, right? Because of his pathing, he's not only doing those early invasions, trying to harass TNX a lot, but also distracting Nemesis, pushing strategy on the top. You know, he's buying a lot of time for himself and also his teammate.
Absolutely. He's playing the paint very well, right? And we expected nothing less, because this is Musan King. We know he is one of the best jungle players within Honor of Kings Esports Global, but there it is. We see a huge transport here for TNX into the mid lane. Also the flash out here for Lorien. He overcommits. They need to get that T1 to make that play worthwhile, but Tufts falls. There is no minion waves to get the result that they want. L has to flash. Use the art link to stay safe.
It was Nemesis trying to make some trouble against Geekay, but it's Geekay again making a nice counter-attack and pushing back.
Yeah, no, you saw the aggression, right? Obviously, this replay, you saw it's already past the point where TNX made that huge dive with the mirror clone, right? And it was all for that T1 in mid lane. They weren't able to get it, and they lost so much in that means.
I mean, like, TNX, I do like the way how he's showing his aggression, but the thing is that if he's trying to make that tower dive possible, it's gonna be a little bit too much for them to do, so it's gonna be another team fight happening at the bottom right now. It's gonna be the ulti coming out by Baichi, but he's just being isolated, and it's gonna be a double kill because of it to Shizan. It's gonna be a 2-2 trade as a result.
At least TNX got a little bit of something for that one, right? L already overstated that play. He got caught out by Guayu, but then TNX, the lord and savior of the side of Team Nemesis, was able to pick up a double kill at least, but it just means the inevitable still happened. They're still behind in the gold, so they aren't able to kind of get as much of an impact as they would. If this was like a 4-minute mark team fight, it would have been a lot better for them.
And I mean, like, speak of impact. Don't we lost Gem this channel, right? He's farming up in a sneaky way, actually. No one's actually putting Gem on the spotlight, but, you know, in the late game, Channel's definitely gonna win the upper hand against Ollie.
Yeah.
So that's the thing for Geekay.
Yeah, absolutely. Chano, great counter against the Ali there, just in terms of obviously the way the kit works. But now, obviously, Tyrant, Overlord, both up, both empowered here. TNX is kind of being left like baby in the corner. He gets the Overlord for his team, but it's going to be that Tremor Smash into the backline here. Maybe massive impact, maybe irreparable here for Team Nemesis. They get 3 men, 1 more on the run. Jill has to use the cover of the brushes, but Guayo, he comes in, claims the kill, and that is going to be a 4-0 trade for Geekay.
I mean, 4-0 trade with such a clean movement that they did. You can see the confidence right now they are, right? Play around this gem, the fully scaled up Channel with this red buff. Everyone just prioritizing his satin.
His KDA is like a 404 computer error, right? It's making Team Nemesis crash out at this moment in time. But you look at Mustang King's itemization as well, right? The Pure Sky, he's looking to just keep himself alive a little bit longer within these team fights. Because if you look at Geekay's actual draft, there's not a lot of sustainability in terms of like a healer or anything like that.
And also we mentioned about how important like CC and also the CC control matters on the side of Nemesis. So Pure Sky made by Mustang King, allowing him to just, you know, eat that burst out damage up for the initiation.
Yeah, the initial damage, he's able to survive that first wave, which just means it's a little bit more easier for them, right? Because normally sometimes Pei dives in, he gets caught out, you're already at that disadvantage. But speaking of disadvantages right now, not only in the damage dealt, but in the minion wave here, top side of the map, Jing gets taken out. Jill forcing the flash, CC immunity is not going to keep you safe from the damage. Tufts falls down as well. TNX and game 2 for Geekay Esports goes this time.
2 games already been taken by Geekay in their hand, full of composure. That's what we saw in game 2. Even though they faced a little bit of trouble on the top side of the map, and as you can see, Guayu just played defensively and they turn into another strategy. Try to figure it out. It's gonna be Mustang King's Pei passing in such a swift but diverse way, and also prioritizing Channel gems, farming pace, allowing them to have such a secured late gameplay.
You put it beautifully there, Nora. Obviously, they have to figure out the draft at the BP, but that's only the first part of the equation. The second part is, what are they going to do with these picks? How are they going to use them? Are they going to basically build a Pei into fall damage, or like we saw there, use him into a more sustainable front line just to be able to survive that first initial engage there? But looking through these highlights, I mean, it looked like it was going to go into the favor of Nemesis. They were able to pick up 2 kills in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, like the lane swap and also the skirmishes that they made in the early game, it was so decent. But check this one, right? Around 6 minutes after they win the upper hand, it's gonna be like a little bit overcommitted and being reckless to commit that mistake, and which allowing Geekay to ball them more time and just push back.
Yeah, I think this goes back to obviously the story, or at least the ethos of these teams that needs to be is discipline and also decisiveness. But to be more decisive, we're gonna get this breakdown here from the panelists. So Rain Day, take it away.
Thanks, Blam. Thanks, Nora. Call on game 2 goes the way of Geekay Esports yet again, and now we are facing a 2-game limit. They cannot go more than that in terms of losses, otherwise they will be packing their bags, heading to the airport, and getting their key crushed on the side of Nemesis. But still, a lot to fight for. Glory on the other side of it. That trophy there in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, as we welcome you back to the panel here to break down what we just saw. Rain Day, Isaac, Sagi, he's got some stuff ready for us in a moment, but Isaac, takeaways from just the initial 2 games in a row that Geekay have found the answer to Nemesis.
I like the way that Nemesis plays, but the decisions in some moments are a little bit shaky. And that is why it allows just Geekay just to turn things around. Geekay, they're down in the beginning of the game. They take some kills, like where you completely targeted over there for Team Nemesis, which was a good strategy, but just Mustang King, how the blue buff comes in, takes Jing's blue buff, takes that. Then after that, the next movement, he has a free Tyrant because Jing needs to go and protect their new blue buff.
It's about knowing the timers, right?
Little details, man.
Correct.
Little details.
Like all the map details, information ingrained towards your brain. How long does it take to respawn the timers on the buffs or the little camps? Pro players, they know it in their brain, and every time they do, they will always track your buffs and they will make you play. And in that early game, Control, yes, by Zhou and L towards the silent on Guiyu. But in the mid game, when Musang King Shisan on online, they keep finding momentum after momentum, giving so much room for Gem on that channel to scale towards that late game.
The best thing about a best of 7 is you do get the response. And unlike a best of 3 where this would have been done, and we've seen this before, Geekay won against Nemesis in a best of 3. Nemesis now have another chance. And they get to say, okay, this has happened before. The last time we took it to a long game, the longest game of the tournament in 28 minutes. But now we have at least 2 more games to go. So it's not over for them. But we need to start looking at, again, what is working for Geekay so well, but also what can Nemesis do? What are those tweaks that you mentioned, the little mistakes that they need to impact?
It's just those little details. I do believe that their openers are really good. Their openers are really nice. I like the way that they play the first 3 minutes. They're solid. They're playing to their game, to their strat. But then after that, when you need to start fighting for the tyrants, set up your ways better. Your positioning needs to be a little bit better. How Tubbs is going to initiate. If Tubbs decides to jump in, can we communicate it with everyone else in a better way? Because GK, they have been preparing for this such a long time. They know exactly that even if they're down 1 or 2 steps, they can still just leap in back into the game.
And I'm sorry that I'm forgetting exactly who it was. It was one of our losers in the exit interviews of MIBR Lows, or it was Blacklist International, who took ownership of the fact that, I think it was actually Blacklist International.
Blacklist, just G.
And it was saying that I took ownership of maybe being a little bit too hasty with my choice. And I'm taking that as a learning opportunity. Saki, we'll see, if, especially as looking at what you can point out, how Nemesis can turn this around.
All right, let's bring up the telestrator real quick right now. I want you guys to take a look at this play that coming in for the side dominated by Team Nemesis. Just too hasty. They hold the lead. Similar to game 1, they have the goal lead, they have the structure, but when it comes down to small skirmishes, big team fights, it's just not in their groove where they are desync compared to Geekay.
Of course, like that. I think that this fight is where everything just falls apart, right? Because they had a nice advantage right over there. They jump in a little bit too deep. They want to try to get a kill that they do not need in that moment. In that moment, they were still like pretty level, man. Like it's totally fine. Like you have a Jing, you have a CC on the early. Like you just need a little bit more time, a little bit more items, but then you drop the ball there, snowball all the way.
Now take a look at this screenshot real quick. Guiyu managed to survive that fight. They lose 3. 3 kills are fine, but when you lose mid lane towers, side lane towers without trading any single kill, that's a big blow to your economy going in towards that late game here, which we'll bring up this upcoming clip. Yes, it's the same thing. You're trading kills, but your jungle, which is right here. Take a look at these little quadrants here. This is still available coming in for the counter invade. So even if you make it an even trade, it's still going to be a good trade-off for the side of Geekay.
It's not even if you are going to lose your resources after that. It might be just even in terms of like the kills or something like this. Like, okay, we made it 2-2, we made it a 1-1. But then after that, your blue buff, your red buff, your whole jungle is open for your opponents.
So they're getting more than they're giving.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And with that snowball coming in mind, you start to see team fights like these few moments, right? Yeah, it's a good initiation coming in from the side of Nemesis, trying to trade the objective on the Shadow Overlord, but they're too slow, and when that formation has already been shattered, Zerg comes in towards the backline here, finds a beautiful knock-up in, and as of this point, there's no one coming in playing for Gem, there's no one coming in playing from the side of CC, and it's all burning down one member after another, and this game, in the later parts of the stage, goes in cleanly for the side of Geekay.
In Chinese, there is an expression when something just explodes and then you know that the game is gone, it's just trala. when that just happened, I was just telling the side, you know what, trala.
Direct translation, it means kaboom.
Kaboom.
Kaboom, you're gone.
And so that seems to be the way that this game has gone. There have been a little moment here and there where Nemesis could have played or approached it a little more disciplined, less hasty, or a little bit more in sync, one of the words that you mentioned as well, and maybe stayed in it. But they have made those moments, they haven't taken advantage of those moments. GK have, and then it's gone, how do you say?
Chala.
Chala?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta go down.
So at the end of the day, the conversation has to turn to what does this next draft behold? Because we're going deeper and deeper. We've seen a few swaps here and there. I love GK still have strong mid lanes. They still have strong supports. I mean, the Lorian we've seen quite often in this meta, and also huge for team fighting as well. That lift up.
Yeah. Oh, that was so good.
I mean, so good. And that has been a part of our best of 3s. But now we get to see what's going to be a part of our best of 7s. What comes up? What can we start thinking about, guys?
And I think that this is the beautiful part about global
BO7s,
ban pick, right? As we move into game 3, then you need to start thinking, everything that I was protecting myself before, everything that I had already banned before, I cannot just keep banning it right now anymore. In some moment after game 3, game 4, you need to start allowing strong heroes to your opponents. And that's why you need to be protecting some of the hero picks.
Guan Yu is kind of a big Clash laner.
Of course, still
we haven't
available.
seen yet, and still available for both teams.
I think it's gonna be increasing popularity, especially when it comes down to more of these counters being not available here. So coming in towards game 3, game 4 draft in a best of 7 series is vastly different compared to a BO3. And if you're a team Nemesis, all cards must be shown right now. If you're not showing it and you're going into game 3 with another L, you might be bowing out the tournament at top 8.
You basically can't do that, right? You have to almost treat this like this is the knockout game, right?
Of course. It's very difficult to come back from a 3-0.
Right.
If you allow the other team just to take 3, I think that's going to be done. I do believe that right now, as we start thinking about the new picks, what is going to happen, what is going to be showing up, I am looking for a Mai Shiranui over here in this one.
Oh, Sagi?
Well, I think Mai Shiranui is going to be an interesting one, as both mid laners love to be making those insane plays across the gorge. But Rain Day, why don't we pass it over to the casters to find out?
Let's do it. Blam Nora, what do you guys think?
I mean, there's a lot of emotion going on right now as well, right? Obviously, for the MKL fans, they are in elation. They are 2-0 up, whereas the IKL representatives, obviously, at the venue or online, are definitely feeling the burn here, Nora. I mean, we are at the victim of the global ban pick right now, and there is a lot of picks that have been taken off the board for both of these two teams. I suppose the question is, who's going to be better in the long run?
Well, I feel like due to the draft, it's more about the mindset, actually. You can see like Geekay with these kind of advantage, they can go whatever draft they want. But as for Nemesis, just like you said, right? Pretty expensive heroes that they used in the previous matchup. So this time, I would say it will be more available for them to take a Byron pick or a Guan Yu pick on the top instead of like Bai Chi or Dam or those like Miracle Maker or Chance Seeker heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe something that's going to set up the plays for somebody else to take over the reins, right? But for the side of Geekay Esports, they have the Yarli being picked up here as well as the Annette. So they're running through these AOV heroes, right? Like the only one left for them to play maybe in game 4 for Guan Yu would be the Florentino.
And I do like the Annette pick, you know, allowing a lot of things happen during the team fight. And also this early guaranteeing themselves a winning lane at the bottom. And on the side of Nemesis, this time they are trying to play safe but strong. I really like the draft, right? It's really solid. You just poke like double warriors for your composition. Also like double tanks that you can see on the side of Nemesis. Really well-rounded.
This was the thing we were alluding to in the last game. We're seeing Musang King pick up the Orgrin. So actually we got the triple-A here for the side of Geekay Esports. Annette, Arlie, and Orgrin. So Musang King gets one of his big picks. Gem has actually had a stellar performance before on the Arlie pick as well, historically. But then we look towards, obviously, the banning part. So the next part is obviously taking those counters away from Orgrin, right? The Agudo and the Luna.
And the reason for that is because they try to highlight Musang King in this game 3 for their precious jungler, because when you're facing against those double warrior or like tanks on the side of Nemesis, Orgrin can be the most decent pick towards all 3 heroes right now be picked by Nemesis.
Yeah, I like the ban of the Devourer here as well, right? Because when you have something like the raid boss, like the Orgrin, have going for that like dual marksman comp is very kind of like fatal here, right? Like you're just able to drive, force a huge wedge onto the side of Team Nemesis and just do so much damage. But instead, it's the Guan Yu pick here that we see up for Geekay Esports. The one that the panel was like, hey, who's going to go for it first?
I feel like the responsibility that Guan Yu this time in game 3 need to take is not only about doing the laning, but also harass a lot during the team fight. There's no need for Guan Yu to step in and aiming for the backlaner. Instead, the only thing that he needs to do is try to make threat happen, and that's enough. Just play in a more psychological way.
Yeah, exactly. You put it in a good term there, psychological. Like, if you don't know where the Guan Yu is, you're kind of just like, ugh, like, where's he going to go
you're going to hold it.
Yeah, in a moment's notice, he could be here and we could all be crying. But we're actually seeing the second high note for this entire tournament. The only other player that's played this hero is Shishan, and that was in the groove stage. But now Nemesis is like, okay, let's try and slow down the barrage of those structural damages, which obviously using the Fate Rewind here for high note's ultimate, you're able, if you use it correctly, is bring those structures back up.
I mean, like the strength that we can see on the side of Nemesis is solid enough.
Yep.
Or just give me the kind of feeling that is it like over solid because it's not that mobile, right?
Yeah.
And also you might be kind of kite or baited by Geekay in this
Yep.
game, and also how you're gonna deal with a split push that might came out on the side of Geekay.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
it's all about the draft and also the execution, that how you're gonna deal with such a strong but muscular composition aside of Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a solid front line. They have the poke potential as well as the burst potential here from the Chucha. So for me, yes, taking a lot of the brunt of that damage is gonna be Musang King, but it's all about that early game, right? If he can kind of start the scaling on this pick a lot quicker, it's gonna be a lot harder for Team Nemesis to actually run him down.
But I mean, this is going to be game 3 and Geekay 1 game away from the match point, but well, Nemesis allowing that happen or using this kind of well-rounded composition to make a pushback.
I mean, it'd be a heck of a statement here for Team Nemesis if they're able to get a victory against Musang King and Guan Yu on these huge 2 picks, the Orgren and the Guan Yu. A lot of focus has been put onto them ones, but the Zia here pick. The Zia pick into the mid lane for Shishan, obviously good anti-tank potential for the damage reduction using that second skill.
Yeah.
But also kind of amplifying somebody's late game earlier on.
Because he can upgrade this early to level 15, level 20 after this. But still, I mean, like this game, a lot of potential play can be seen from Musang King. I do want to highlight this Ogre because there are 2 ways to build up your items, and this way he might go for some more like damage items instead of to be more tanky.
Okay, so he wants to be the carry again. He got the thirst for blood in the last game, play in the pay. So now he wants to go for the carry potential on the Orgren here rather than going for that raid boss, going for the Giant's Grip instead. But there, we're just seeing it once again back to kind of like vanilla HOK gameplay. Bot side of the map just going to try and contest the Phoenix here. We feel like a good game state's been built here for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, because of the tankiness that we can see on the side of Nemesis, allowing them to secure the river side. So the rotation will be very smooth. But only like the depth, will they be available to do it in the mid game?
Yeah, that's the only time will tell, right? Obviously, if time will tell, we can see that Haino can reverse that time. He can reverse the damage for his team and himself here. So, but the deadliness here for me is Haino. If you can land one scepter, then that's where the damage starts to build up, right? But if you can't land that poke, it becomes a little bit of a, I don't know, like a non-starter pick here, you know?
So, if they want to do so, they definitely will highlight their mid lane this time, because if they just fix the spot in the mid lane, you can see like the vision is quite secure, right? Everything just being open very wildly on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, they're not looking to put the stops here anytime soon for Geekay Esports. A lot of pressure into the mid lane, just making sure that Haino's not having a freedom to roam like we've been seeing in the early parts already. That 3-2 minutes down to the bot side, trying to put pressure onto Gem, just trying to out-poke the Ollie.
So how they're gonna start their snowballing is that Nemesis need to secure the turret around the 4 minutes mark, and after that get early evasion into Musang King's jungle. That's the only way that they're gonna stop Musang King for those potential play.
But you think Ying's the pick to do that, right? Like, can Ying actually get into the jungle and do that kind of irreparable damage in terms of the tempo upset for the Orgren?
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be a potential play, and at the same time, it seems to me that because it's gonna be a little bit hard for them to target early during the team fight, but Ying can do the job, so they just go for the in at the last pick.
Yeah, and I feel like for me, if TNX kind of overcommits here, we know Shishan is able to actually land those trick shots, so even if the Ying gets in there, she's gonna be a little bit too slow to get out of that team fight, you know? Like, that for me is where my eyes are gonna be in these team fights.
But still, like, speak of the power pack both composition has, Geekay can definitely allow...
Forcing out the unbridled outburst. 3-4 minutes is what you want to be doing when you're against a Zhang Fei, but what you don't want to be doing is letting Gem fall too early on. Musang King as well, looking like he's in trouble, but we are seeing just the sustainability of this pick on his own, just in that team fight.
Not even mentioned to with this and that, just like we said, right? A lot of potential play can be seen by Musang King, but the thing is that, how could this Guan Yu coming out behind the Nemesis formation? You know, that's a little bit threatening to them.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely is kind of like a curtail in any kind of progress that they was really hoping for in this. I mean, you saw Shishan's cheeky smile. He was just like, hee, we got the play, you know. He was very excited about that one.
Well, a lot of credit can be given to the top duo on the side of Geekay in that case.
Absolutely. But 4-minute mark right now. Obviously, we saw a big brawl into the mid lane. Not quite going for the Tyrant just yet. You see that Earl is just trying to kind of like offset the potential bait here. He doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst. Now he does. I feel like if Nemesis are going to go and try and go for this, it's now or never, right?
But I mean, like, they definitely need to secure the Tyrant. But the thing is that after Byron was distracted by the lanes on the top, which you mentioned might be a big problem for Nemesis to deal with in the mid game, is their pushing strategy. Just, you know, kind of restrict their movement at the bottom.
I feel like what Team Nemesis is doing well in this match, though, is actually putting pressure into these side lanes, right? We're seeing a lot of pressure for Geekay being transitioned here into the mid lane, but bot side, he uses the Bridal Outburst. He's going to catch on to none. He pushes Brunt and pulls CC into the T1 territory there. The Stampede is being used by L, but it's being slowed by the Smite as well. Double kill for Musang King at the Universal Law there. Placed down by Shishan, just completely wipes out that minion wave down bot side, but you saw the high note ult, right? It brought the structure back.
I do like the synergy, you know, between Guiyu and also Musang King. As you see the mechanics that Guiyu has using this Guan Yu, you just keep doing those control abilities and just buy time for Musang King to chase in, because this Ogren has a great ability to do those constant damage, but the thing is that less controllability, little controllability can be seen from this hero.
Yeah. I mean, you saw how annoying the high note's ultimate is there, right? He used it bot side, he used it in mid. Unfortunately, they had enough minion wave to just keep that pressure on down to the top, into the mid and the bot side there. So what was actually repaired is now been taken away forever onto the side of Team Nemesis, because we don't have the Fate Rewind at this moment in time. But where we start to see the things start to bleed out is definitely that gold lead, right? Obviously, it's slowly but surely mounting onto the side of Geekay once again.
It might turn into a gap from now on, because Nemesis will be too busy to deal with all those side lanes.
Exactly. It's a lot of pressure, right? When you're trying to think of, right, how can we stop stemming the bleed within that gold lead? How can we sew our pockets so the gold does not fall out? It's definitely not this way where TNX maybe get caught out. He gets sandwiched between the T2 there on Geekay Esports as they're looking to push another turret. This could be the fastest game of the series, Nora.
I mean, that's quite painful for Nemesis to deal with, and not even mention to the gold gap between both junglers, right? Already, like 2,000 gold lead can be seen, and we hasn't reached 10 minutes mark yet.
No. It's scary. If you're slowly getting out of hand here, it could be irreparable. Let's give it the burst damage onto the back line. Shishan is not going to be the tankiest of heroes here, so beautiful setup here from L, follow up by CC. Now, what needs to be remained here is the exit for Musang King. Oh, he uses the ultimate to keep himself alive. The untarget ability there from Sher on the DNS, and then out of nowhere, the silent assassin Guan Yu comes through, turns the tide of the battle. They get a 2-3 trade here, and Gem's still not done. He's looking to claim some more structural damage.
Wow, nice double kill goes over to CC, makes some consolation effort, but what a beautiful team fight we just see, right? Musang King, he was taken extremely low. I was thinking like, alright, is he gonna die? But with the ulti, with the sustainability that he has, and also the first skill allowing him to bait a little bit, to kite a little bit, and with the synergy with Guan Yu, this going step in and just cause a huge threat towards Nemesis and allowing them to do the counterattack.
But you saw that beautifully, that cone damage, just the hone-in missile of the Chicha was really kind of the saving grace, like you were saying there, Nora. Beautiful play, or at least a potential, like, here's what you could have won from Team Nemesis.
And I mean, like, Musang, how you're gonna stop him, right? We mentioned about the advantage he has against the composition that Nemesis just picked, and also because of the pure mechanics that Musang has, and also his composure, he just, you know, do a lot of 1v3, 1v4.
I feel like the true potential of a net's come through here. Like, I haven't seen a frightful net yet. Like, I'm still kind of like, when I see it in the draft, I'm scratching my head like, okay, I get the anti-CC properties of this pick, but when you see it in a team fight played like that, you understand why these teams are banning this one out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be really torturing on the side of Nemesis. Zhang Fei tried to make something happen, but Guan Yu just getting in again. Musankin again being taken extremely low, but makes the miracle continuing.
There he is. The continuation of the miracle does come through there. CC, they know the threat of this Chicha, so they take it out early part of the team fight. They take out L, and now they are looking just to keep putting the pressure on into the enemy jungle. They have minion wave into the mid, freeing up the top side here as well. And this could be a push for the first T3 of this game number 3 there. Oh my goodness! You lay down the law, you get the kill. That is going to be Shishan picking that one up onto T and X. And just before the 10-minute mark, even if they have to go for the Overlord or the Tyrant, it's still going to be too much for Nemesis.
And there's minions on the top, trying to take down several HP bar on the high ground tower. Everything just went totally in control on the side of Geekay. And just check Musanki's KDA, 604, which makes him godlike. And also, he's got like 100% of the killing participants.
He is the guy, right? Like, he's like, okay, we're not going out unless Musan King is here into these team fights, because he's stacking up the kills, the assists, just not the deaths. And that's the most frustrating part here for Team Nemesis.
And with the red buff granted to Gem, again, Gem being out and just got a really nice damage out upon TNX. TNX is being so squishy right now.
Very, very squishy. You kind of seen the dismantling of the Ying, right? I feel like it's all down to the fact that they're scared of Shishan's damage reduction, which makes the Ying squishier, just not naturally, but unnaturally because of this draft.
And because of the minions, it seems like Geekay trying to accelerate their pace. Hayno breakouts LT saving his high ground tower, but how they're gonna save their team fight's gonna be in that! Flash in and LT in got such a...
The Musan King, he has hit that level 16, so now that damage from the Ogryn, like we was talking about, with this itemization, is gonna be even more frightful, but into the backline, it's gonna be Guan Yu. It's still down one member onto the side of Team Nemesis. Once again, the runway has been lit. And there it is, the damage over time, thanks to the Zia pick.
I feel like it's too much for Nemesis to contest Geekay in this kind of gold deficit, right? It's already reaching over like 10,000 gold deficit. How are you gonna eat all those damage up? Not even mention to this god-like Musanki's Ogryn.
Yeah, I feel like 10k is a little bit too far, right? Unless we get another 28-minute game. But at the game state that Team Nemesis is at now, I feel like that is a very unlikely situation to be had.
And also, like, the only way to deal with Ogryn in game is that the burst out damage is out there. But as we scrutinize Nemesis composition, there's no burst out damage can be seen.
Look at that number, 130k damage from Musan King. That is absolutely insane.
And it's an Ogryn.
Yeah. An Ogryn at 12 minutes. Like normally that's like 30 minutes, 28-minute game. But now we're seeing here the potential push here, the nail in the coffin for the side of Team Nemesis as they may be losing down into the match point. But the unbridled airburst from L is going to be enough to deter them away. But for how long? L gets hit by the Universal Law. Chicha here. CC's having to make the plays. They have to clear the minion wave topside, and they're able to do it. But Levitation, he gets the knockdown onto Tufts.
And there's still minions on their way. Depends on Geekay whether they're trying to close out the game, gaining the match point. Musanki getting one versus 4 and sending in all those minions, breakouts item and buying them more time. Legendary it is, and it's gonna be game 3 goes over to Geekay Esports.
Wow. That is the fastest game of the series just far before Geekay Esports get themselves the game point. They are literally one game away before they are crowned the first semi-finalist of KWC 2026. But my oh my, what a frightful team comp from Geekay.
And I mean, like, terrific execution. That's what we're gonna say about their playstyle, right?
Yes.
We mentioned about what kind of advantage that Musanki can get by using this Ogryn, but have it use it or play it, it's totally different thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. Sometimes you can pick the Ogryn up, you can be completely underwhelmed because the enemy team is able to put the pressure on in the early game, stem that kind of scaling, that tempo that you're trying to build here for the Ogryn. But you're going to be seeing it in these gameplays here. These replays are really going to show you the pairing of the Ogryn, of the Annette as well. I feel like Annette in this comp made the whole difference with that ultimate.
I totally agree with you. I mean, in the early game, I do like the synergy between Guiyu and also Musanki. But after that, from around like 8 minutes, it's all to like Annette with this Ogryn in the front.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're seeing more of a fun sort of like happiness on the side of Geekay on stage, whereas Team Nemesis are kind of like scratching their heads mid-game like, this draft really isn't it. It's not really been given the green light go that we really wanted here. And why did we give over the Ogryn and the Guan Yu at the third game within the best of 7?
Yeah, and not even mention too, they suffered a lot in this game 3, right? Match point goes over to Geekay. And if they want to make it, they need to have at least the ultimate battle.
Yes.
Which means you need to have 3 victories in a row allowing to do so.
And that's very exhausting, but we're going to take a bit of a break because we're exhausted before seeing all that gameplay. So let's give a break over to ourselves, and Rain Day can take that one away.
Thank you, Blam and Nora. That trophy in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet is what these teams stand to win. And with one game, it will be Geekay Esports who march a little bit further on their way towards their ultimate destination here in Paris, France. Welcome back. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by Isaac and Sagi here on the panel to break down that action. But after 3, gentlemen, we're starting to lose a bit of traction for those who are thinking Nemesis can pull this one back. What we're looking at now is Nemesis having to win 4 games in a row against a team that after 6 games of playing, they have not beaten.
They have not lost yet. Like Geekay right now in the whole KWC 2026 just has not lost a game. And that is surprising, man, because the top level competition of in here, like when you came over here already to quarterfinals, you're expecting that it's going to become shorter and shorter, the distances in between the players and in between the teams. But this game 3, it was the biggest gap that we have seen in between.
Is this draft component, Sagi, before we dial in, is this more draft component as somebody who's played at a high level, or is this more just the momentum and energy of the competition? Because both of these teams have kind of gone toe-to-toe. You've done it enough. You face the same opponent, you lose, you lose, you lose, you lose, you lose. Now you start do you start to think about that?
It definitely gets into your mind, right? Because after, like what you mentioned, 5 games in a row, you're still unable to find a crack in the window against Geekay Esports despite the 28-minute game back in group stage. You gotta be wondering, what does it take to actually win? Because this draft itself, yes, it might not be the greatest, but it is the Nemesis style that we talk about.
You talked about early game. How important was that? You said the 8 to 10 minute mark. Why that for Nemesis?
I'm telling you, I do believe that in this exact game, Geekay Esports was the first team in making the mistake because they come in very early to initiate a fight over there in the mid lane that they cannot completely capitalize out of, and then they gave an advantage to Team Nemesis. Same things that we have been talking about, that do not make the mistake because the other team is going to take control. But the problem is that Geekay just bounces back immediately. It's just that, like, they make the mistake, bounce back 30 seconds, the Ogryn is already gigantic.
And it's also how they realistically expand that goalie through those little plays, right? Every time we see, Geekay, they lose a fight, but there's no detrimental consequence that actually puts them behind. But every time, if Nemesis makes a mistake, their towers goes down, their mid tower goes bankrupt, and then their jungle just explodes immediately. That really puts the side of Team Nemesis so far behind every single time they lose a team fight compared to the side of Geekay.
I want to dive into some of the new rosters that we've been seeing, especially if we've gone deeper into this tournament. I know you guys were talking about, you and I behind the scenes, the Zia, the late game, and we've seen that twice now, at least while I've been here on this stage with Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. You might have seen it a bit more in groups, but I don't think as much. The Ogryn obviously had a big impact as well. We saw that come out just now. Walk me through your thoughts on just these lineups, the drafts, what you're taking away as we get later and later into this, and what these heroes do and bring to their compositions.
All right, whip out the telestrator right now. Let's talk about that picks that you mentioned here. All right, first things first, we check out the first 3 picks here coming in from the side of Nemesis, right? Yato Chicha, Zhang Fei, and Byron. Very clean, very strong, early to mid game, like we talk about. Rain Day did mention that. If you have these 3 heroes, you're looking to win out the laning phase, advance the jungle here. So, something that Geekay did really smart. They lock in a self-sufficient early game jungle like the Ogryn. Then on the side of Team Nemesis, you're like, man, if I don't win early game, how do I realistically take down this Ogryn? Because it's gonna be super difficult if you don't have late game damage. Hence you see the Hano being drafted. You're like, oh, we don't see this Hano a lot, but they're forced to do so. So many of these mid lanes already removed by the global ban pick.
Of course, and then you see the Hano, and then the Hano, because of its mechanics, it just allows you to be able to survive a little bit longer, right? Because of the turrets. As the turrets just fall, the Fate Rewind allows you to bring the turrets back right over there. And that's one of, like we can see right over there in that video, man. Just you see the HP of the turret coming down, and then immediately Fate Rewind, it just comes up 100%, and that keeps the fight going.
And if you can consistently keep doing this in towards that late game, you can actually stall the game into potentially the 15-minute mark, 20-minute mark, then you can fight for a living chance. But if you take a look at the early game, this specific play coming in from Musang King, yeah, we lost Shisan in towards the early game here. Shisan is down, then take a look at Musang King taking so much damage up to the very end while he paces towards that mid lane. I think he was like, what? In the middle of 5 members coming in for the side of Team Nemesis, he managed to survive.
How does he get out of there, man? Like, that is insane. It's just crazy. Just the ability to do that, and look at how the Guayu comes in from the side.
And as of this point, it's still okay from the side of Team Nemesis. They're like, okay, we didn't get Musang King, it's fine. But Guayu comes out, swoops every single one, gets 4 kills on towards the Arlie and Musang King. As of this point, the early game composition coming in from Team Nemesis, it's over.
And it is gone, man. And I love the Ziya pick over here from Geekay Esports as well, because Ziya is a hero that can allow you to go over the 15 levels roof that we have over here in the mechanics, right? So through the sanctification, you can actually allow a hero to go over those 15 levels, right, Saki?
So we can get 2 level 25s out here.
Yeah,
sir.
Of course.
If you stall the game long enough, you will definitely head over to level 25, which makes global ban picks so interesting. Like what Isaac was mentioning, like, yeah, we don't really get to see Ziya much often, but when it comes down to a game 3, game 4, you start to be thinking like, oh, red side is so valuable because you can hide those niche picks all the way to the end so you can counter draft your opponent, which led to this specific case. Usually, sanctification on towards the Arlie, but due to the fact that Musang King on that Ogryn was so dominant, they gave it to the Ogryn and he shines so brightly.
They just wanted to finish the game early. They knew that the ball needed to be given to Musang King. They give the ball to him, and then 12 minutes, we're gone.
Boom. You know, it's sometimes you got a great player say, take the ball, do what you need to do. We'll support you in getting it back and giving it back to you. Musang King doesn't die yet again. Geekay Esports don't lose yet again. One more game, and they're advancing into the semifinals. Before we do that, though, I want to send you to some nice updates on a new EWC Princess Frost skin that could be yours.
China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, half a blow the house down.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Winner go home from now on for Team Nemesis representing the IKL League. And that obviously, it means that one of the IKL representatives in the top 8 would be going home. There's still one more remaining in our second matchup of the day. For Geekay Esports on the other side of things, guys, it is going to be keep the undefeated streak heading into the semifinals, which is a statement for the rest of the tournament bracket here at KWC. Rainday, Isaac, Sagi, before we throw over to our casters for this maybe final game, some final thoughts here as we head into it.
I do believe that as we move into game number 3, I want to see a Princess Frost. I want to see a Liang right over there because they have been really good picks from Geekay in the previous games. I'm really looking forward to see this one here.
They got that skin, right?
They got that skin, they got that execution here. If you're Geekay, you gotta be feeling that perfect double combination to funnel more gold into, dare I would say, potentially the MVP of the series, Musang King.
He has played so well. This entire Geekay team have played so well. It's starting to become a pretty similar narrative. It's up to Nemesis to change it, to put a crack into it, to somehow disrupt what has been undisruptible, the reign of Geekay Esports. Will it continue, or will Nemesis find themselves for the first time on the board? Let's send it back over to Blam and Nora to kick off our 4th game.
Rainday puts it there beautifully. Can Nemesis blemish the 3-0, or will it be a miss here in this game number 4? Only time will tell. Ban pick on the way. There has been plenty of heroes already been taken up from both sides. That's 15 heroes apiece that aren't available, Nora. It becomes thinner and thinner, and down to the wire is the BP.
And in that case, Nemesis this time, they just pull it out. You know, all cards that you have, you just need to pull it out. You just need one game get back first. But as for Geekay, as we said, so far in KWC, they stayed undefeated. 7 wins in a row right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the blue side, they just go for a safe all-in pick, try to put it in quite a nice way.
I think this is a nice pick to have going into game number 4, right? Like, you normally think, oh gosh, like what's available still left in the farm lane, but the fact is the all-in is still available here. Means that you're already playing at an advantage for the side of Geekay, because you know that Gem once again can be left alone. He can be an independent person just purely down there, but trying to catch him is going to be this Mai, Shiranui, and Guan Yu.
The most interesting part is that actually there's a potential Frost and Liang played by Geekay. So that's the reason why Nemesis on the red side this time, they're prioritizing this Mai and also Guan Yu. Try to, you know, a little bit predict what Geekay is going for.
Exactly. They do say it's a 4D chess game, but they're like, you know what? We're not going to give it you. We're going to go for the Lapo Lapo. We still have that tank in our bank, but we're also going to go for the mid lane Hu1 here. So Shishan going for, again, just more of a utility, right? Zia can do the damage, but here, Hu1, you're looking to just get and catch out, and at least like long range poke the Mai Shiranui, right?
And also, both Loon and also this Yu-Huan allowing them to be untargetable during the team fight, which is going to cause a big trouble towards Guan Yu and also this Mai. So that's how I love the draft that Geekay so far did on the blue side. But due to this Anat, just allowing them, you know, to have a wide open window for them during the team fight for the initiation. So I would say Nemesis, they do need some assassins for their jungler to make sure that they're going to secure that insta-kill.
Exactly, because if Mai gets caught off in the early part of the team fight, it's like, where's the damage going to come from? Guan Yu's not going to be dealing the damage, and Net's definitely not going to be dealing the damage. But this might be the new Wombo combo of KWC, right? Like the Net and Guan Yu combo definitely aids the team fight into your favor. And hey, here's the answer. It's the Eren.
Eren. Well, Eren with Anat at the bottom during the lanings, I do think that they can have a waning lane at the bottom on the side of Nemesis.
Yes.
And the thing is that once Eren being so immobile and once all his teammates just left him and just dashing in, who's going to protect our link, right? It's going to be all on CC himself.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting last 4 picks here, 4 to 5 picks. I mean, this could either be like Clash Lane, Arthur, Jungle, Umbrosa, but I feel like it's something that Guan Yu plays himself, right? Up into the top, Guan Yu plays himself, sorry. Umbrosa top side, Arthur into the jungle, just giving over that thick front line here for the side of Geekay Esports. Because something about the Umbrosa is they can do a lot quick damage in that lane, but it's giving the doing here for the side of Nemesis.
That's kind of out of expectation, to be honest, which also means they will put CC under the spotlight, because all the members and all the heroes that they picked is trying to play around CC, play around Irene this time. But again, being so immobile, how Irene is gonna defend himself by those attacks down by Yu Huan's skill 2 and also Umbrosa dashing in, right? It's gonna cause a big trouble, and also they just need to make sure that CC is going to be really comfortable in this match point.
Absolutely, but I think the thing that I fear the most here is that TNX isn't on the carry pick right now. So it's all going to be down to either Joel in the farm in the middle lane, or you're looking at trying to see that CC can pick up the reins of being the carry in this game number 4 for them to potentially get a point and basically further this best of 7 into an ultimate battle. But it is going to be Mustang King on the Arthur here. A lot of front line, a need to build that anti-heal onto the side of Team Nemesis.
And since this is their match point, Geekay is trying to put it in a more solid way.
Yep. They are trying. The Geekay are definitely like, okay, so let's see what you can do, right? Obviously, it's not typically their best draft here that we have, but Gem does get the Aoin. Generally, a really good self-sustained marksman down to the bot side here. But still, they're looking to try and take away a few of these camps early on.
Well, I mean, with this Arta gaining those camps and also the vision control, well, goes over to Geekay in the early game. But check the laning. You know, both side lanes are actually played head-to-head. Do a lot of H3 trade.
They just love trading, right? That's one thing we've been seeing this entire series. It's just that head-to-head top side of the map. And pointing out here, Jill looking to be very aggressive, trying to put pressure onto Musang King. But Arta's one of those naturally tankier heroes, right? Like, he doesn't need the itemization in that early level to kind of sustain any kind of burst damage.
And you know, because of the diversity that we can see of the hero pools that Geekay has, allowing them to do very well when we're jumping into best of 7.
Yeah, speaking of jumping in, we have Nemesis jumping into the enemy jungle here, trying to contest that Crimson Golem, Shisha as well as and we see from the behind here, Musang King looks to try and go in, it goes, and they are saving it here for the side of Geekay, but can Nemesis get out of this jungle? That's the problem here. TNX, once again, on a pick like Dune, you are naturally sustainability there, but it's going to be the CC, the lockdown! Geekay here, the ghost ship has there to be sailing and split apart, and Joe falls, double kill to Gem.
Oh, Flash, that's what we're gonna see in the battlefield. Both teams are actually pulling till the end. Just watch the replay, right? Check the positioning. Actually, for TNX, it's gonna be a little bit painful for him to getting out. So many CC control constantly putting on this man. Not even mention to that pushback down by Joe. He's trying to make some counter attack, but the thing is that the damage is out there.
Exactly. You saw how aggressive that was, right? He dives in, the ghost ship comes up, so that means the only means he has the way out is the flash, but then he flashes away just to get away, but then everybody on Geekay is like, no, we've got flash, let's go in, we claim the kill, and they, more importantly, give over the double kill to Gem. That's scary, because this is a late game hero getting a little bit more gold into his pocket very early.
And you know, it's very interesting that throughout the game so far that Geekay play, right, 3 previous games, Gem's also gonna be like stay invisible in the early game, right? He just farm up sneakily. But in the late game, he's going to be the most shining part, the most stunning players on the stage.
Absolutely. Sneakily growing as well is that Crown Pit vote to the side of Geekay Esports. So we see there's a lot of MKL fans rooting for the boys in this game number 4. We are getting to that last minute before we start to see these neutral objectives get online. We've already been seeing a little bit of contention into the enemy jungle from the side of Team Nemesis, albeit it not going in their favor.
I feel like the first thing first for them is trying to guarantee the vision control, play around TNX Dun. But the thing is that, speaking of that 4 minutes mark, is the damage not sufficient? Because you can see like CC actually is doing a lot of 1-1 HP trade at the bottom.
You saw the effort there. CC almost drove that ultimate out of the side of Gem, which would have been fatal for him. Obviously, we are looking to hold that for now, as well as on the Lapu Lapu. That Rising Tide is going to be a difference maker in these team fights around the neutral objective.
And both teams are actually highlighting different side lanes. Geekay tried to free this Umberosa, preparing for the Tyrant. And as for the mid lane, it's going to be Mike jumping in again. Nice HP trade, but because of the sustainability that Yuhan has, allowing them to push back a little bit more.
Allows them to push back. They wait in this single bush here, but it's going to be a CC here from Shishan on the Q1. Musan King is soaking a lot of that damage, but they got to be careful here. And Net uses the ultimate. CC's ultimate there, not quite connecting onto him. And now it's going to be Gem using the ultimate, doing a lot of damage onto CC. He has to be driven to the back line. TNX has been left to the walls. The Undying from the Ambrosia. Guan Yu is putting the pressure on, and Gem is getting the results.
I mean, Geekay is destroying Nemesis in this 4 minutes mark, being Undying. I mean, Guan Yu just flashing, using his ulti. 1 versus 4, can't you believe that?
Absolutely. And I think that's the most perfect part of the conclusion of the 4 minutes. You get the Tyrant, you get the T1 into mid. But you're looking, obviously, at this replay right now. TNX left in here, hoping that the damage was naturally going to transition onto the Tyrant. But no, the team fight was split. Guan Yu into the top side. He's putting the pressure on. CC on the Aaron. The ultimate just did not connect enough.
But I mean, like, the thing is that when you separate it during the team fight, all the individual damage is definitely sufficient on the side of Geekay. But if we check Nemesis' composition, we mentioned about how important it is to play around CC's Irene, right?
Yes.
But as we can see, it's going to be a little comfortable for him.
Yes, comfortable position being placed here by She on the Lapu Lapu. He may fall. It's going to be the Guan Yu. Tufts actually saving the day here. Can they get a little bit more from Nemesis? TNX already taking too much damage here from Gem on the Lung. He's able to escape. It's a CC immunity here from L. Guan Yu has to run. He gets poked down. CC has now forced the infinite vastness here as well. Gem flies away free.
I mean, it's gonna be CC making those constellation effort happen and just saving his team, buying time for themselves.
Absolutely, buying time, buying space for this Aaron pick. You have to keep her safe. If she gets hit by Shishan's CC there, it's pretty much game over because she's so squishy. But TNX, he's got low health bars, but he knows they're still coming out of the game state of the base here. So he has time just to steal away a few little points to basically bring that goal back into the favor of Nemesis.
I mean, speak of the goal difference, the jungle is quite significant, but due to those farm lanes, it's not that big. But check Guan Yu flash in, LT out, it's gonna be a net trying to save that arena, successfully save his precious marksman.
Yes, Jill with a superhero save there into the back line, keeps his marksman alive, but can they get some more? Geekay lose their support as well as their clash lane. Not playing as good as they were in the previous games, but like you were saying, if it's all splintered apart here, Geekay generally fall apart in these team fights. Flash over the wall, CC claims another kill.
That's what we're talking about, right? With 100% killing participants, CC is being the hero on the side of Nemesis. It feels like finally they realized how they're gonna operate the whole game.
It's like TNX has to be the punching bag, but for him to be a successful punching bag is they need to get these turrets as well. Like we saw in the Tyrant pit, there was no follow-up, but now the follow-ups are coming through here from Nemesis. I feel like it's a good strat.
And also, the way how they're gonna, take their own responsibilities, that no more initiation can be seen, right? Everyone just trying to play in a more defensive way, but effectively, just trying to protect CC's position, and that's a priority.
It is a priority indeed. Keeping CC alive, saving Private CC. But onto the side of Geekay, if you look at their draft, it's like it does scale a lot better than Nemesis, right? So if they can keep into the late game, that's where we got to start to see the worry here for Nemesis.
But the thing is that it feels like Geekay is too in to take CC down.
Speaking of which, Tufts, he does fall to the walls, but at what cost? They aren't able to translate it into anything onto the side of Team Nemesis.
I mean, like, nice 0-1 trade, right? Take that Guan Yu down and try to find some window opening for them.
Exactly. That space created, the Guan Yu has been taken off the gorge for another 12 seconds. So I feel like Geekay just need to use this moment to just get some more resources,
Yeah.
right? Secure their Azure, secure their Crimson Golem from Gem.
Wow, they really need to slow down even more. As you said, right, late game is definitely in favor of Geekay. So this time around 8 minutes, it's gonna be some skirmishes happening around, testing, baiting, LT in, 10x, just make sure that CC is really comfortable.
Yeah, the moving target, Shishan, he used his ultimate there just to keep himself alive, but he's currently actually not died once, so he's using Hue1 space creation there very, very well. They're gonna have to give up the Tyrant. If they overcommit to this one and make an indecisive play, it could have all fell apart there for Geekay.
Yeah, so the vision matters a lot. 10x make sure that he's gonna be the best bodyguard to Arrain.
Exactly, bodyguard potential here from TNX, just soaking up a lot of that damage, which would necessarily translate onto CC if he was not there.
And I mean, like, speak of Geekay, how they're gonna buy time for themselves is that do a lot of split push, right? Just check Wade's positioning, always be on the side lane, and also for Gem, the priority for him is to have 3 items at least, but as we can see, still on his way, 300 more gold to go, and that's gonna be the time for Gem to do the push out damage.
Exactly, he's looking to build the Daybreaker, right? That great, there we go, we
There
call
we
it,
go.
it comes out with the supply and demand comes through, but in this brush, they're looking for a setup here. It's going to be a dive from Moose and King into the backline just to kind of like make sure they're putting the focus here. A lot of damage is needed to take him down. He is melted, but now it's going to be the case of the rest of Geekay. Can they have the front line that they need? The Undying into the backline. You saw the effort from Guayu to try and get the kill onto CC. It wasn't enough.
My still ambushing 3 members knocked up. It's gonna be killing spree and it's gonna be devastating. Can you believe the ace the Geekay at their match point at 10 minutes mark?
Yes, the first ace within this whole series, right? And it's given over to Nemesis. The team that are behind 3 points are able to get themselves back on the horse within this game number 4. Still, however, getting that Tyrant is definitely where they need to be in this game state. It's just procuring any kind of space they're creating for themselves.
I mean, it's so vital for Nemesis to play so, you know, because they're under 3 games in deficit, but check their coordination. It might be the best so far they played in this best of 7.
Absolutely, definitely a valid effort here for the side of Nemesis. You do see them breaking apart the side of Geekay, and that's a problem. When they're not all there committing, Geekay fall apart.
I mean, like, everyone just make sure that they stay at the same spot, and you can see, like, they're trying to, you know, keep their composure and just stick to the strategy.
Absolutely, sticking to the strategy, sticking to the potential divide here that Guan Yu as well as a net creates for your team. CC's always just sitting behind somebody on the side of Team Nemesis, getting that poke from that first skill and just making sure he's able to actually get the burst damage come through. But it's always going to be TNX pulling the trigger there. The wind slash comes through, doesn't connect on anybody but forces out the infinite vastness. YU is always being man-checked by Tufts.
I mean, like, I do like the ulti from Dun, just do a really nice trade, and another ulti coming in, directly aiming for the Zhaoying.
Yes, but it's going to be too much damage here from TNX. He gets taken down. Can the health bars of Geekay remain in this one? It's that damage over time. And Net L has been throwing out those first skills so well.
I mean, even a Nat going killing spree, that's very optimistic, goes over to Nemesis.
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we went looking at Jill or even CC to be the carry. Maybe L was the underdog here with this one, right? Like you were saying, Nora. 3 kills for your support. That's not normally what the support should be doing.
Exactly. And also, that's something that Geekay really need to slow down, pull themselves together a little bit more, because the priority is that not only take CC down instantly, but also bait some of those, you know, precious skills. For example, the flash from CC or the ulti from Mine.
Exactly. We're getting right about that game state now where the goal difference is becoming a little bit more of a lesser thing, but obviously itemization is still going to be classified in this one. However, Shadow Overlord does go over to the side of Nemesis for now. They're still looking for the right moment to pull the trigger here to summon the Shadow Vanguard. Obviously, mid lane is already been damage dealt. Did they look to put it towards the side lane? Looks to look to making an easy effort top side of the map.
But also, that's gonna be some time for Geekay trying to make the pushback happen, because the side lane tower is still standing there. They need to aim it at CC again as usual. Try to test a little bit more Vanguards at the bottom.
Yep, all hands on deck for the side of Nemesis down to the bot side, whilst the Vanguard looks to push top side of the map here as well. That burst damage from Gem is not quite doing what they thought they would onto TNX now that he has that itemization.
I mean, like, the reason for of that is because almost all of his burst damage was dealt on TNX Dun. That's a problem, right?
Exactly.
All be soaked in by the tanks on the side of Nemesis.
And that's the whole point. I mean, look, if L takes the hit, that's what happens. You lose almost more than your health bar, half of it as well. But then we see Shadow Vanguard here, second attempt onto the T3, top side of the map, that gets taken down also. We are seeing the potential last front here for the side of Geekay as they are about to lose their blemish-free scoreboard here.
Well, you know, Geekay is definitely on the edge of the game in Game 4. And also, this might be the most painful game that they went for so far in KWC.
Very painful. I mean, 14 minutes, not quite as obviously fast as what they did last game.
Mai and Guan Yu coming
looking
in.
for a stalk onto the back line, forcing out the infinite vastness, but he comes in with an aggressive invade. But he gets caught out. The win slash connects. The Kachu sends the knockup from Joe. Means that Gem gets taken down, as well as they need the minion waves into the bot lane to force this game. Number 4. Into the best of 7. Nemesis are not out yet.
Got them one game back. I mean, Nemesis, just check it out, right?
Yes.
With 3 games in deficit, can you believe they played so explosively in Game 4? I mean, like, everyone just put themselves together and play around with CC, the most outstanding player so far in KWC on the farm lane. And definitely CC brought the victory, brought the precious 1 point back on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely earning his accolades there down bot side of the map. It's going to be CC, but I have to give props over to Jurl as well as L. They were getting the kills when it mattered. It didn't matter that it went to the support. What mattered was the impact of these team fights, which is what we're going to be seeing in the replay.
I mean, in the replay, you can see everything just went so out of control from the very first minute, actually. It hasn't been 2 minutes yet, but still a lot of initiation can be done by Jill's Mai, right? And do appreciate Guan Yu and also Mai's performance in this game. They just caused such a great harass towards Geekay.
Yeah, massive upset there for Geekay within that one. They weren't quite sure what to do within those team fights. I mean, for the first, obviously, few minutes, they got that 5 kills on the board over the 1 there. But it seemed like it was going to be their game, but they're not quite written in the stars. So Nemesis takes 1 point. Let's see what Rain Day, Isaac, and Sagi have to think about that one.
Thank you, Blaminora. It's going again. We are not done. For many of you who've been watching, maybe thinking that would be the end. Even rookies standing up in the crowd saying, give me another game. I love it. As Nemesis find the answer, it took them 5 games. But by the time they were here on the stage facing a potential defeat, looking to book those airport tickets back home, they said, no, you can't crush our key just yet. And now, maybe, guys, we start to see a little bit of hope enter back into the arena.
They directly canceled their taxi, man.
Yeah.
They canceled the taxi.
Canceled the Uber.
They booked them a car, and they were like, no, hold up. Wait. Cancel that.
Yeah.
Cancel that, first of all, because we still want to play a little bit longer. Such a beautiful game, and it was really nice because it showed us what they needed to do. It's just when you analyze like the decisions that Nemesis just made in here, they decided, you know what? Let's put TNX over there on a tank and let's just pass the ball to someone else. And that someone else was Gerald. For me, Gerald was amazing. It was the key to turn things around. Not only giving vision, not only giving initiation, but giving damage as well.
The key play coming in from Drill that we will be seeing later on, that was the deal breaker coming in for Team Nemesis in finding that comeback moment in towards that late game here. I think Drill, he definitely was feeling it.
And I'm telling you, I was talking to the Chinese casters a couple of days ago, and they were like, Mai Shiranui is like the best mid laner right over there because there's no one that can counter it. It just has burst damage, it has mobility, and in the moment that it initiates in multiple people.
They had a lot more control in general, and all that comes down to a conversation, Saki, between your mid laner, usually your clash laner, and your jungler to help set that tempo. Did you feel that combination worked well for Nemesis for the first time in the set, finally?
It was just not only well, it was more than well. It's well done, perfectly being executed coming in for the side of Team Nemesis. Juro coming in on the initial engage, then Tough Z comes in with the Guan Yu to sweep everything up. Yeah. We have a little clip here coming in on the telestrator.
Take a look.
Actually show you here.
King Sagi demands. It's your turn.
Breaker. Yeah, team fights, everything was looking good. Team Nemesis and also Geekay, they've been playing back and forth coming in towards these team fights. Take a look at Juro here. I want you guys to see what he's doing on this Mai Shiranui. He's stealing all the way to this little point here. I know we can't see on the minimap, but he's right here, right over there, right now. Yes, the moment that he comes, beautiful three-man revenge and getting that ace. And as of this point, it's 10 minutes on the gorge. You get all these objectives available, and if they pick this up, they are on track. And what happened next? They just clean house easily.
Taking a bit of a playbook of what Geekay Esports were doing to them, Isaac.
Of course, and I do believe that in here, like not only it was just Nemesis taking advantage of these little plays, but it's just the whole perfect point of like, wow, Geekay has been playing so well. Geekay is just like so unbeatable. It kind of fell apart in this one very easily because they wanted to finish the game too quickly. It was very cool. It was very good for them. The initiation, the whole beginning of the game was really good for them. They give Gem a couple kills. It looks pristine. The Lapu Lapu steps in a little bit too deep. Draw falls, and then it was just 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4 for him. It was a very difficult game for the roamer.
I think all in all, in the end, right, it really falls down to how you structure your drafts. And I would say that this is the most Nemesis draft that we have seen throughout the entire course of the tournament. Strong engage coming in from the side of mid lane and also clash lane, enabling brawls and team fights. And with the help of the individual play coming in from Juro on that Mai Shiranui, of course, they are slowly but surely crawling back in towards the series. You can say, yeah, it's 3-1, but you have to start somewhere, and that was a very good start for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, and 3-1 is, again, it's the big picture, but the small picture, the thing that you can control is only your next game. So if you win one game, you know you just got to go and do it again. Then you focus on, all right, how do we do it again? That comes later. They still have to get through this one. Many people at home probably were ready to go take a lunch break and say, okay, I'll come back when the next series starts. I've seen Rain Day enough. However, I think that now, when you look at this one, guys, we have to start saying, okay, what's the tether connecting the success we just saw Nemesis have, their draft, and what they might be able to do in the next game? Because our pool is getting more and more limited. The Guan Yu is going to be out for them as well, which was helped a lot in the clash lane and creating the engagements that allowed Juro to also combo with that and just be so successful. So how do they do it again, Isaac?
So right now, what we can see is just that both teams are moving away from, well, what happened in this game number 4, it was they moved away from giving the ball to the junglers and they just passed the ball to someone else. They decided, you know what, let's just put it on the clash laners, on the farm laners. And that is something that we start seeing as we move into game 5. So for Nemesis, it worked really well. Maybe what they want to do is just to put TNX in something of a tankier option for a jungler and just really focus and continue working on what has been working. Putting pressure on Gueyu has just really limited his performances.
It's a very good point, right? First 3 games, we see TNX on the jungle assassin. He has pretty good games, but it's just not something that you can actually hold off Musang King and also Geekay. But when in game 4, he swapped over to the Dune, a classy tanky jungler that has been not so popular but still sturdy, he allowed more room for CC and Juro to take more control of the game, thus carrying those late segments of team fights.
I do believe that that might be just the key to open this game. Maybe we're going to move into the next game and we move into game 5 and it's going to be just something like another tanky option right over there. The attack would be available for them as well right over there. It's something for them to explore.
I love these thoughts as well. And for those of you who want to share your own thoughts, I know many of you might just be in the chat typing it out, but if you stream or you want to stream, here's a great opportunity. The EWC Creator Program allows you to get involved into the action and help build the narratives across multiple streams, multiple conversations, which we know are happening all around the world, but you can earn prizes for doing it. The same stuff you're typing in chat, you could be saying online to viewers, building up watch time and earning as you go. So make sure to scan that QR code and join us if you want to get your voice heard in a bigger way for all of EWC, especially here at KWC 2026. All right, guys, heading into it. Now we have our draft coming up in just a moment. I want big picture thoughts. You said maybe a tankier jungle for TNX. You're talking about how they move the ball as well, which I love as footballers coming from that experience. Sagi, where does the ball go here if you're Nemesis? Do you put it back onto TNX? Do you try to make sure that clash lane matchup like the Guan Yu goes in their favor for Tufts? What do you do?
I think you put the ball back onto the side of Gerald's hands.
Okay,
and talking
Gerald.
about balls,
Yeah, mid lane.
who plays with the orbs coming into Honor of Kings? Lorien. I think if you can give Gerald that Lorien pick, that he had amazing performance back in group stage, that could be the deal breaker in trying to claw back even further towards the series.
And GK played the Lorien already, right? So that was GK. So it is available. So that'll be interesting.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen. I do believe that there's plenty of heroes right over there. What Nemesis needs to do is just take it one game at a time. And that's it, just one play at a time, because one mistake is going to end up the game for them.
Hey, Sagi, can I throw to Nora and Blam, or do you want to do it?
And that's your job.
No, do it, Sagi, do it.
All right, Nora and Blam, you're up. Do bring us towards the pick and bans and with that sweet, sweet game analysis.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Sagilicious, for that lovely, delicious pass there. I mean, I don't think we were really expecting to get to this game number 5. But I feel like the point that we make here that Isaac was saying really well was, now, what's the best thing for Team Nemesis is to play it as if it's a best of one.
Well, I mean, you know, instead of talking about the dropped picks, I would say from now on, Nemesis definitely need to ban with that Leon. Because for Geekay suffering from that loss, it's going to be the time for Frost and Leon.
It is absolutely potentially, because I mean, they exhausted the Guan Yu, like you said.
Yeah.
But they still have that Lorien. I feel like Lorien, what we've been looking into the playing stage and group stage, has been a good kind of counter towards it as well, right? Like if you can kind of disrupt both of their ultimates by making them levitate, that's a good thing. But they know that. They ban out the Lorien here for the side of Geekay.
But the thing is that Leon is going to be an open choice, right?
Yep.
And we know that Geekay, how well they played with that Frost and Leon composition. So, what thoughts are in Nemesis' mind right now? Because they already used that Mai, they already used that Guan Yu. So, what kind of else hero that they can pick out to counterattack that potential Leon and Frost combo?
I'm sure they're going to be looking for it here in this draft of game number 5. But the Chano is there one, and there it is. It was bound to come through the Liang and Princess Frost combo. It's that incredible chain of CC.
I mean, so far, like personally, I would say Geekay played the best Liang and Frost combo in KWC so far that we see, right?
Yep.
And usually they would pair it with another Ogren pick, but since they already use it, so I'm looking for a potential Jin on the side of Musang King. Oh, here we go!
I think Nora's got
both.
Instead of Nostradamus, it's Noradamus. She's seeing into the future. She's picking it. Who wins this one, Nora? Who wins this one? But onto the side of Team Nemesis, they go for a bit more of a cheeky IKL identity, which is the Kwai here into the support role. And then obviously we have Joel going for the Xiao Chao as well. A little bit more poke potential here onto the side of Team Nemesis. But definitely the Jink here is a scary one, especially encompassing all that CC.
Yeah, exactly, and also allowing them to do some insta-kill, not only on Channel, but also on Xiao Chao. But I do like the way how they're pivoting the point of both teams, you know, because we highlight the marksman, the jungler all the time, but this time I would say this is a game to testing the synergy between mid and roam.
Yep, I think like the Kaiser's a good pair counter here as well, right?
Okay.
Obviously, banning that one out, because we saw it yesterday when Just Chi went for the Jing, Jiang Q went for the Kaiser. And how did they win? It was just kind of always getting that initial engage there, being the invincible warrior, being able to actually soak that damage into the late game. That's part of the equation. You have to get to the late game to have that impact, but it's still a good counter to be making sure you're banning it out so so Nemesis don't have that one. But we can see here, Guai Yu gets another big pick. He gets the Byron.
And I mean, like, if Nemesis is going for a substitution for the Kaiser pick, maybe a potential monkey that we might see in this game. And also, they need some kind of hero like Charlotte on the top. Well, do it. Oh, they go for Luna pick. Like it.
The Luna and Sansa combo as well, right? I mean, I've seen this sometimes happen with, like, not only within like 5Q games when people are actually playing as a team, but taking the ride on his ship, then going in, getting that setup, and then just seeing Luna just dashing everywhere is a good potential setup here for Team Nemesis, especially into these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be the showcases provided by both amazing junglers, right? Both Blue Assassins, Jin and Luna, just can definitely showcase in game. But in the early game, I would say the rhyme, the tempo will be settled by both mid lane roam combo. Xiao Chao and Kui is kind of be a little bit risky, but due to Joe's performance, like amazing performance in last game, I would say this time they will let Joe to lead the whole pace.
Absolutely. See what he can do there with the Xiao Xiao. But you have to give points over to the Sunset pick as well. Again, like, if he's on the boat, he's not going to get hit by the Liang Gold or the Princess Frost. He's not going to get slowed down. But when he dismounts, that's when the problem occurs, because you've got the flash, but if you don't have it going into that engage, you're pretty much just committing into a full team fight knowing you're going to die.
It's all about vision control. It's all about pure mechanics trade. So how they're going to execute it, let's dive right into Game 5.
Absolutely. Again, it could be match point here for Geekay, but it was also a potential comeback for Team Nemesis to almost get the first ultimate battle within KWC 2026, which for day number 1 of the playoffs, I would not be angry about.
But still 2 games to go, so who knows? It's not going to be a promising even matchup, but still it's going to be so promising at the bottom that they will go head to head.
Absolutely. I feel like the thing here for Geekay Esports is because they lack obviously frontline, obviously Byron is going to be kind of the only frontline that they have. They're going to be looking for important pickups into those team fights, so they're already playing from the side of Team Nemesis at a disadvantage. So maybe some kind of damage potential being taken off the board here.
Yeah, maybe, or like those melee fight might happen on the top side of the map, but I would say in the early game, it all matters to the level 4, right?
Yep.
Because at least you need to get level 4, allowing this Leon to make things happen.
Exactly. That's the point. Like, if Nemesis want to make an impact, they're going to make it early here. But into the bot side, they go for a bit of a dive. The hook comes through onto Gem. Can they get enough damage? Joel comes here. He gets the knock-up. Okay, it was a long delayed first blood, but nonetheless, they got it. It puts Joel in a bit of a tricky position, though, there. He gets hit by a lot of CC and gets taken down as well.
Oh, but I do like the aggression that showed by Joe, right? If my Roma just took her back, I'm gonna get the nail down.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw another hook there before the replay into the push. Beautiful.
Getting in. I mean, the accuracy, that's all out there on the side for Nemesis, right? How accurate this Quay is using his skill too.
It's already looking like a very messy match, though. Like we're seeing people dive in very aggressively, like you say. It gets everybody excited, but the problem is, if you're too aggressive and so non-disciplined, you just think you can be able to keep constantly committing for it, but they are able to take down the Musang King on Jing as well. It means that Joel gets the Crimson Golem. They are able to stave away that Azure Golem, and TNX claims back those buffs.
I mean, I do like the way how Nemesis is showing their preparation, you know, because last time when they play against each other in the upper bracket final, they lost the game when Geekay played that Leonard Frost play, right? But in that case, you can see how sophisticated they are. They definitely did their homework, did their research on how they counterattack the most signature picks on the side of Geekay.
Absolutely. You just got to be ready for whatever shows its face within that best of 7, right? I mean, it's a lot of predicting, but like you said, if you do enough homework, you're going to be prepared regardless. And it's definitely put them in that favorable situation right now where you see Nemesis a whole 1K ahead of them before the 4-minute mark.
And also, I do appreciate about Quay's accuracy and also Tian's composure so far in game. And the accuracy right now.
Suppression, but he's able to calculate that all up. He's like, hey, you're going to be locked. Lasso, he brings him into the team. But is that going to be enough here for Nemesis to claim some more? Gem falls down. 2-0 trade. The Wolves are just playing around bot side of the map.
It is like so chaotic, right? Everyone just burst out all the skills that they had. Check out Liang, right? He actually got the first hand, but by Quay's skill too, just allowing them to do the counterattack.
It's so beautiful. Like, that's definitely one way to counter the Liang, right? Especially if you're leaving so much space open. And that can only happen when Guayu is not in that team fight.
Exactly. And Guayu was taken extremely low in that case. And so does Tufts.
Tufts able to obviously capitalize there as well, but it's going to be the takeover of the Tyrant regardless of all that blundering into the mid part of the map there. They were able to get that neutral objective, so Geekay are still onto the board here. We're seeing that buddy system formulate around here because Musang King's actually been a little bit slow in terms of getting that gold.
Yeah, the gold difference is definitely out there, and also the initiation matters a lot in this game.
Ooh, try to get that trick. It's going to be using the Liang ultimate just to stop that hook follow-up, right? There he is. How do you counter the Koi? Is if he's locked into the back line. There it is, the finesse there. He brings it in from the Shadow Clone. He's able to escape here and enable Gem to get
and Luna at the bottom is also chasing in 1 versus 2, make those tower dives happen, but Jen Isn't it going to be a little bit overcommitted?
When you get hit by that T1, T2, I mean, you saw the aggression. That's the problem, is if you're over-aggressive, you lose your health bars, and at the same time, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, and I mean, like, after all, it's only going to be a Frost, right? It's only going to be a Leon. Is it really worth it to sacrifice your jungler for that mid lane?
I would say no. I would definitely say no. You are literally hindering TNX's next few minutes when it comes to trying to get on top of Musang King's Jing, right? I mean, you're already seeing it here. 500 gold difference has now occurred because of that whole play.
Yeah, so I feel like Geekay actually bought more time for themselves and also even up the gold difference between those junglers. And for Nemesis, CC is farming up really well, right? 4,200 gold with a 300 gold lead. So I would say Nemesis still relying on skill 2 provided by this Quay will be the thing that they might to do.
Yes, they know it's on cooldown now, so they know that the hook's not going to come through if they decide to go for any kind of play here. But it looks like Musang King is just going to make sure the Azure Golem goes over to his favor. And luckily for Nemesis, I mean, it may not be in a moment's notice, but YU is looking to get rid of that T1 down to bot side. So if that's the case, CC is going to have a harder job farming up safely.
And I mean, the vision control is totally unbalanced right now.
Yeah, unbalanced. There's a pick. He gets it. He's pinpoint accurate. They get the knockdown onto Musang King. They take down YU as well. TNX onto the back line, looking to get rid of Gem. He tries to misplace the Frigid Prison to make sure that TNX took the bait, but he didn't.
I mean, like, check out the accuracy by L. This man's on fire. I mean, how precise he was, right? Getting his first end on Musang King's Jing, being so mobile and just denying Jing from the first place.
It's very hard. Like, you think about it, that's a very hard play to make, right? It has to be pixel perfect and well-timed. The creation of space has to be made there so the hook connects.
Yeah.
But L is making it look flawless.
I feel like Geekay didn't really prepare for that potential skill too, right, by Quay. Because actually Musang King is available to use his skill to dodge that, but the thing is that he didn't see that coming.
You didn't see that coming, but what may be seen, a potential comeback here is going to be Nemesis trying to get the T1 down to bot side. They're able to get that as well, so they're kind of trying to get a prioritized game state for themselves somewhere else, because obviously mid and Clash lane is already in the favor of Geekay for now.
But still, the vision control is on the hand of Geekay because they already take the tier 1 tower down in the mid, allowing them to make a lot of things happen. It's going to be great.
Radiant's being popped as well. It keeps him in lockdown, frozen in space and time. The Mirror Mirage comes through. It's going to be the deletion of Tufts, but CC is taking no prisoners. Jungle for jungle, top side as well. Double kill for Shishan.
I do appreciate for Gui's performance and also Gem, right? Gem is just protecting himself, putting into such a nice spot, dodge away the damage dealt by TNX, and also Gui jumping in, just kind of cut the whole battlefield.
Very cut and dry as you see it here from that replay, just making sure that Quay is the focus so he cannot get that outplay potential. Then we see Musang King able to get the deletion, but it's actually Shishan getting those last little bit of hits there. So you're now starting to see the ferociousness of that aggression being met by such a huge slow by the Princess Frost.
And I feel like with this 2,000 gold lead goes over to Geekay, they can actually slow down a bit more, right? Just make sure that they dodge the skill 2 from Quay first.
That's the aim of the game. Just dodge the hook. Just think you're a toy in a grabbing machine. You just don't want to be picked up. You don't want to be taken away from your head. And that's what's been basically the pull apart here from Nemesis.
I mean, yeah, that's the part. And also, like, for Nemesis, the advantage that they got in the mid-game is about the split push, because both the Sunsa and also Luna can do so.
Absolutely. The split push potential here for them is pretty incredible. They've got to make sure that they know and they have that intel, right? I mean, you see here, they're all sitting around this brush. Al sitting in the lung brush. They're just waiting for him to feed them. Everyone dives in.
Yes. And gaining that priority at the side lane allows Nemesis to initiate in the mid lane. That's what they're doing right now. But since they miss the hook, it's going to be the time to take a little bit back.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with a preemptive attack, it means it has to hit, right? Like, if you saw there, you see the second skill from the Xiao Chou as well as the hook. Didn't land. It didn't bring anything into fruition. So now we're seeing the set sail. It's onto Liang. He's able to flash out of there alive. Nobody's going to fall down just yet. There is no follow-up from TNX. He's still tucked far behind, but it's going to be Musang King into the backline, forcing Joe with a flash. It's going to be the Void Caller, keeping him in place. CC gets a lockdown. He's still on a no-death run. He falls. He's shut down. That's a 3-1 trade once again for Geekay at an important game state. They've lost Musang King.
They've lost the jungler, but not for Nemesis. Once Luna just jumped in, he was easily controlled by this duo. Frost and Leon again shining out on stage.
That's a beautiful way to take that game state that you were hindered by and take the enemy jungler away. There's no smites on board for either of these two teams, but there is a lot of space here for Geekay to be able to take this Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the survival, that ring is still be there, so it's gonna be the Tyrant goes over to Geekay. But I do like the way how they put the team fight into so many different layers, you know, a lot of back and forth that you can see.
Yeah, exactly. It's like an onion, but I mean, at least each time we're not crying as they're peeling it. Exactly, yeah. But it's making Nemesis cry at this moment in time, especially when it's not going in their favor. And speaking of which, gold is not going in their favor as well. They're behind by around about a steady 4k gold. That's slowly but surely mounting here into the 11-minute mark. L is looking for a hook.
And again, it's all about the hit.
Yep.
Well, L hook a ring at this certain stage, buying them time, saving the team to push back, or else it's going to be Musang King dashing in and get that denial on CC.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of looking at here in terms of itemization as well. Shishan and Je are just looking and be like, okay, if we are going to be the ones that's being pulled, we do have the Splendor.
Exactly.
But it's going to be a perfectly timed Splendor.
You need to predict that whether L is going to hook or not.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be like, okay, it's a kind of case-by-case basis, right?
Yeah.
If it's going to work, we need it to work. It's then going to transition into a much better team fight for us here as well. Joel using that poke just to try and clear out this minion wave here, using the Radiance as well. There it is. The Splendor cancels it just in a moment's notice. Byron into the back line. He is mobbing up the damage onto the side of Nemesis. Has just fell by at least 66%. And now Tufts falls as well as L. This is looking scary. It is a quadra kill here for the side of Geekay Esports.
They ace Nemesis. Musang King dashing in fearlessly because they know it's going to be their match point. And with their signature picks, this Frost and Leon and also Musang King dashing in minions on their way is going to be the victory. Goes over to Geekay Esports.
Absolutely. The redemption arc for Musang King does follow further into the story. The next chapter for the MKL representatives has been written. Here is your first semi-finalist, Geekay Esports.
And it's gonna be the double kill when they play against Nemesis, just like what they did in the upper bracket final in the group stage, which made them getting into the quarter. But this time they made it to the semi-final.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely a stark difference for Musang King this year, right? He's going to be so proud of himself and his team. But also, Guai, you're right. Both of these players, like we spoke about before this match even started, were both denied access into the playoffs in the last KWC. But now they are together, they are a band of brothers, and they are here to make a statement.
And to me, personally, I feel like this team, Geekay Esports, have grown more mature.
Yes.
Because you can see they fell behind. They suffered a lot from L's accuracy, right? They did really good job. And also check out Joe, right? Play so aggressively. They definitely fell behind in the early game. But the thing is that after this, everything just went so well in favor of Geekay.
Yeah, that Quai was a masterpiece at points.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there was a point in time where maybe Geekay were thinking, how are we going to overcome this one? But they adapted very quickly, building the Splendor, making sure that he was the vocal point, right? Like, if they hook somebody, use the Frigid Prison, lock him in place, follow up with the Winter is here, it becomes so hard for Hell to be the playmaker.
And I do love the way how Musang King is sacrificing himself, right? Try to make sure that he got a secure damage down upon the backliners, and also the synergy between Guai Yu and Musang King at the last team fight.
Yeah, very beautifully played by them both there. The Byron, the Jing, so well done. But it also is sort of very well complemented by that crowd control couple, the Liang, the Princess Frost. I feel like they wouldn't have been able to do it without every member of Geekay. Yes, Gem is 0, 2, and 7, but at that moment in time, someone's always going to have the lack of kills. But let's hear it from none other than Geekay Esports with the interview on stage.
Yes, my friends, we're here with our victors, Geekay Esports, and of course, Guayu joining us for a quick set of questions after this big victory. Congratulations, though. What does it mean to you to qualify into the top 4 and get even closer to the win on the crown?
I felt we are lucky because I think we haven't against the team that can give us pressure.
It was a choice. It was a great choice that you had in yesterday in our draw show, and it worked out really well. You win twice now against Nemesis. Very well done. Now, you had a great Guanyu in Game 3. Game 4, however, there was a loss. You almost won it perfectly cleanly as a game. How did you recover and take the win in Game 5?
Last year, my Guanyu is very bad, but I always learning from KPL now. I like to see the KSG silence. His Guanyu very good.
It was good inspiration, taking it from another legend in the region then. And your next matchup is either Kuaishao Gaming or Virtus Pro. Who do you think will be playing against you in the semifinals?
I think, of course, is KSG.
Okay, I mean, they're great for a reason. Anything you'd like to say to Kuaishao Gaming then, since you're so adamant that you'll be playing against them in semis?
小雨，你给我低调一点。
Very good. And finally, anything you'd like to say to the GK fans that have been supporting you for so long, and now especially in your big run from top 4 onwards?
Thank you for our fans watching us in live now. We will be more stronger.
Thank you very much. All right, now let's bring in the rest of the team. Come on over, GK. Come on over, Guayu. And let's all go to the back because we have a key to crush. Come on over, gentlemen. A big victory here for GK. And that's gonna mean a key crushed for Nemesis on the other side. We'll be saying goodbye to them, but in doing so, we guarantee this squad in the semifinals. Please, our keymaster is awaiting you. I'll be giving you directions on how to crush your opponent's key. It's one of my favorite things here at the Esports World Cup at KWC. And as the last seconds draw in, that's Team Nemesis out of the tournament. Yes, I know, it's scary, but they're done, they're dusted. You know what's scarier is being the team that gets crushed. GK advance to the semifinals. We'll break it all down with our panel.
Well, you could hear it, and if you're in the studio or watching at home, you could see it, that reaction from Guayu, formerly top 8, kept him apart from his trip to the championship, but now he is broken past that barrier and finally entered into a semi-final. He may be able to look even more past his 2024 successes here in a new reign in 2026, and his message to KSG means that they better watch out. Welcome back here, Rain Day, Isaac, and Sagi, to close out this set, to kind of also put some words as to what this means for Team Nemesis, who have gone home, which is of course a bit disappointing for them. They'll have wanted to do a little bit more, but it was really GK Esports who had so much of their number throughout this tournament, the second time they played them.
The better team won. Yeah. It's just like that. Like sometimes sports can be a little bit tough, but at the end of the day, it needs to be fair, and then the better team won. Right over there in the game number 4, Team Nemesis came up with a good idea. They were able to win that. In game 5, the beginning of the game, for me, it looks like when you're in a boxing match. And then for some reason, you kind of just lower your guard, you get hit. For the next 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, you're gonna feel drowsy, man.
Yeah,
you're gonna be a little
dazed.
bit dizzy, and then your feet are gonna be a little bit weak. And that was the first 6 minutes of this game number 5. Geekay Esports was not playing their best at the beginning, but after they just kind of recovered, they kind of just started breathing in, they became the top boxer that they can be.
To Isaac's point, right? Team Nemesis was finding a lot of successful jabs.
Yes.
But when Geekay Esports came in, they found the perfect uppercut, and that was just KO, done, and you're next.
You knew that was over. There was a moment you guys said, that's game. That's GG.
That's game.
It happened right after that. Those mistakes, you can't make them against a team of this quality.
No. Like if you really want to make your way all the way into the top 4, then you need to be almost perfect.
Yeah.
And that's what we're fighting for right now. Like top 8, that is really nice. That is a very good achievement. But top 4, that's creme of the creme.
Top 4 is one of those timers where you're talking to yourself like, man, one more win and I'm a grand finalist, and another win and I am a champion material going in for potentially that stage trophy that you've been seeing all day long.
And the beautiful thing is top 4 means you get a chance to fight for 3rd place, which is $280,000. It's $200,000 guaranteed for Geekay Esports. So they've been just excited the entire time. They were excited in the draw show. They were excited after the win here and crushing some keys. They're just excited about everything.
I just believe like the only moment where they're not excited is after they win.
Yeah.
Like after they win, like they're like the chillest, man. Like they just take off the headset, put it on the side, and like, all right, let's just go.
But what an accomplishment, Saki. You mentioned his journey. You were kind of filling me in on Guan Yu and his ability to play. I also wanted to highlight his looking towards really the top dogs, KSG in the KPL, one of the best teams in the world, and especially in China, and silences Guan Yu. He says he took lessons from that to improve his own game.
I think it's always good to learn from a considerably more supreme region like the KPL. They've been winning every single tournament, like back-to-back KWCs, and right now they have 2 top-tier teams in both upper and also the outer side of the bracket here. So if they can actually learn from them and adapt towards their gameplay style, maybe, just maybe, there might be a Cinderella story for the global teams.
Well, he may have to go up against Silence if all things go well the next day, and he's expecting that to happen, Isaac.
No, he's really looking forward to that.
Playing against your mentor.
Of course.
It's Kobe versus Jordan, right?
Come on, like if you have a chance to play against the best, why not? Just put me in there. I'm already top 4. What's the worst thing that could happen? If I have to beat him to make it to the championship, it means that I am final material. If I am not final material, just keep me there. Just keep me in the semifinals.
You don't want to be final material if you're not ready.
Of course.
If you're ready, you want it, and you want the challenge. So ready to take it up. That's going to be a good matchup. Of course, KSG still have to play tomorrow and still have to win their game. We're expecting that they'll have a good advantage, but you never know. This is that type of tournament. Standing by, though, it's always difficult to do these exit interviews, so we appreciate everyone who did it. A jungler who had a great performance, couldn't get it done as a team for Team Nemesis. Tianex is standing by with Sky to talk about what it means to be going home with their keys crushed.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. So I have 10X from Nemesis join us for the post-match interviews. Please say hi.
Hello, I'm Jungle by Nemesis 10X. Yeah.
Yes. So that game 4, it's so amazing. So we was wondering what happened during that break after game 3. What are you guys talking about?
Because we the score already 3-0. We like enjoy the game. Don't feel any pressure. Just enjoy the stage. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a do or die game, and you did this so well. So after all, you have made a huge step getting into the KWC 2026. You met a lot of very strong roasters by this way. So how would you describe the whole journey here in Paris?
This is amazing. Like can against strong team in the international tournament.
Yes.
And get a new experience. And I'm happy can against Geekay also. But I think we wouldn't do our best. But in my mind, I think we can at least go to ultimate better. But by the way, congratulations Geekay.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think we can consider this as a very valuable experiences, and you will improve definitely in the future. That you are facing new opponents, right? And you came to a new venue, especially in Paris. So how do you like the Paris, the environment here? Does it feel differently than the one you're used to in Indonesia?
I would say Paris is an amazing country. The food is so good and have many beautiful press. Yeah, I like this press, and this is my first time to come to Paris.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy, and the tournament stage is very, very good also. Yeah, I really like it. Yes. And now our journey already finished. I hope we can do our best to improve in the future.
Yes, of course, and hope you can enjoy Paris if you got time. So very last but not least, you got a lot of fans, friends, and family members supporting you guys all the way coming over to Paris. What will be the thing you want to say to them?
Thanks for your support us. So sorry we are lost, but we will keep improve in the future. Thank you.
Best wishes for you, TNX. Thank you so much for your sharing and time. And this will be it. Panel, back to you. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you. It's always good to hear those exit interviews. I was reflecting upon this, having some early morning coffee at the hotel, and I saw a clip of Michael Jordan, who we just mentioned, talking about the USA losing in the Ryder Cup, which is a golf tournament, and saying that, you need to have that loss sometimes.
Of course.
Not as a counterpoint to winning, but as a part of winning. Winning includes losing. Winning includes taking these lessons. So you can kind of make that argument for Nemesis. They've learned something valuable, but also for Geekay, having been undefeated, taking that loss, probably going to help them out heading into their next semifinal.
In order to grow, you need to lose sometimes, and that is just very important in sports. Like, it's 70% trying to win, 30% just accepting that sometimes you just need to take the defeat so you can actually find out the little mistakes that you need to improve. If you're always winning, you're going to start believing, oh, I'm perfect, so I'm not totally fine, and it's going to be very easy for you to actually fall.
Let's take a look at what's coming up later on today, because we have two matches, two best of sevens. Sagi, we've already seen Geekay Esports take down Team Nemesis. They've got themselves at least $200,000, a ticket to the third place matchup at the very least, and a spot to play again. But Rock Esports and Team Vitality coming up. You're going to be watching that one. Are you casting that one?
I'm not casting that one.
I'll be in the audience
stage just vibing with the others.
How are we feeling? How are we feeling about it? I know it'll be a vibe.
This is just a very cruel day coming in for the IKL fans, because they just lost Team Nemesis, their second placer, made history having two back-to-back IKL teams qualify to the top 8 of EWC. But is this where their journey ends? Because based on power rankings, based on what we've seen thus far, Rock Esports has been looking dominant.
I believe that Rock Esports, up until right now, they have been the biggest winners of this whole KWC 2026. They were able just to send to second place Aurora Gaming. Right now, they have an opportunity to make it all the way into top 4, coming in here as a third seed. So I am really looking forward for this one.
This will be an amazing one. Gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for making me continue to try to be the best dressed. I'll have to try tomorrow, because they beat me already. Or maybe I just give it up at the end of the day and just let these guys continue. Isaac Sagi, you'll be seeing them later on the broadcast, taking a break. We'll switch the panel out. I'm Rain Day. See you on the back end of this. And by the way, in the meantime, check out Momo's new Dan to Dan skin in game.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a bar from blow the house down.
China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
Well, we just saw Geekay Esports move on, and unfortunately for Team Nemesis, they were not able to keep their key and their dreams alive. Both crushed after a 4-1 victory, but best of 7 means anything can happen, and that game 4 made us think, could it be a comeback? Well, this game that we're turning your attention to now, our second and final series of the day here at KWC for our first knockout show, we are going to see potentially an even tighter matchup versus Rock Esports and Team Vitality. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day. I'm finally the best dressed person here at... Oh, man. One day I'm going to get it. But of course, we got the lovely Chantel and Ken joining us yet again, guys. Looking great, sounding great, hopefully, and ready for a great show.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm ready with the hype that we have for this game. I mean, that the previous match earlier, I wasn't expecting it for it to be that intense, maybe something like that.
I think at this point it shows that number one, IKL has grown, right? And the second part is there is more action to come. So I'm really excited because between Rock and Vitality, I think this one could be much more spicier.
Ken, are you going to be a little spicier today? You said be wary. What should I be wary?
Yes, I'm going to be a little spicier.
He's crazy. He said he gave me a warning, guys. So I'm ready for whatever Ken is going to bring, as of course, alongside the in-depth analysis. Rock Esports, let's focus in on them. This is a team that has shown up and been what I think Isaac and Sagi mentioned before they left, maybe the favorite coming into this one. Of course, Team Vitality from the IKL looking to bounce back. Their whole thing has been resilience. They've made it here despite having to reverse sweep Chantel. Both of these having their own identities, but it's going to be a matchup that you can't really count out till we get very deep in that best of 7.
Definitely for this matchup, it's another MKL versus IKL, and we all know that for MKL teams, they're like the top in terms of the Southeast Asian team. So I kind of feel like for Rock Esports also, they were a bit shaky on some of the international tournaments prior to this, but at the same time, when they were able to win against Aurora Gaming, there is already a statement for them.
Yes, because their history has been full of ups and downs. When they first came in, they were the powerhouse. They were the strongest. They won our Invitationals Season 3, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
But then it started to go a little bit more downhill for there. You know, teams started figuring out, okay, we know how these players play. We know the drafts that are coming in. And they got, absolutely destroyed in the later parts of the tournaments.
Group B winners taking down INF, Aurora Gaming. Those teams, Aurora specifically, still in, but we'll have to figure out how to transition from what Rock has done in the group stage and if they can keep that alive here in the knockout stages as well. We've already seen one MKL representative move on. Will Rock be next? As you see their team ready to go beside my face. We actually had Sky catch up with them for an interview pre-match to see how they're feeling about going into the quarterfinals.
Hello guys, I'm Sky, so I'm joined by Whippet. So say hi, please.
Hi, I'm Whippet.
How are you feeling right now?
Very excited.
More excited than yesterday?
Of course.
Okay, so your opponent, Team Vitality, they actually had a very close and tight matchup yesterday. Did you watch that?
Sure, I watched their match.
What do you think of their performance?
They are not that strong. I think they win because they are very lucky.
Yeah. Did you spot any kind of weakness during their play? What will be your target for today?
I saw a lot of weakness, I think.
Okay, that will be a target. That will be a thing you want to emphasize for today. So during the draft, you actually chose them to be your opponent. What the reason for that?
because we are very understand them.
You understand very much. So this will be your first match going against with Team Vitality. So how do you prepare for this? Because definitely it's a best of 7. It's so different when it's a best of 3.
We watch their game and also we fight with them so many times and we win them so many times and we just without losing any small match.
So are there going to be any new and special hero picks from your team for today?
No, I think we just classic pick.
Oh, classic pick. So do you think we have a possibility to see that ultimate battle for today?
No way.
No way. Very sure thing. So what would be the things you want to say to your opponent, Team Vitality, before everything started?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Enjoy the game.
Okay, enjoy the game. To you as well. Thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure. So take it away, panel. Bye.
I like how there could have been a little trash talk in there around like, enjoy the 4 games. Like it's not going to go any longer than that. Keeping it still respectful with it, but no way it's going best of 7. In his eyes, Rock feeling confident, Chantel.
Definitely, and he is very confident at the same time prepared for that. And what's really nice is that for Zankyu, the jungler of Team Vitality, he's actually teammates with some of the players of Rock Esports when there was still Nova Esports. So when he said that he knows how to play the other team, it just means that the knowledge is there. Maybe how Zankyu plays might be the point of weakness for Team Vitality.
Yes, so I'm gonna go with yes, you know him, but we have seen some changes, right? It's kind of like meeting a friend after a couple of years, and this person is completely different. Now, I think the first challenge for Vitality is, okay, they said classic picks, right? Simple, easy formula. But that is the truth. Rock does have a lot to offer, and it's up to Vitality to push them to the limit and draw out their actual cards that they should be playing.
Yeah, I think that's a really important part. It's going to be up to Vitality to do what we saw them do 2 games in a row, which is why they're here, which is show resilience, whether it was coming back and pushing a very long game or extending a series, reverse sweeping back as well. All the way from John Q with his yes, one-word answers and signature style in interviews, or to Ball's performance. We had a chance to talk with him heading into this matchup.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. Good to be back, and here we go. We got Ball to join us for the pre-match interviews. How are you feeling? Any different feeling than yesterday?
I think I'm feeling the same.
They're feeling the same.
Yes.
But yesterday the match is really, really intense. So do you feel like you need to do different things for today's matchup so you can win easily?
I think we need to fix more on our early and our draft, I think. Because yesterday a bit messy.
Yeah, that will be the improvements we're going to see for today, right?
Yes.
So how did you reset your mental and physical state within such a short time? Because the last game you got was yesterday.
I think just get enough sleep lah. Because yesterday we play again tomorrow.
Yes.
There's no time to rest. So tonight we just sleep until our body good condition.
Of course. But actually you got picked during the draw ceremony yesterday, right? So your opponent is going to be Rock Esports. How do you feel about this opponent?
Of course, it will be really hard because they also beat Aurora in the group stage, right? But I think we have a chance lah. We can still try our best.
So before everything started, it's going to be a specific player you guys want to target towards. Is going to be that player?
I think no lah. I think they all play really good. So I think we need to do our best as a team.
Okay. So what will be the things you want to say to your teammates before things started?
I hope we can enjoy the game and play in scrims lah.
Thank you for your time, Bull. Always a pleasure working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This will be it. Back to you. See you.
Sometimes you've taken the bait of these questions, Ken, so I'm going to go to you as well. He didn't say there was a specific player they needed to focus on, but if you are Ball, and you're not, you're you, but you're answering that question, who is that player that they need to shut down or contain if Vitality is going to be successful?
Sure. 100%. Yeah. This guy has been the wings for the side of Rock Esports, and year on year, we've seen this guy help Rock Esports climb back from the grave, and it's very scary. He's the #1 target you need to take a look at, right? Give him the worst laning phase possible, give him the worst heroes if you can, and hopefully Vitality uses that advantage to take a game. Series, we'll talk about it later.
Chantel, I think that's a really good point because you sometimes look at these things as elements of one player thriving and trying to shut that down, but it's impossible to avoid that this is a team effort and you cannot play individually when it comes to getting these types of global achievements, whether it's in the map and grabbing a lord a tyrant, or it's in the moment of winning a team fight.
Yeah, of course. I think also that's the same formula that Team Vitality has coming to KWC, because before they are heavily relying on Zankyu, right? But with the rostering, it goes to show that they had the supporting cast already to amplify how great Zankyu is. It's more like of them playing individually great and playing great as a team as well.
Well, make sure to play great by jumping into Honor of Kings. You can go ahead and play right now if you're waiting, where you want to do something while we're talking here on stage. Use that QR code and get ready. Jump into some ranked and have some fun. Okay, coming up, we've got a great matchup. Our second series of the day is about to kick off, and it is going to be a good one. Rock Esports trying to see if they can break down what has been the most resilient team in the last 2 days, who have had barely any time to turn around. Let's send it over to your stage to get our players walking out and begin our second series of the day. It's going to be a fun one. Okay, well, we are going to wait a little bit to go to stage. So we're going to talk over these players. And again, Ken, I guess final thoughts, final statements from you guys before we head over.
I think we take a look at both teams being the superstars of their own leagues. This is the world stage, and you only have one chance. A lot of pressure on both teams. For the side of Rock, they have to make it work. IKL, on the side of Vitality, last chance, last IKL team.
Definitely also for IKL, for majority of the international games or international tournaments that they played, they always end up 5th to 8th place. So this is the time for them to go a little higher for the region.
$200,000 on the line with a win here. That's one heck of a couple of games of HOK. I can't say that you'll earn that when you download the game off that QR code, but these players certainly stand a chance. $280 for third and $1 million potentially on the line with $600K split for first. They're fighting for it all here as we begin our second series.
From this point forward, every series could be their last. This is the playoffs of the Honor of Kings World Cup at the Esports World Cup. Milosh, we witnessed our first best of 7, and?
Well, it was a bit of a washout in some ways, right? Geekay had control in the vast majority of the game. Yes, they dropped one game in the series, but regardless, they proved to be the better team. They made the choice yesterday. They played Nemesis, and they're able to beat them not only in group stage, but on the main stage in best of 7s. We're hyping it up. Maybe we'll go to a game 7. Was not the case, but that's fine. A key is crushed. That's good to go. We have our first semifinalists ready to go, but our next game coming up carries a little bit of baggage, Mara.
Our second series of the day carries a little bit of history. Rock Esports versus Team Vitality yesterday in the draw. Rock had the opportunity to have the first pick, and Muchi had his eyes set on Zankyu from Vitality, a player that he knows all too well, a former teammate. And so today, familiarity becomes ammunition. Rock Esports got to pick the matchup. Team Vitality can make them regret it.
Let's then not dilly-dally any longer, introducing our first team, Rock Esports! The Big Birds triumphed in the KWC group stage, and when presented with the opportunity, immediately dove in for the choice. Reinvigorating after beating MKL rivals Aurora, they look poised for yet another international run full of success.
And up against them is Team Vitality! Resilience is their identity. Belief is their weapon. And until the final crystal falls, they're never out of the fight. Just when you think you have them under control, that's when they become even more dangerous. Considered to be the comeback kings, surprising their opponent until the very end.
Big birds against bees on the other side. Who will sting harder in this matchup? So please, Vitality, please, Rock, you may go. Gentlemen, place your keys, take your seats. And of course, for team captains, remember to shake hands before we start our matchup here. Zankyu and Mutsi, two players who know one another quite well. There's the little game from Zankyu. They're ready to get this one started. So let's break it all down on our panel before we get started with our game.
Thank you, Milo Shinmara. Rock Esports trying to go against Vitality. I mentioned a bunch of numbers, but let me clarify here. First place, $600,000 and a chance to lift that trophy. And if you can take down the defending champions, which is going to be a tall task of AGAL, even more to you. But on this side of things, at least $200K by making a semifinal. That is a lot to play for. And Chantel, Ken, this is a game that we are hoping to see be as competitive as possible. We've got that potential final game 7 where it's blind pick, but to get there, we need to see one team take control of the series and another team bounce back.
And given that we are already in a best of 7, it begs the question, do you get your favorite heroes on game number 1? There's the hero economy. Are we playing our best duo combos in terms of the latter portions of the game, something like that? It's more like them choosing the better poison against the other.
Yes, so you have the cost, but it is not the price, because the price you pay might be a little bit more expensive. If you don't win with the heroes you want and you get, you might regret it later on.
It's kind of a fallacy to consider value and longevity when it comes to not overspending in a game of winner takes all, because there's no chance to conserve or get that back if you don't win. So everything spent to win is worth it, even if you spend it enough and you have to claw your way to that finish line. The team that conserves may not have a chance to get back, as we saw earlier in our set.
So both set of fans, they don't want the game number 7, but on the panel here,
we wanted to.
You two.
We want the 7. That's the 50-50 mark. I want all the action in the world today.
Me too. And Chantel, you kind of got a little curse going on with long games, huh? Long series.
It's not just me.
You too, Ken?
Our friend Kindolfo has the curse as well.
Domain expansion.
Oh no!
You are stuck with us.
Game 7. that is a funny domain expansion. Imagine you're late for a meeting and then you see Ken and he starts to hit his ultimate. Oh no, this is double trouble, especially if Chantel is around. Best of 7 would be a fun one for all of us at home as well. So if you're watching, let us know in the chat. What do you want to see? A fast one? You want to see it go all the way? We've got the chance here. We'll see if the players take it. To get it over to our casters to begin the draft, it's Rookie and Holler for game 1.
Playoffs day number 1. This is the second series and of course the final one of the day. And of course this is an elimination game. Rock Esports going up against Team Vitality. My name is Holler. With me is of course Rookie Cast. Your thoughts on this series?
Of course I'm going to be representing my nation today. Vitality coming in a pretty lucky run so far for those 2 matches behind. But again, they are here. They're in the top 8. Shari, Chantel, a bit too wide, smiling for today's matchup we see. But again, I'm just hoping for the best for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I think your bias is showing a little bit. I mean, let's get that out of the way. I do think it's nice that you're able to represent here. But again, with this one, it was kind of an interesting one where Rock Esports, the number 1, they got lucky with that group draw. And they were like, actually, we want you, Team Vitality.
Yeah, it's going to be a classic rematch coming in for ROC and also Vitality. Because as Chantel mentioned in the table that Team Vitality's jungle, Zankyu, was an ex-player of Nova Esports, now known as Rock Esports. So we're going to see a classic old friend matchup coming in for the draft. And again, with the banner picks coming into this match.
While the friendship was definitely there in terms of ex-teammates, how would you feel if you were selected? If you were that guy, if you were Zankyu in those shoes?
I mean, like, they're good friends, right? We have seen the handshake before.
Right.
He played on. It's still fun against those 2 players. But we're going to see, is the match going to be a heated one? Coming in as the first pick, the flex for Team Rock Esports. Chucha is also a good starter.
Yeah, very good starter. More of an aggressive, hero here that you can kind of flex into whatever you like, kind of making things a little bit ambitious. And now we've kind of entered the final phase of the EWC here. And with these playoffs, we're going the distance, best of 7. So again, with that global ban pick, the fact that you can only pick that hero once, it adds quite an element in terms of this 4D chess that you're playing in terms of the draft here.
100%, especially coming in for ROC, a team that is very disciplined, coming into the top 8, beating Aurora. It's an interesting matchup coming in because we know that Aurora was the favorites of the group and expected to be one of the strongest teams in the series, but answering the flex Churchill pick with a very strong laning hero, the Idea and Arlie, 2 of the best roamer and farm laners in this meta right now.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities. And I mean, the way that they're kind of building this one, I mean, the Dharma Lapu Lapu, you've got a lot of control. Basically, you're saying, hey, this is our team fight. We're going to lock it in here. But it looks like Team Vitality, they're going to go straight off the bat. This is something that they haven't really been picking with the Florentino, and they're going to give it to Ball early.
Yeah, again, Ball has been amazing at the Clash lane. But speaking of bootcamp, Ball has been performing really well. He's one of the longest players to ever play Florentino, coming in at 10 years now in the HOK pro scene. And looking at the enemy here, Shran bringing his one of favorite heroes coming into HOK, the Dharma pick with the Lapu Lapu as the setup. It's going to be very interesting because both teams still have Lorion available as the mid laner, one of the recent favorites coming into KWC.
Wait, Ball's been playing Florentino for 10 years?
For 10 years.
Like, how do you kill something that which has no life, right, at that point?
Yeah, because, again, if we're talking about that, like, a lot of teams have respected his Florentino coming in to KWC, but we're talking about the best of 7 here. The best of 7, anything can happen, and you need a very wide hero pool. And coming in, closing in for Wendy's hero pool, speaking of hero pool, is going to be Haya and also Xiao Chao, 2 of the strongest single target mid laners.
Yeah, definitely want to focus in on here, especially since that is open towards that second phase of which direction they want to go. They need a little bit more in terms of the damage department. I think that if we're talking about Rock Esports, again, this is a best of 7. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, but taking game 1 really sets the tempo of this series.
Yeah, again, the tempo is what matters coming in to this top 8. And especially speaking of tempo, it's going to be very difficult to go against ROC or Rock Esports, one of the teams who is doing really well in the early game, and they could just control the game the whole match and lead the game to a total dominance if they are given the early game. But the Kaiser pick, again, one of the favorites coming in, and one of the draft that defeated Blacklist in that best of 3.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, when your Zancu has that Kaiser type and you're looking at exactly how Rock could potentially get onto the Arlie, the Idea, Florentino, these are kinds of guys that are squishy. They need a big brother, if you will. Kaiser fills all of those boxes.
Yeah, Kaiser has been really, really amazing at taking in those burst damage, and especially with the Chota and also the Dharma pick, it's going to be difficult for Team Vitality if they don't have a front laner. That's why they're picking Kaiser on this roster. They need a mid laner. Coming in, the Lorion is still available. A possible deny pick coming in from Rock Esports too.
Yeah, and also going back to the draft, I mean, with the bans, the Zachiao is like that perfect mid to potentially counter the Arlie, right? When you see the Parasol, you know where that light step is going to go, and be able to Honey Sweep Breeze it will just basically just execute her on the spot.
Yeah, especially coming into this new meta, this new patch, early game is everything. When you control the tempo of the early game, you can hold the game as long as you want, take the game to the late game, and destroy the opponents just by that small of a lead. That's why Xiao Chao has been very dominant this whole tournament. Getting those early game damage with the fan and with that knockup could be very annoying, especially coming in with that Kaiser pick from Team Vitality. Better to be safe than sorry.
Definitely be safe than sorry. Right here, the coaches, it looks like they're going to shake hands. They're going to be getting underway as we go into, of course, game number 1. Again, who's going to be taking this one? Who will set the tone? But again, with the fact that, you know, we already saw Team Nemesis bounce out. That's one of your IKL teams. If we were to see a secondary one, how would you feel, Rookie?
I think it's going to be a heartbreak day for me, Hauler. But hopefully, at least Team Vitality could bring so much of a fight because I want to see their will. I want to see how they could defeat one of the Titans coming into KWC. But we are going to see the first matchup against Team Vitality and Rock Esports.
Yeah, I think for Team Vitality, that is, this is a never say die attitude type of team, right? They are never going to give up. And until that crystal literally goes down, even with 1 HP, they will not give up anytime soon.
Yeah, they have been amazing this whole tournament, especially controlling their emotions against teams such as MIBR Lost and also Blacklist, who control the tempo in the early game. And right now, they're facing a very, very strong-willed hero. And for you guys who are watching at home, you can submit your voting and also your support to HOK. Don't forget to follow our social media for all of the eSport news across the globe.
Yeah, and as we look in towards this bottom lane, I mean, Lanfeng, it looks like a little bit of action in the bottom. Waypit just kind of getting a little bit of a stun, just saying, hey, I'm still around. But Jetmith, with this rotation, I think that if we're talking about who needs to be making that initial contact, that aggressive move, which team do you think needs that?
I think like for the early game, it's going to be Vitality controlling the tempo for the first 4 minutes because they've brought up a very aggressive lineup here. They got the early idea pick to control the tempo on the farm lane. The Florentino, we know as one of the most dominant Clash laners in this meta. And Florentino could be very good against heroes such as Dharma and also Ukyo Tachibana. So keep in mind, ROC or Rock Esports, they need to be safe in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, I really like how Ball is on this Florentino here, but again, it's more about the isolation, the solo plays. If he's able to kind of take advantage of that, that lane dominance, because again, he is an absolute assassin when it comes to that one-on-one.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-on-1 against Muchi and also Lanfeng. And again, speaking of Team Vitality, coming into this IKL season, they have been playing very similar to Rock Esports in the MKL because they are focusing so much on the jungle and also the farm laner. So F1 is tasked to babysit Lanfeng for the 4th minute, making him so comfortable that he could carry after the 10th minute later.
Yeah, you would think that both of them would be very familiar. I mean, ZonQ coming in, he was on the Rock Esports side. He knows how that playstyle will be. So he'll just continue to bring that dominant playstyle that MKL really likes.
Yeah, and I was wondering, like, Wendy coming in with the Zillia pick, like, the Sanctification could possibly go to Kongling or to Muchi. But if you're talking about late game dominance, I think Muchi could possibly be the single solo carry that Rock Esports needed.
Okay, talking a little bit about Wendy, bottom lane.
Oh, Muchi trying to get so much out of Lanfeng here, just coming in to test the waters in the first 3 minutes. I think that ROC Esports, they're just going to play a little bit passive-aggressive here.
Yeah, you're talking about testing the waters, but for me, I'm scared. I'm like, Lanfeng, what are you doing? You're getting out of position. But of course, he's able to light step on back, negate most of this. And again, you want to keep Rock Esports on their toes, if you will.
Oh, Shran coming in with a Truth Mantra, coming in with a Gentleman's Duel. It's going to be a 1v1 against Ball and also Kongling. But the first blood coming in to Team Rock Esports. ZonQ getting in with that invisible warrior, but ZonQ is still human at best.
Human at best. Again, not the superhero mode yet. He just needs more time, of course, to get some of those items. But Ball in the front, it looked like he was like, hey, I got jumped on, but where are my friends? They were right on this back, a little bit late to the party, if you will.
I think if we're seeing Florentino pick, a lot of the teams that are facing Florentino, they're going to focus on the Clash lane. Because of the laning solo potential of Florentino is amazingly big. That's why they want to shut it down as soon as possible. That's why Ball was initiated almost every time on the first team fight. They want to pressure the Clash lane.
Yeah, for sure. And Ball is definitely one. Lanfeng is number 2. And you've seen it in terms of how they've been rotating, the bottom and the top. Again, trying to get on top of them to limit as much as possible. And getting, of course, first blood onto Ball is going to put him further behind.
And that's scary. Looking at Rock Esports roster, getting the 5-second Tyrant kill alone has been so dominant in the first 4 minutes. And right now, ROC, they are trying to dominate the river here.
Yeah, they're trying to dominate, but look at that with this universal law, paving the red path, the red carpet, if you will, right into the mid lane, kind of setting them up. Rock Esports, I like the way that they're being aggressive, understanding that they do have a lead.
Yeah, they're trying to control the tempo here. They just want to make ZonQ unavailable for those big team fights. And look at Sven. He's just cutting the lane, cutting the minions, making him rotate as comfortable as possible, making the Florentino switch lanes. And right now, ROC or Rock Esports, they're trying to take a control of the early game.
definitely trying to take control. I mean, if we're talking a little bit about this draft here, Team Vitality are kind of picking heroes that are kind of not the top tier, but they're definitely more comfortable looking to thinking that this series is going to go long. They're going to have a lot of other choices as we go on. I mean, I think the Arlie and Idea, they were like, okay, we're going very hot and heavy, and then Rock kind of responded in kind. But I mean, if we're talking about valuable picks that will be available, but as I go,
Waypit coming and going for Lanfeng being the sole target here. The Florentino Ball trying to dance around with that triple threat coming in. Ball gets picked off. Double kill for Kong Ling.
Rock Esports, all gas right now, no breaks, finding the moments, right? Somebody's trying to go into your jungle, they're gonna make beat, they're gonna pay with their lives.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting looking at Vitality's plan coming into Kong Ling's jungle while he's being so dominant this game. The first 5-minute gold spike has been going to Rock Esports.
Yeah. I mean, this entire game, right? I mean, we're heading the 6-minute mark. They're invading, they're taking away the Crimson Golem. This is very frustrating, especially as a jungler. ZonQ's got like, okay, we are definitely behind. How do we get back in? Maybe we find some sort of pick off in this mid lane here.
I think they need to hold the game. No more aggressive gameplay until the 10th minute, because right now their gold spike has been falling behind. Look at Sean opening the vision for Team Rock Esports, looking for an opening, but the flash coming in from the ball. Florentino dancing around. The Raging Sea connects to 4. Look at the players coming in. Muchi getting that beautiful kill onto Ball and F1.
I mean, the way that they've been able to assassinate, you know, Ball and F1 in this case and get away, I mean, they're getting away with literally murder at this point. But checking out this replay, the first dive in, caught him out, Lanfeng, and it looks like F1 were on the wrong side of town. Yes, F1 will get away, but expending the flash, trying to go in, not going to get too far, is Kong Lin will chase you down.
Yeah, it's like what you said before, like there's going to be Ball as the first target and then Lanfeng. They've been checking the check marks a lot of time in these big team fights. And right now, Team Vitality looking very uncomfortable on the late game. On the 7-minute, the gold cap has gone as far as 3,000 here.
Yeah, you're talking about people that are uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable, right? Because of the fact that Ball, he's been completely focused. He's not able to get his game going. And I think that it's also because they're completely avoiding ZonQ.
It's going to be very difficult, especially for Florentino, because he's not getting his power spike now. And looking at the team fight capabilities of Team Vitality, they haven't reached their power spike. And comparing it to Rock Esports, they've been playing really well. They're doing the gold sharing mechanic, getting so much gold on every lane as possible, making Team Vitality as difficult as ever to join those big team fights.
Yeah, and Team Vitality here, I mean, I do think that late game they'll probably be in a better spot, but are they able to see the late game? Especially with Rock Esports, you have the Jia, you have, you know, the Dharma that can potentially just turn a team fight. I think it's going to be very tough for Vitality, but they need to find their moments to really come back into this.
Ooh, it's going to be the Rings of Judgment coming in. ZonQ trying to poke back the damage. The Raging Sea connects to ZonQ. Ball going to disengage. Muchi coming in to chop the defense. Team Vitality getting picked on once again.
Yeah, Ball tried to go in at the same time as ZonQ. They were in tandem, but Ball was like, okay, he had to bail because he got focused. That left ZonQ isolated in that little pit, was not able to get back to safety. And it looks like Rock Esports, with this 4K net worth lead, are starting to do way too much damage. But as we check out this, you know, the replay here, the Invincible Warrior, that's nice, but the 2-man stun, and look at how Ball has to just run for the hills. ZonQ stuck in, nowhere to go.
It's crazy, right? Like, Muchi and also Waypit has been so good this game. Like, we know that Muchi is going to be the solo carry coming in with Wendy's Sanctification, but Waypit, he's been setting up so many good team fights for his teammates, making them getting the advantage on almost every fight.
Yeah, and actually going back to the interview that we saw with Sky, I mean, Waypit was trash talking, right? He was saying that this is not going to go to an ultimate battle. We're just going to dominate. We're going to take over this game. All of these things right now are coming to fruition.
Yeah, they're trying to get their winning condition now with Rock Esports, getting those objectives, those big towers, and also getting 2 Tyrants, making Team Vitality unavailable for those big team fights in the early game. Basically, they're doing what Blacklist did in Game 3 against Team Vitality. And right now, they're not gonna make the same mistake.
Well, we have still yet to see that. I mean, we have it in the 10-minute mark, but if Team Vitality, it seems like they don't actually wake up until they lose all their T3s.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming in for the Kaiser pick here because they need a lot of items to make him very, very sustainable for those big team fights. But right now, Genmid has been covering so much for ZonQ, and ZonQ isn't dealing the damage that they've predicted that they wanted in the early game. Right now, the focus on Team Vitality is to focus on giving so much gold to Lanfeng so he could change the tempo of the team fights.
Have to change the tempo, but this, I mean, the Shadow Tyrant is going to be easily picked off. Look at how the fortifications up in front with these two members from Waypit and Wendy. It's like you can't even get to it. The Shadow Tyrant already taken down.
I think that was like a bit of misinput coming in from Waypit. The Raging Sea trying to capture ball just in the nick of time. But again, Gentleman's Duel not only gives you a bit of a dash, but a CC immune passive to your body. So ball could not easily get caught by that big bait coming in from Waypit and also Wendy. But again, looking at the items here, ball is going to try to be the second layer of the team fight. The Blazing Cape for that anti-heal capabilities and also Pure Sky making him survive in the long team fights.
I mean, that net worth. Ball is actually, he's died the most on the team, but at the same time, he's the highest net worth. So at the same time, something seems like like very ironic in that sense of just not having the right distribution in terms of the gold here.
Yeah, ball is going to be very interesting coming in with that side lane push for Team Rock Esports, just pressuring another point here, but Rock trying to find an opening.
Not able to find this. I mean, this is also the slow sieging from Rock. They have all the time in the world. They have a massive lead, but they're going
look at ball diving in with the Gentleman's Duel, trying to find someone here. Waypit is going to be their target. ZonQ opening that ultimate, but they're just going to disengage. Rock Esports just poking the bear around.
Yeah, poking the bear, but at the same time, Ball needs to stop being a gentleman. He needs to be the crazy guy that he was yesterday on that Charlotte, with being able to dive deep, getting to that back line. He has not been able to do so because of the way...
Whoa, look at that! Smooth Monster coming in! Ball being the target, the man with the mark on his back. A dangerous trade coming in for Rock Esports.
All by himself, just going into the mid lane. I was saying he needs to be less like a gentleman, but hey, you can't be giving up yourself like free food here. He's all the way by himself. Rock Esports making him pay.
I mean, it's scary, right? To be the guy with the target on his back on every team fight. Making him uncomfortable is Rock Esports' true mission. And right now, without Ball, with 4 death count, it's going to be very difficult for Team Vitality to get those single target picks and single target initiations.
All right, but Team Vitality are like, haha, we got them right where we wanted them. We have 0 kills to our name, and that's exactly what happened with Blacklist International when they were able to come back in Game 3. They got 1 kill when Joshi went a little too deep. They're looking for someone to make the same sort of mistake here.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting here. But again, playing passive is not always the answer, especially coming in for Team Rock Esports, the team that has so much discipline in the MKL, but opening at the Wings of Judgment just to clear the wave in the mid lane, watching the Vanguards come.
Yeah, if I'm going to be completely honest though, playing passive Honor of Kings is losing Honor of Kings. And I think that Team Vitality need to change things up, but this siege is going to be tough to hold here.
Yeah, they're just trying to defend here. The high ground has been chopped off. The bottom lane is left. Lanfeng going to disengage to fight Team Rock Esports. Kongling trying to poke it back again. F1 just kiting up this team fight.
Kiting, but look at, again, taking everything, all that space. They're going to take the bottom T3 as well.
They just wanted something out of the team fight, but look at Swan trying to open up the map. ZonQ targeting Muchi is going to be 1v1 coming in. Waypit trying to poke the bear here, opening that ultimate, coming for Ball, getting that Gentleman's Duel, but Muchi poking them back. Lanfeng just trying to clear the wave as fast as he can, but right now Rock Esports, they need to fall back.
Okay, this is one of many defensive holds when they have no T3s to their name. Team Vitality holding on at least for now, but again, the way the Rock Esports were kind of going in, and at the same time you saw the plan and the strategy of Team Vitality of, hey, let's get on top of Muchi. ZonQ was the only one that tried. Everybody needs to get on the same page and find Muchi for them to have a chance here.
Ooh, Swan playing the dangerous card here, just opening, being the CCTV of Rock Esports, trying to find a way, but right now they're just trying to secure that Shadow Tyrant. The boost in damage is going to help them initiate a bigger team fight against Team Vitality.
Vitality had a numbers advantage. I mean, yes, they knew that there was at least one member in that Tyrant pit as the Tyrant was just demised there, but I think that for the rest of the Vitality, they're playing scared again. Now, how do they hold on against this onslaught?
Waypit just watching over the crystal here. Swan just trying to find an opening, but ZonQ coming in, trying to get that triple man knockback. But Ball! That's it in the backline, getting for that dual wave hit, being that target, but Ball gets taken down. Swan dances around again, but look at that. Muchi chopping up the defense. Genmit being the last man standing. Rock Esports, absolute dominance.
Absolute dominant play right there. They were in full control. They were getting jumped on, and they were able to kind of dodge that even further. They were never really being able to be killed. The way that they were playing, it was like playing with their food almost. It seemed like Team Vitality were trying to get the jump. Rock Esports are like, ha ha ha, always at arm's reach.
They're very disciplined indeed. They're a very, very disciplined team, and making them play the long game wasn't as good as Vitality planned it out to be. They wanted mistakes. They wanted to capitalize on the mistakes, but Rock Esports is a picture-perfect team.
Picture perfect, very clean, and they've shored up a lot of the weaknesses as they were coming into this KWC, especially since they were able to take down Aurora. That speaks volumes about this team, but against Team Vitality in Game 1, it was just too much Rock Esports in the end.
Yeah, again, looking at Team Vitality's game here, it's still pretty passive comparing last games against MIBR loss and also against Blacklist International. So Vitality, they need to step up. If not, they're just gonna drown in those deep waters that Rock Esports conjured up.
Yeah, and it's gonna be tough there, but that was just Game 1. Let's see what the panel had to say about this one.
Well, it was a very difficult game when you've got a Zia who's going to about level 19, hasn't died yet, and you give Rock Esports what they want, which is patient, slow, steady, sure play that builds a lead, and they take advantage of it. No mistakes from what Rookie and Holler were talking about is maybe a perfect team. How did you feel, Chantel?
I was kind of surprised, not really surprised with the performance of Rock Esports, but it most probably was the cleanest game or cleanest performance by the team yet at KWC 2026. They did 4 amazing points on that game. First would be they stopped Bal's hero on that lane. There was a time wherein Longfeng died, so it means that the side lanes weren't actually as efficient as it might be for the side of Team Vitality. Zia was maximized. I mean, Zia was level 7.
Yeah.
A level 14 at 7 minutes, if I might say. So that was pretty fast for a Zia game. And we know that if you have a Zia on your lineup, it just means that you want to scale up pretty fast on a game. And most especially, there was no chance or no breathing room for Team Vitality because every time that there is a jungle that they can invade for a Rock side, they're always there for invasion.
I'm very scared for our safety right now because...
Should I be worried?
I think we all need to, right? The Rock seems to be listening to us inside the back room, right? We were saying, hey, let's put some focus on Xuan. And they went a completely different direction this time. They actually went with Wendy.
Yeah.
So Wendy was playing the Zia, which is the old man that you see.
That's right.
And, they call it wise advice because you learn from experience. And this guy, with every buff that they had available on the side of Vitality, it was always contested. But who else was there? Wendy was there. He got the extra EXP, like Chantel said. What, 7 minutes?
Don't be confused. I was the one who
level
was confused
14
earlier.
at 7 minutes.
Yes.
That's very fast. And he gave that sanctification, that extra EXP to Muchi. So Muchi benefited so much. At one point in the game, this guy, look, he didn't even fall once.
So there must have been a bigger problem here because I liked what Holler said, where if you're playing these if you're playing Honor of Kings, you're not playing fast. You're not really playing Honor of Kings the way it's going to get away.
Honor of Kings.
You're playing losing Honor of Kings. So Zia, late game scaling, but he's level 14 by minute 7. What went wrong in stopping what should be a late game character and allowing him to excel so early?
For Team Vitality, it's more of them not protecting majority of the areas, specifically the river side. I mean, in the entire game, there was no control over that, and they didn't really stop the potential on Wendy's Zia because they could have stopped it prior level 4.
Sure. And they also took out Bao. So when Bao's responsibility in this game is also to manage the waves as a clash laner. That's your role. So Bao fought quite a few times, which means there was no split push pressure. You couldn't get Lamfeng to dive into the jungle alone, so there was a risk there. they couldn't do everything. And at 13.5 minutes, their base was empty on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, and just imagine there was this point in the game. I think that was 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes. And players of Rock Esports were actually zoning out or chasing out the players near the inhibitor tower. So that says a lot. And having 10-1 on the kill score, actually that the 1 kill of Team Vitality was when Rock Esports was trying to end the game. So it's more of a statement for Rock Esports.
I mean, when you have a late game composition, you're assuming that, you know, your late game is actually later in the game. But when you go late game, early game, I mean, at this point, not even early game beats that because it's only 7 minutes and everyone's scaled already.
Yeah, it's like a pre-game, right? And pre-games are dangerous. Okay, I'm not going to give you the context on that, but pre-games can be dangerous. And especially when you are having a good pre-game start and then you go to mid-game. I think there was no mid-game down here. It was just straight late game for the side of Rock Esports.
Well, like a good pre-game, you sometimes don't make it to late game. How about that? So let's bring up another conversation, which is what do you do? How do you bounce back from this one? Because I think if you're looking at Vitality, the name of the game is resilience. The name of the game are these late game win conditions. They have to slow it down somehow, I would imagine, Chantel, or at least get some of the momentum not swinging so far in Rock's direction, or have an answer at how to disrupt it if it starts to.
Definitely for your Team Vitality, if not focus on the clash lane, the farm lane should be safe. I mean, they had this strong duo at the farm lane, but both deteriorated on that game. So they don't really want those side lanes to be at a threat on the early stages of the game because it just means that majority of the players around the map would need to react on that area.
Well, with Florentino being picked, and that's a pick, you know, that you would expect would get them a little bit of an advantage in that with how successful that hero has been. Now what do? Do you kind of switch gears? Do you still prioritize that? Try to get an early, strong pick in that lane?
I think based on that concept, we can zoom out a little bit as well.
Okay.
So, yes, you've used these picks, but this is a best of 7, so there are many more picks available for you. I think you can still be calm, right? Yeah. Try to burn out more heroes on the side of Rock Esports and see what happens. Ideally, you want to win, but it is what it is.
I'll ask you to go a little deeper as well on another matchup. Windy, he was hard to shut down the Zia, but was there a mid that you would have liked to see? We saw the Lorian banned out. Is that something that would have put a better tempo onto the side of Vitality?
I would like to see more Xiao Xiao, more Angela. These are early game heroes.
A little more burst,
we'll probably see them, right? Because we haven't seen the Pei come out, our dear Tiger Boy. When the Tiger comes out, he has to eat.
Yeah, probably Pei would be available around 4th game, just in case we're stretched into a 5th game, something like that. But it seems like for Team Vitality, they need to focus on securing a farm lane again. Same with their strategy, because there would be a scarcity, of course. There's not much strong farm lane heroes when it comes to the latter portions of the best of 7 series. So probably they might want to switch on those assassin heroes again for Zankyu for the next couple of games.
I mean, there's no denying that Zankyu, despite only giving us 1-word responses in interviews, is a big role in here. A little bit muffled, I would say, in this first game. How does he bounce back?
Just keep the energy. There's a reason why he says 1-word answers only.
Slow and steady, I think, for Zankyu.
Yeah. All right, we'll find out. It's Vitality trying to bounce back in game 2. So far, it's been all Rock Esports. We'll see if that can shift up here as we throw it back over to Holler and Rookie.
So much, panelists, as we're going to go into Game 2's draft. Let's talk a little bit about that first game here. For me, it didn't seem like Team Vitality were picking some of the best heroes available.
Honestly, it hasn't been their power picks for Game 1, especially with Zankyu on the Kaiser, making him very uncomfortable being the first layer of the team fight. And again, we can see in the last skirmish where he tried to do a double man knockback, tried to get that momentum, but the damage output wasn't enough. And again, we know that he was trying to make a way for Balls Florentino. But again, shutting down the Florentino was Rock's Esports' first checklist of the match.
100%. And actually, if you'd been paying attention to Team Vitality yesterday, every comeback ran through Ball's play, right? And I think that at the same time, they were like, okay, we just limit Ball, let somebody else step up. And right now, in looking at Game 1, Team Vitality, none of the other players were able to step up here.
It's going to be very hard, especially coming in for Kaiser pick. And again, they did ball very, very dirty on the first game. Team Rock Esports, they pressured so much, especially on the first minute until the 10th minute, making the Florentinos so uncomfortable and making it unviable for those big team fights. And if we're looking at the first phase of the ban here, Lapu Lapu and also Pei is going to be closed out. Two of Team Vitality's signature heroes.
Yeah, and I love that about Rock Esports. And this is what esports is all about. When you know that they're good players, especially all-stars, and people that are really just like taking over the game, you got to shut them down, right? You got to put the full court press and make sure that he doesn't have a good chance. And I think that they did a great one in game 1.
100%. Like, we are seeing so much control coming in for that, for their gameplay in the early game, especially shutting down the clash lane and also making ZonQ so unviable, feeding so much gold coming into Muchi. Not only were they funneling a lot of gold, but there were funneling levels from the sanctification coming in from the Atelier pick. And right now, they're being a little bit wary of the draft from Rock Esports, picking two of the stronger heroes for Team Vitality, the Haya and also the Chano. A good matchup against Byron and also Ao Yin.
Yeah, you can't play possum anymore, right? This is the time where you're like, after you lost game 1, okay, now I understand what the sort of strategy, Rock are bringing to the table, and now we need to ensure that we win game number 2. If you're down 0-2, things look to be a little bit more on the, it'll be shaking up confidence, if you will. They would definitely struggle at that point.
It's going to be very difficult, especially looking at the draft coming in for Team Rock Esports. They're opting for control here. And again, I'm going to be predicting for Rock Esports draft, it's going to be the main star of the show. Muchi is going to be the funneler here. He's going to get so much of the farming potential and also jungle and also gold for him. And he could potentially carry the whole team. But I like how Vitality reacted to that. Like they got 3 of the strongest single target control heroes, especially with the Haya and Zhongfei pick, just stopping any possible assassin pick from Team Rock Esports.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the other end, this is a team that's looking to kind of go hot and heavy. I mean, the Byron and you've already rightly pointed out with that Loong, they have a lot of different ways to let Muchi really excel, especially when we're talking about, you need that decent farm laner. The Chano, though, was looking to be more of like a counter pick to this one, but again, very heavy picks, even on both sides. Rock continuing on.
Again, especially with those very, very flashy jungles, I think Rock Esports, they wouldn't want to give so much resource to Team Vitality, and they know the main star of Team Vitality is ZonQ, reflecting to yesterday's game where he picked that Jing, and also Team Vitality supported him with a Yuhuan and Dolia pick, making him so strong in the early game. I think Team Rock Esports, they wouldn't want that to happen to them.
Can't happen. Not 2 bad games from ZonQ, that's like almost unheard of, right? And I think that for the final phase, it's all about setting him up for success. Yes, you don't have last pick, but really you've kind of showcased quite a bit here. I think that the Rock Esports, the way that they go, obviously you have to show the mid, I would think, on this pick so that you don't show who that jungler is going to be.
Yeah, they're going to try to save it for Kongling. And again, Kongling has been a very, very good addition coming into Rock Esports, especially if we're comparing him to CY. CY has been a very, very utility jungle. He likes to use those tanky and sustainable jungle. But if we're talking about Kongling, he's been very, very aggressive, coming in with the Luna pick, with the Jing pick, and right now the Agudo. A little bit of a safety net coming into Rock Esports, just in case ZonQ is trying to pull any of like the sustainable tanky jungles.
Yeah, you're kind of spoiled for choice from Rock Esports. I mean, even going all the way back when ZonQ was on the team, it's like you have so many different, like it's a farm of all the good jungler players, right? And so you can kind of choose between if you want Kongling, if you want, CY. I think that they both excel in different areas, but if we're looking back into this draft here, Musashi looking to counter pick that Agudo and also picking up Charlotte for Ball.
Again, Musashi is also a good pick coming in for Team Vitality just by the skills alone. And we know that the illuminating slash coming in from Musashi, the first skill of Musashi, could deflect projectiles, which is very good if you're going up against a very projectile-focused hero such as Ao Yin.
Yes, and as we go into this, I mean, it looks like the Angela will be the final pick. It's going to be interesting to see exactly Genmith. How is he going to initiate? How is he going to, who is he going to find? Who is he going to abduct? Are they going to be able to win that team fight off of that, control?
It's going to be very interesting looking at Rock Esports draft here, because Rock Esports, they're going to be playing the long game, playing the late game potential of Long and also Angela here. But again, Team Vitality, they need to get the game as soon as possible. If they lose the grip on the early game, the first 4 minutes, it's going to be game 1 all over again.
All right. I think it's a little bit longer than 4 minutes, at least for me, because I always look at Team Vitality's resolve, right? Their ability to kind of find mistakes, to get themselves back into it like we saw with yesterday. But again, Rock Esports, a whole nother animal, different beast, if you will. Very difficult to kind of come back from here.
It's going to be very interesting looking at Game 2, the matchup of all of the old friends here. Team Vitality against Rock Esports.
Team Vitality for me, I'm looking at Genmyth, right? Is he able to kind of get those abductions going? ZonQ, Lanfeng will be there to clean up, as well as Ball, but this is a lineup that is very greedy. Yes, Genmyth and F1, they don't have to get as much farm, but for me, I always like it when Haya kind of is able to scale up and to really dominate in that Mirage.
I think Haya is one of like the stronger laning heroes, especially coming in for the early game. Looking at Rock Esports draft here, there's 2 possible options for Haya. You can go for the Lianpo pick, or also you can go for that Byron pickoff. Yeah, it's similar if you're comparing it to Blacklist's player Dragon. He did it with Ball. He took a lot of opportunities to catch the Byron.
Yeah, taking him away, right? All that control, and then Team Vitality can hopefully ambush whoever's left over. That's like the best case scenario. At the same time, Genmyth could potentially make some, botched error, if you will, not finding the right target, because again, fighting in that Mirage, it like locks him down and you're forcing a bit of a team fight.
Yeah, I agree. Especially coming in like for those late game catch-offs, it's going to be very interesting to look at how ZonQ is going to be able to enter the team fight. Will he enter first, opening the pathway to Team Vitality, or he will be the finisher? So it's going to be that big question mark coming into this game. And don't forget, for all of you viewers coming into HOK, take a minute to watch the game in your in-game, because you can vote out which team you support. You can vote for ROC, or you can vote for Team Vitality. And on the 10th minute, the voting will be concluded and their logos will appear on the Overlord.
Yeah, who are you voting for? Right before we go into this.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Are you gonna vote? I mean, let's just be very honest. Let's get everything on the table, huh?
Of course, Team Vitality, man. Of course, Team Vitality.
Again, the bias is showing yet again.
I would sacrifice all my coins just for Team Vitality.
Okay. I mean, whoa. I mean, as we go into, of course, this is game number 2 to set the series in terms of just like where things are gonna go. Tempo, very important. If Rock Esports were to take this game and, of course, like ruin all of your predictions, I think that you, as well as the other IKL fans, will definitely be saddened by that.
Yeah, I think ZonQ needs to control the tempo of the game, as you said before. Like ZonQ needs to find out how he could enter those big team fights, because right now the focus points of Team Vitality is gonna be Muchi with the Aoyin, but Kongling is opening up the team fight here, just trying to move in a bit for the farm laner of Rock Esports. Muchi has been given so much space since the first minute of the game.
Very different from game 1 in the sense that ZonQ playing, I mean, the Kaiser, you're the tanky frontliner, all you need to do is stay alive. He was largely avoided, but now this one, when you're the Musashi, you gotta get the farm to do the damage. You and Lanfeng really need to, again, find the back line, find Muchi, take him down.
Yeah, it's gonna be all about that tempo and timing, but not only that, but the setup coming in from F1. You would need to utilize those outburst potential at the biggest moment of the game, because right now, with that outburst, I think Kongling is gonna be a little bit more calculating when he's gonna try to join those team fights.
Yes, and I think that with that, I mean, when they win that team fight, Kongling on this Agudo, it's about that just siege. They're just gonna munch down towers. They'll have a very quick work of it. So again, Vitality cannot be giving up any sort of kills. They can't be getting picked off. Everything in terms of initiation needs to start with them.
Yeah, they need to start with Genmyth with that Moonscape Mirage. I think a possible pick would be for Waypit or maybe Xuan, because they're very, very good at handling damage and letting Kongling get so much space to go in the team fight. But look at the Moonscape Mirage going in for Waypit, and right now the time gets taken down by ZonQ. But Rock Esports, they would want this team fight. Ball getting melted in the mid lane here. Team Vitality barely scraping for the defense.
Yeah, scraping, but they're going to continue with that Crimson. It looks looks like Zancu will look to potentially take that one back, but now with a duel to death.
Oh, coming into Muchi, but look at Zancu a little bit too far here. F1 getting picked off just in the nick of time. Muchi triggering his ultimate, a bit too risky for Rock Esports, but then again, getting F1 was the only way for them to get a return on those big team fights.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade in the sense that, yeah, you gave up first blood, but you got the Tyrant. I think Team Vitality, the way that the Moonscape Mirage locked him down, and then F1, he was getting a little bit low. Rock did such a good job of saying, hey, you got to use your ult now or you're going to die. And actually, he used it, and it was actually a little bit early before the Moonscape Mirage actually expired. So again, Rock Esports dodging some of the big ults, playing around again with their food here.
Yeah, Rock Esports has been very disciplined coming into HOK, and if you're playing HOK at the highest level, it's all about discipline, right? Discipline is what makes you a great player. And looking at Rock Esports, they've been playing by the bush, playing really neatly, especially fighting those trades, but coming in, ball! Getting destroyed, melted, and gets taken down for the first time of this match, being the man with the target. But look at that ultimate coming in for Waypit. A great knockback coming to Genmit, but Swan flashing in. F1 is in danger without that outburst. Muchi having the ultimate to save himself, but the mid lane is going to be the cause of the big team fight.
Yeah, Genmit there has the abduction under the tower. You think you're safe, but you're without F1. If without your full reinforcements, you're going to be in a bad spot because Rocker's so far up.
Ooh, Ball coming in again, trying to eat up those damages, but again, gets taken down 4-0, 5 even, getting in on the 6th minute. It's not looking good for Team Vitality.
Not looking good at all. Ball has been completely prioritized. All the targeting has been on top of him. Ball is actually falling into the trap. He's playing not like traditional Ball, but at the same point, he's not in terms of the net worth. He is so far behind where he's not able to play his game.
I think Rock Esports is just stating their dominance on this game. Like, we're seeing a lot of those power picks coming in for Rock Esports. Wendy bringing his Angela pick, and also Shran bringing that Byron, controlling so much of the map and suffocating Team Vitality to a point where they are afraid to make another move. And we've said that before, that Team Vitality, they need to start the team fight themselves. They could not react. If they are not reacting to Rock Esports, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight back.
Yeah, but the initiations, it looks like they found Swan.
Ooh, they're trying to poke Swan back. Just a little bit of test, trying to test Swan if he could handle the heat.
Yeah, he can definitely handle the heat. I mean, he's very tanky in that sense. But Rock Esports right now, look at this map control, the full court press, if you will. They're trying to split push to create a little bit of space for them. They're not going to be doing too much here if the mid-2 team goes down.
They're dominating the whole game, right? Like, Kong Ling has been very well positioning himself like on the back line of the game, being the last player to be contacted by Team Vitality. So that's why Rock Esports, they have been dominating the whole team fight. The layering of the players has been so good. Like Swan and also Waypit, they've been guarding their backline with their lives.
Yeah, and that's also why Genmith has not been able to find the perfect Mirage. He got Waypit, he got, you know, like Swan. Like, those are not targets that you want to take away.
F1 getting Tremor Smash, but Zancu eating up those damage. The Moonscape Mirage just in the nick of time. Wendy waiting like a shark in the waters, but F1 getting poked back again. The outburst connects, and the mid laner, Swan, just eating up so much damage here. Rock Esports punishing Vitality for stinging the bird.
Yeah, and the combination is about that abduction, that Moonscape Mirage. F1, right when they come back to the Gorge, he's going to use the Umbrella Outburst, but he's forced to use it early every single time. And then again, Genmith is all by himself, very squishy at the end of the day. Rock Esports just eating it up.
Yeah, it's all about the gold gap right now, right? Like with the 7,000 gold gap, even though Genmith gets a good Moonscape Mirage, like all of the players from ROC Esports, they are ready to eat up the Haya. So again, Vitality, they need to farm first. They need to drag the game until the 15th to 20th minute. That's where their comeback is going to happen.
They have a chance. I mean, it's a never say die attitude, right? Especially with Team Vitality. But the T3s, as long as they got them, I think that they're going to be okay. Once those start coming down, then you're talking about like no space to really make any sort of play. Yes, it is a 7K lead in favor of Rock Esports, but again, it's about finding that pickoff. Genmyth has not been able to find one as the 0-2 and 0.
Chuan just being the presence alone, aura forming in the clash lane, bringing so much vision to Rock Esports here. Wapit waiting for an opening for those big team fights, but Team Vitality, they want to defend this because Lanfeng getting scaling damage coming in from Muchi's opening the eyes of Team Rock Esports.
And the siege is real. I mean, when you've got an Agudo like the Kong Lin, just like slow siege it doesn't matter about what they can do here.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to punish that mid lane high ground Chuan, opening the vision up, just tanking those tower damage. They're not gonna come in yet, waiting for the perfect moment.
It's the perfect range that they're looking for, right? Slow sieging, nobody's at risk, nobody's coming in. Team Vitality right now, the walls are closing in on you.
Muchi getting dueled to the death by Sanq, disengaging a big team fight here. Kongling waiting for the right time to poke in the damage. Wendy trying to get those blazing brilliance. A brilliant play coming in from Rock Esports, but right now they're just trying to kite out those resource skills.
Yeah, and now, I mean, they're just trying to salvage what they can in the jungle, but the Vanguard is going to be pushing so that they actually have to just hold back, retreat back into the base here. But Team Vitality right now, I mean, they're on death's doorstep at this point.
They're just trying to play the long game here for Team Vitality, making them space, getting them space, but look at the outburst coming in. Wendy disengaging, surviving that much of a damage to Splendor just in the nick of time. Coming in, look at that knockup from Team Rock Esports, knocking back Team Vitality. 3-man knock, 3-man kill. Rock Esports dominating once again.
I mean, it was a trade that I think Rock will be very happy with, as it looks like they're trying to end.
They're trying to end the game here. The Crystal is going to be their main target, but Zonkyo pulling them back to the bottom lane. F1 trying to defend without any race bar on site. Wapit tanking so much of the damage, but Muchi just eating up like this is their game. Rock Esports getting game 2.
So clean, surgical, if you will. Rock Esports, this is the way they play. They get a lead, they take advantage of it, they suffocate you, and they make you play their game, which is, again, a very difficult game to have to come back in. No space for Team Vitality to find a way, even with some of the picks that they're very comfortable on. It didn't seem like they were on the same level here.
I think like Rock Esports, they know their capabilities, especially at the start of the game. That's why they've been pressuring so much on the Clash lane again, because right now the tempo is at the Clash lane. If we're looking at a lot of great teams here coming into HOK, Aurora Gaming, and also KSG, they've been playing by the Clash lane. And right now, pressuring Ball, making him out of the picture, making Team Vitality getting those dominant moments.
It seems like it's a completely different team than what we saw yesterday, and that's the power of Rock Esports, the way that they're able to isolate and to decimate people and to pick people up when they want.
Yeah, it's been a very difficult match coming in for Team Vitality, but Rock Esports being as dominant as they can, pressuring so much of the early game and controlling the tempo of the late game, dragging Team Vitality as their way.
Yeah, but Rock Esports, I think, too strong in the end, but let's see what the panel had to say about that one.
Well, I don't think so. I think Rock Esports have failed. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. There's really not much else to say there. Of course, we agree with you and what everyone's been watching at home. Rock Esports dominant so far. Can they continue? 2 games away from earning at least $200,000 and a ticket to the semifinals. 2 games away for Team Vitality and a ticket back home. Rain Day, Chantel, Ken back on the desk. And guys, I got to say, Rock Esports look insurmountable, but for a different reason than some might think. It's not the aggression, it's not the overwhelming, overpowering force, it's the slow, creeping, steady realization, like a horror film, that something's following, that something's watching, no matter where you go, no matter when you turn the lights on, no matter what alarm you set, no matter who sleeps over, you still feel their presence. And it's like, it's coming for me, there's nothing I can do about it.
And then when they initiate for a team fight, then comes the jump scare.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that. And I kind of feel like for Rock Esports, it's more of them familiarizing as to how Team Vitality actually plays. I mean, they already know how Ball is rotating around the map, and they're consistently stopping him on that area. So the biggest question now for Team Vitality is how will they be able to survive the first 10 minutes of the game? Because that has been the story of the series.
Right. If you take a look, like some of our audience members are much more experienced in this game, and based on the laning phase, this is supposed to be a Team Vitality win, right? Higher, fast lane clear. Lanfeng is supposed to have a 1v1 advantage against Muchi. So everything was supposed to go right for Vitality. But that's the complete opposite, because Rock was playing a completely different game. They were waiting for one person and one person only, and it is the myth himself, Gen Myth. This guy did not come to save his team, unfortunately.
I gotta look at something that surprises me here. In a game where they lose, and you have your jungler not die, but be on the losing team in such a fast fashion, what does that tell you, Ken, about how they had to play, or how Jean-Q felt he had to approach this game? Because didn't take enough risk, obviously, because he didn't die, but also didn't die because he didn't want to put himself in a position, I would assume, to put his team in even a bigger deficit than they were.
Desperation. That's the only word you can put here. There's so much pressure on this team that the last IKL team, and as you can see, the reaction from the players itself, it's very hard to handle this kind of pressures. Rock are one of the best teams coming from the MKL region, and it's looking like that is going to be the case here.
It's more like for Team Vitality, it's about time for them to take those risks. Whenever there's going to be an initiation of the other team, because it will be really frustrating for them if they have to wait for the power spikes of the heroes that they have, because it feels as if they're just reacting passively as to how Rock Esports play. There was a point wherein Holler said, not sure if it was Holler or Rookie, that they mentioned that it's as if it's not the Team Vitality that we saw play yesterday, so they're not playing their game.
Yeah, I mean, 9 lives, I think that's the way that I've looked at this team, and they've used 2 of them so far, so they should have 7 left. Luckily, we're in a best of 7, but we are now 2 games down. So the question is, do we see a little bit more aggressiveness, maybe some risk-taking? Because in Game 2, you can kind of give them credit and say, yeah, maybe don't throw it all out, right? And that's because we still have at least 2 more games to go. We can learn from this. We can bounce back. If it's 2-1, anybody's game, right, once you do that. But I think now, going 3-0, I would assume, I'll raise this question to you. You can't have another game where Jean-Q goes 0 kills and 0 deaths. You have to be more aggressive. You have to take more risks, because what you're risking going 3-0 down is pretty much almost a guaranteed Rock Esports moving on to the semifinal.
You know, for Team Vitality, even though those instances, they need to step up on controlling the map, because most of the time it's just Rock Esports on the river side. So whoever wins the river side on the early parts of the game actually wins that game. So that's something that they need to change.
I have a question, Ken, because one of the things I noticed, Rock Esports is moving as a group quite often. They mentioned it, sharing gold and XP. How big of a threat is that? How big of a problem is that? And how do you change that if you're coming into HOK? What do you do about a team who's grouping up like that?
You need to win the laning phase, right? Every small meta counts. This is for the small camps, the buffs, the Firehawks, the Space Sprites at the Primal Portal. These little advantages will help you out. And this is why they get to go as a group, right? There's no need to care about the lanes anymore. I'm just going to stay in your house, in your jungle. And this is where I think Vitality needs to set some boundaries. This feels like a therapy session, right?
Set some boundaries.
Yeah, set some boundaries. Do not let people come into your safe space, right? This is the no-no space. We need to make sure that Rock does not come in uninvited anymore.
Let's talk a little bit about what I call Earthshaker, what I know Zhang Fei, the unkillable. You talked about that roam being so desperate. And you actually mentioned how Chano and Aoyin have a pretty similar matchup to where Chano can win that lane, but not because of the duo now. They didn't win that lane, and Earthshaker had such a big impact. Chantel, what is your thought on how important that character was, that hero was in this matchup?
Lianpo with the bump.
Definitely for that one, it's more on setting up the tempo for the team. It's very impactful in a sense that if you see the Lianpo available or whatever he has the ultimate, it just means that there's a potential threat on the other team. And them controlling the sides of the map goes to show that you have this maybe psychological effect on the other side. So that's why I mentioned earlier that it's all about taking risks now for Team Vitality. They need to step forward and have that strong sense that, hey, we need at least to win a specific lane or a specific team fight, something like that.
Yep, I mean, Lianpo, as we all know, is one of the big tanks in this game, right? So once he has the gold advantage, EXP, you can't really burst him down. You need to commit so many more people to deal with that problem. But he isn't even your biggest problem, because someone else on the side of Rock is going to come in and take everything you own.
Now, the Lianpo, the Earthshaker, was a big deal in this one. It helped to give the advantage back over to Rock, and they continue not only winning in the draft, but winning in the game. The fastest game so far was Game 2. How will Game 3 match up, and what can Team Vitality 2 do to get themselves back in the series? Let's send it back over to Holler and Rookie.
Thank you so much. As we go into, of course, game number 3, Rookie. It seems like your predictions has affected Team Vitality. They have not been able to play the game because of you, sir.
My bad, my bad. My expectations was, as of an Asian parent, maybe that's why they're feeling pressured right now on stage. But I'm hopeful that they could be managing a good mental state now. As Kin said, that it was like therapy. They need to get the safe space. They need to push they need to push Rock Esports out of their safe space, making them uncomfortable instead of themselves. That's why Vitality has been only eating up so much pressure since the early game. They need to find that comeback moment.
Yeah, Rock Esports are like, I'm not going to therapy. You're going to need the therapy as we go into game 3. They want to set the tone. They want to end this series, of course. But again, Team Vitality, this is a comeback resilient team that is potentially looking for some way to get back in, but it starts with a small spark, and they have yet to find it in this series thus far.
Yeah, they need to find that quick, because right now, if we're looking at those pattern picks, the heroes are getting smaller and smaller. Chano, as a starting pick from Rock Esports, it's a good farm laner for those sticky laning phases. And looking at the hero pool right now, they don't have a lot of options to counter that Chano. The third top pick and also the long has been denied from Team Rock Esports. The only option left is probably Eren. And again, Eren's very good. It's like a Xiao Xiao pick on the farm lane, making all those assassin jungles in trouble here.
And now if you're looking at the assassin style that's been picked up here, that's going to be the Luna. Also has a Diadea. Great support to get on top of this one. But we were kind of talking about Konglin, right? He tends to be very good on these assassin style junglers. Definitely has added it up. But on the other side,
look at the matchup coming in for ZonQ. It's going to be the Jing against the Luna. A match that has been waited for a long time. Again, being the replacement for ZonQ, Konglin has been performing really well on Rock Esports. Now, it's gonna be the moment, the match here, the match up coming in, the Luna and the Jing. What do you think about that, Holler?
Oh, I think it's gonna be a fight for the blue buff. Very high flying assassin styles, both of them just getting to that back line. At the same time, you're thinking Rock Esports with the Chano and the Diadea, both very squishy. They are gonna be running in fear at times.
Yeah, they need to get the tempo quick here for Rock Esports because they need to punish the game as soon as they can. And if we're talking about Luna in this new patch, Luna is a very difficult hero to play and to master. But not only that, but to get her power spike, they needed 2 of the strongest items, Insatiable Tome and also Augur Swords.
Yeah, but on the same side, I mean, the other one, you're talking about this Lapu Lapu. It does have that Raging Sea. Not the easiest to find and to get in terms of getting that CC right on point. The other side, if we're looking at Waypit, he's got his Diadea. This is like a point and click. He's going to have a much easier time controlling Jing when they need to.
Yeah, and again, a very, very smart pick coming in from Coach Suswa here, banning those 2 single target damage dealers, Ata and also Haya. Because we know that Ata, after he does his Wave Breaker, the second skill, he could possibly suck up one of the players, and it's gonna be very tricky, especially when you're playing Jing on those teams. Better be safe than sorry. Getting another assurance coming in from the mid lane, the Xiao Xiao pick to stop that Konglin Luna.
Assuming you're able to hit it. These are definitely skill shots, not the easiest to do, but I think that if you're looking at, hey, how do we stop it? Let's just go with quantity. Let's pick as many of these AoE stuns as possible. Hopefully one of them will hit.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult coming in for Team Vitality, trying to catch that Luna alone, especially facing another 2 of the homework coming in from Rock Esports, the Idea and also Chano. And again, another setup hero coming in from Rock Esports, that Yuhwan pick, and also Guan Yu. Xuan has been amazing so far.
Yeah, amazing, but Guan Yu is definitely one of his tried and true. Plus the fact that if you're able to Razor Cavalry Jing out of the domain, I think that, you know, you're able to just basically just like isolate her as much as possible. You would have a great time.
Then again, if we were speaking about history, Xuan has been playing the Guan Yu for the longest of times, even matching up with Yin Wo on the world stage.
Yeah, and I think that even for this one, if he's able to continue, I mean, they did win against TTG when they were able to play that Guan Yu. Xuan was definitely an all-star in that game. If he's able to carry it in this, of course, game number 3, that would really set the tone for them.
rocket. They need something, right, for Team Vitality. They need that spark back. And right now, this is their moment with ZonQ strongest hero, that Jing pick, and the setup coming in from the Dharma and also that Lapu Lapu. I think Rock Esports, they need to be wary of the Tyrant and Overlord contested, because that Lapu Lapu Dharma pick, it's going to make them struggle.
Yeah, and actually going back to the panelists, when they were talking about this, it didn't seem like ZonQ has really been able to excel in this series. It seemed, I mean, he was 0 kills, 0 deaths. I mean, like, it's one thing to have like a 0 death game, but when you're not really having much of an impact, I think that, hey, at what point are you going to wake up in this series?
I think they're still trying to test the waters in this best of 7. And
but how much longer are you going to be testing the waters for? You don't have time, sir.
Dude, it's still 2-0. There's a possible comeback coming in from Team Vitality. You know, when everybody didn't expect that Team Vitality was going to the top 8, especially Chantel. But I was the one who held my heart high.
Okay. But it was more, that was more of an internal rivalry thing more than anything else. When we're talking about regions, the IKL and the PKL. So that was a little bit more on the personal side, but now we're going up against an MKL team, and you're seeing just, man, they are so clean at the end of the day.
Again, their dominance was always expected coming into the world stage, but again, Team Vitality, they need something. They need that spark back, especially from the supporters that are coming in, watching at home, supporting Team Vitality. They need to give a fight back, because looking at the first match and the second match, it was a total control of power of Team Rock Esports.
So most times when I need to fire up somebody from Indonesia, I gaslight them like I do to you, Rookie.
Thank you.
But in terms of this team, though, Team Vitality, how do you get that energy up? How do you power them up?
Of course, with this draft pick, it's going to be ZonQ being the star of the show. ZonQ needs to step up. Looking at the first and second game, he hasn't been performing the best. He needs to do something for his team that could lighten up the mood now. Especially looking at Ball, the first and second game was the most difficult game for Vitality's Clash laner.
Okay, but also giving them energy. What are we doing? Huh? Are we giving them food, drinks? What do we need to do to get them to get to that level where ZonQ is able to dominate again?
We need to vote for them in-game. Support them, giving the most support. Team Vitality, vote in-game, and don't forget to support all of the teams participating in KWC. Game 3 is here. ROC Esports. Are they going to be dominant again against Team Vitality, or is it going to be another sting operation for Team Vitality?
And for me, going into this game 3, as you rightly pointed out, in terms of the setup of this one, ever so key. Rock Esports, they win this one. They're going to be up 3-0. They're going to be at match point, if you will, and it's going to be pretty much an easy one potentially because they've been so dominant in this series thus far. But for me, let's talk about Konglin and ZonQ. ZonQ needs to wake up, but the Jing Luna matchup, never easy.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially for the Luna, in my opinion, because, again, Jing is a very versatile hero. She could dash around the map, open the vision with her reflections, so it's all about timing from Team Rock Esports. They need the setup, maybe coming in from Wendy here, or maybe coming in from Xuan. And what's interesting here, Holler, Wendy is the one who's using that idea.
Yeah, this is, I don't know if it's a flex or what they're trying to do, because Wendy has been one of the most dominant mid laners in the MKL, but this is an interesting pickup. It looks like they want to do a little bit of a shift, give some way pit, let him shine in that mid lane, if you will.
And again, if you're talking about Waypit, he has been playing the U1 for the longest of times. Maybe that's why they're wondering and considering that pick coming in for Rock Esports. But again, switching roles, switching positions has been never easy, especially coming into a very, very 5-man well-oriented game as HOK.
I think they're just trying to say that, hey, anyone could play the Diadea, right? I think that that's what they want. Letting Wendy kind of just shine on this hero, play a little bit of a different role, maybe get a different perspective, and maybe be like, hey, Waypit, this is why you missed some of those stuns earlier.
Wow, it's a statement, right?
Right.
It's a statement for those teammates from Rock Esports. But then again, we're just hoping for the best for Rock and also Team Vitality, because this is going to be the top 8, the decision where it matters the most. The team that are going home today is gonna no longer be in this tournament, so that's why they've been playing with so much pressure. And Xuan, being the Xuan that he is, pressuring the jungle of ZonQ again and again.
So it's one thing to win. I mean, you're going to go on, of course, and into the top 4, but at the same time, you're also going home with an extra 50K USD. So that's another, carrot on a stick, if you will, for this series.
It's very interesting here. Coming in from Rock Esports, just waiting for the moment to capture Ball. And again, they know that Team Vitality's weakest and strongest points is also Ball. If Ball performs, he's a monster on the Clash and he controls and dictates the tempo. But if he's being pressured since the first minute, he will be the kryptonite for Team Vitality.
And you kind of saw what they've done, right? It looks like Ball has been like, hey, I keep getting focused, I'm not able to do my thing, and it looks like ZonQ and F1 were actually in the top lane to provide that support, if you will.
Yeah, he's just giving and funneling so much help to Ball here, just making him space, getting him help. And right now, Wendy trying to poke it back, ZonQ trying to dive in, getting that Doom Man knockback. The Raging Sea connects to Waypit, but Waypit barely dodges it. Rock Esports survives another ZonQ special.
Yeah, the special was on point. He was all over the place. He was doing a decent amount, but Wendy and Waypit, the sustain is absolutely real. They have a lot of healing. I don't think you can really, unless you're able to burst, it's about this Venomous Staff on Genmyth. Until that happens, I don't know if they can continue any sort of team fight.
Yeah, agree, 100%. And if we're looking at Kongling here, he needs to dictate the tempo before the 10th minute, because right now, the power spike of Luna is at the strongest point, especially with the setup coming in from that Yuhuan and also the idea pick F1 on half HP, getting poked back again, but the Tyrant is open up for grabs.
Perfectly timed in the sense that the 4-minute mark happened, all teleports were in the mid lane, Ball joining, and it looks like they're going to take the Tyrant. A great start for them, and again, it takes a team. They got to be on point in terms of these timers.
Wendy just poking Lanfeng on the back lane here, but look at 1v1 coming in from Ball and also Kongling. It's going to be a personal matchup here. Ball getting poked back, getting the first blood coming in for ROC. Rock Esports dominating the first 4 minutes of the game.
Taking it again onto Ball. It's just been constant focus after constant focus on in terms of priority.
Getting poked back, just testing the waters. F1 a little bit too early, opening his ultimate.
Yeah, a little too early, but I think you're just trying to save your teammates more than anything else, right? I think with Ball down, you're like, hey, we cannot lose multiple lanes. We have to at least take the bottom.
Ooh, what look at ZonQ, it's gonna be 1v1. The ex-jungle against the now jungle. ZonQ loses that team fight. Kongling gets the kill, but Shren entering the fight at the chokest point of the game. Genmyth gets taken down. Lanfeng disappears, trades himself with Waypit.
Chuan, it came from behind. You always need to check the rear view mirror, if you will, but in the top lane, this is what things started. Kongling finding the solo pick, even under the tower, takes away Ball, and then in this part, this is the one-on-one with the jungler. ZonQ a little too low. Kongling with yet another value, and the Razor Cavalry all the way from the back. Juan showing up when you need him.
Wow, and in the midst of the team fights, Kongling was taken down by ZonQ, so basically you're saying, I got you after you got me. A revenge kill.
Yeah, revenge kill, but I think that it's, again, you're taking any sort of pick-off that you can find, but they find it in the enemy jungle. He stuck around a little too far, and they finally make him pay for being a little too aggressive.
Yeah, again, the power spike that Luna has been very, very difficult to hold up, especially coming into the late game. Team Vitality, if they could drag this game as long as they wanted to, they could possibly take game 3.
It's about extending, right?
But look, it's ZonQ diving into the backline. Kongling's gonna be 1v1. It's a 3v1. Getting ZonQ out of the picture. Swan just diving in, getting taken down. Waypit on half HP. Kongling entering the team fight again. He wants this dance. Team Vitality just backing down. Rock Esports eating up so much damage on this team fight.
Yeah, Kongling understanding this, the cooldowns, the timers, the way that he was able to outplay it, getting ZonQ, and you'll try to wish on. I think at the end of the day, they're going to be happy with that trade. But still, it's been an an everlasting battle, if you will, in terms of the jungle. Kongling getting the better of ZonQ thus far.
Dude, Kongling is scary. How he holds and how he plays that Luna is like a symphony of sounds. And look at Lanfeng fighting back again. Kongling being their main target, flashing out on the backline, but ZonQ entering the pressure point at the perfect moment, punishing the jungle from Rock Esports.
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. I was actually glazing Kongling on that one, and it looked like Team Vitality were like, no more. We need to ensure that we take him down. ZonQ with just that extra speed burst to take him down.
Lanfeng, he wants that 1v1, trading the tower just to get Swan out of the picture. But Rock Esports, they haven't been the most disciplined team on this game. They've been risking fight, trading kills, and not being the Rock Esports that we saw 2 matches ago.
Yeah, it's definitely not been as clean. I mean, but also this lineup is not really about being that 5-man death ball where they've been able to slow siege with that map control. This has been more about Kongling. It's feast or famine in terms of where he is and when he dies.
Ooh, look at the Lanfeng just juking out the player from Rock Esports. Swan barely escaping, but Lanfeng getting the orb just to get the heal steal here. Rock Esports putting their sight on Lanfeng. Zonkyu poking it back. Wendy getting targeted by Genmith here. Getting poked again. The mirror domain expansion destroys Rock Esports.
Gotta be frustrating for Wendy. I mean, when you're normally playing the mid lane and the Yuan probably should have been the hero that you were playing, but yeah, it looks like with this flex, that swapperoo, if you will, has not paid off for Rock.
Look at that mid-tier kill coming in, but Kongling diving in, just dancing around the players from Team Vitality. Ball trying to get the perfect knockback. The Truth Monster connects to Muchi, but look at the double kill coming in from Rock Esports, taking 2 players down. Zonkyu is going to be 1v1 here. Ex-teammates, ex-best friends. Zonkyu just watching from the back, but Ball gets that Crimson Golem.
Oh, he stole that one away, but it was that we check out this replay. It looks like Lanfeng just a little too far ahead. The damage is actually pretty real, and Muji just barely able to stay alive. Xuan has been a menace as well as being the big brother of course, just being that bouncer. Nobody comes near my farm laner.
It's very dangerous looking at how Kongling dives in without any setup coming from Rock Esports, just basically gambling his life. It's going to be very dangerous if he holds this tempo onto the late game. Kongling opening the vision for Rock Esports, just finding a pathway here. The Raging Sea, a bit too early coming in from Team Vitality, but they are going to hold back the game again.
All right, as a Lapu Lapu player myself, I've done that with that Raging Sea, completely whipped. It's a little embarrassing, but unfortunately for him, it happened. But the Tyrant going to be picked up by Rock Esports. I think that they're going to be happy knowing that, hey, Team Vitality could fight.
Oh, but look at that Swan get the man knock up. It's so good. The flank from that Guan Yu, but no follow-up coming in from Rock Esports. A bit too early, or so I say.
I mean, but it was a 5-man. I mean, it's going to look great in terms of the highlights, but they were so far deep. There was no way that they would be able to just surpass and frog over that T1 to get to a position to take any sort of fight.
They're just going to try to poke the B here. Team Vitality just trying to hold the game as long as possible, but the Overlord is open for them. F1, he has the Raging Sea. He is looking for the opening. With Rock Esports, they are just going to bait it out. Kongling diving in, opening a flash on Zonkyu. It's such an amazing initiation, but look at Zonkyu dancing around Rock Esports. Wendy getting that triple man knockback. Swan entering the perfect moment here. Muji gets taken down, and Wave Pit is erased off the map. Rock Esports getting punished for their attack.
I mean, Team Vitality were on the assault. That was a very good attempt. And Zonkyu just staying alive at the very last minute, but it started with this Azure Golem. That Raging Sea was on point with 3, and then the setup. Look at how Zonkyu goes in, but he gets stunned. He gets on back to safety. Xuan is again controlling, making sure that nobody jumps on top of Wendy, but they find Muchi, the best target, the greatest target, if you will, in that team fight.
Like, we found the spark that we're looking for, but Team Vitality, they've been trying to race back up after the mistake that they made in Game 1 and Game 2. And now the tempo is going in their favor. 8-9 on the point kill, and also their gold gap is almost at 4,000 gold.
Yeah, and I think Team Vitality, not normal, comfortable position for them, because they, throughout the KWC, they've been usually on the losing end and have to dig deep to come back. But this is an interesting one where they now have a chance to play from ahead.
Ooh, look at that Swan getting the flank going into Lanfeng, but opening the ultimate coming in from F1, getting that triple man knockback here. Swan dancing around with the horse. Wendy just riding that wave. But look at Kongling getting poked back. Zonkyu is opening the revenge fight for Team Vitality, but the trade is going on. Lanfeng and Genmith have been destroyed by Rock Esports.
Lanfeng getting caught out a couple too many times here. I mean, he's died 3 times, which is not a great amount, especially since he's been targeted. Once he goes down, the rest of the team really struggles to do enough damage. Genmith has also been very close. If we check out this replay, look at how close they are. When this jump in happens with that Razor Cavalry, yes, they've been shepherded in, but I think that you need to, again, stay so far back where this doesn't have a problem, because Xuan always on the prowl looking for that CC.
Dude, those chivalry combos from Wendy and Swan is an amazing combo coming in for that knockback damage and also power destroyer from Swan here. So again, those combos have been doing very well on these long-term team fights from Rock Esports.
Yeah, and Kongling getting a little bit low. I think they might have given up the Overlord.
Oh, Kongling, he wants it now, but look at Kongling get bounced back up, but he gets the Overlord. Kongling, crucial kill theft coming in from Rock Esports.
I mean, he stole it, but he kind of started it at the same time. He was kind of backing off. But man, Kong Lin, he started 3-0 and whatever, but now he's 3-3 and 4. He's really fallen off. It seems like Team Vitality have the answers. And yes, that was a great steal, but right now it hasn't been going his way.
Yeah, Lanfeng, look at him trying to control the tempo of the game, but again, the vision has been the weakest link on this game. Lanfeng being so wary here because he got flanked too many times from Xuan. And again, somebody from Team Vitality needs to put a mark on Xuan.
It hasn't been easy. I mean, checking out this replay here, how they was able to go in. Kong Lin, he gets the stun, I mean, the Overlord before he gets killed on this one. So a great steal by him. But as we're going into this one, you talk about Lanfeng. Yes, 6-3-3. He stays alive. He stays away from Xuan. They might have a chance come team fights.
Yeah, everyone in Team Vitality, they need to protect the main damage dealer coming in. Lanfeng has been targeted way too many times. And right now, Rock Esports just opening the field of vision here. Wendy and Xuan looking to punish ZonQ on those risky team fights.
Yeah, ZonQ scouting it out. He understands that they are all within their jungle looking to steal. But this Crimson Golem, up in about 2 seconds, this is going to be a fight for it.
Ooh, Kongling opening the map here. ZonQ getting that Crimson Golem. Xuan getting the vision for Team Rock Esports. But right now, their main objective is to hold the game as long as they can. Team Vitality, they need a breather here because Rock Esports is getting slowly to their power spike.
I'm going to go a different way. I'm going to say that Team Vitality, you have a net worth lead. You should be aggressive to them. They're playing into the hands of Rock Esports where they're, again, being able to just be out front, take away some of the stuff because they have more of the map control.
But look at Genmith trying to knock it back again. Kongling just being the bait here, opening the map for that Shadow Tyrant. But Xuan trying to pressure out ball again. It's going to be the matchup of the Clash laners. F1 getting poked back by Wendy here. Tyrant is exposed. But right now, Xuan getting the flank up to Lanfeng, but Xuan misses it. Genmith gets the perfect spine. They're coming in, but Genmith gets knocked back. And right now, no more mid laner for Team Vitality.
Yeah, Xuan with the perfect play, the perfect flank. He came all the way. Everybody knew he was going in, and it was just like an assassin-style drive-by, if you will. He took him down very quickly.
Yeah, he wants more action here. Xuan opening up the ultimate here. ZonQ getting that Shadow Tyrant. The fighting potential coming in. Wave Pit pops the ultimate, but look at the flash coming in from Ball. The miracle move coming from Team Vitality. The Raging Sea connects. Ball gets taken down. 3 players is gone. The Uno reverse coming in for Team Vitality. Rock Esports eating up so much damage.
I mean, Ball had the nice little truth, but they were able to kind of weather the storm. Kong Lin actually dodging the Raging Sea as well. I mean, the way that Muchi and Kong Lin were able to just, again, never be touched. Those CCs have not hit them, and so then they've been able to turn it up because of all of the damage that they have.
Dude, Muchi and Rock Esports have been untouchable for the whole tournament. All of the players have been doing so well at keeping him at bay, and look at Genmith. He extorted the Splendor, but it wasn't enough to hold the damage from Xuan. And right now, the team fight has been going to Rock Esports.
Yeah, it's completely going into them, right? They've had 0 answers. I mean, you went all in for Wave Pit, and yeah, you got that kill, but they're looking to trade that away. I mean, sorry, like, no chance in that case, right? You need to get the cores. Muchi and Kong Lin must die for you to have any sort of chance in these team fights.
It's going to be very difficult, especially coming with the idea pick and also the Guan Yu. They're going to be knocking back anyone who's trying to enter their domain here. Rock Esports just testing the waters, but look at ZonQ trying to gamble out the play, looking for the weakest link. Muchi getting defeated here. Muchi is out of the picture. Kong Lin gets taken down. 2 players is gone here. Xuan is in danger, getting Truth Monster connecting to him. Genmith being the target on the back, but Xuan just dancing around, getting the killing spree. A battle of fights here, trading after trading, getting that shut down. Team Vitality finally getting their breath of fresh air.
That fresher breath air starts with taking down Muchi and Kong Lin. Once they got those 2, Xuan was all by himself. Xuan going all in, focused. It was very personal. Went on to Genmith, got at least something on the way out.
Then again, it's going to be a lucky move coming to Team Vitality, just finding Muchi near the brush. It's going to be very lucky for ZonQ, getting the main damage dealer that we've mentioned before. They need to try to find Muchi. And what did he find by the bush? a stray Muji just wandering around, man.
Yeah, walking in a dark alley, never where you want to be. I mean, Muji getting caught out, but that's his only second death of the game. But ZonQ now, it looks like he's hit that critical mass. He's willing to fight. He's able to burst.
Yeah, he's just starting to wait for the perfect moment to jump in, getting the perfect reflection on the backline of Team Rock Esports.
And look at the damage dealt by Lan Feng on the same side. If you're talking about Team Vitality, who needs to die from that squad? Boom, Lan Feng. He has been the guy, again, where they're able to take down some of these squishies from Rock and why they're leading in this game.
But look at Conling trying to bridge up again, F1. Trying to become the bridge of Team Vitality here. Conling just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce on Lan Feng. But Rock Esports, they're playing the safe game, trying to clear out all the waves here. Swan just opening the vision, trying to get the perfect flank for Team Vitality.
It's also about that split push as well, right? Xuan will be in the top lane. He's going to be spotted out as they do have minions that are pushing in from Team Vitality there. So they know that this bottom lane is essentially free, but at the same time, you need to be very careful with how they proceed because you know that Xuan is now off the map. He could be anywhere.
Yeah, Xuan playing that zero vision gameplay here, pushing up the top lane, opening and meeting Ball at the mid lane, opening the vision for Team Vitality. Ball has been doing such a great job. Wendy is on half HP, getting poked by Gen Myth. They're gonna try to bait Rock Esports with the Shadow Tyrant.
And look at the top lane. It looks like Xuan is realizing that they really can't fight into this. They have a deficit that they need to overcome. They're trying to force some sort of rotation as this Tyrant is about to be started on the side.
Yeah, they're just trying to kite it out for Team Vitality here. Kong Ling being the sole player, opening up the vision, but Ball just meet up with Xuan in the mid lane, making so much space for Rock Esports. What an amazing macro play coming in for Rock Esports.
Oh, so smart. So smart there. And this is why Rock Esports are tough. The way that they were able to push with that minion wave, force the rotation, Team Vitality had to give that up, and that opened things up for the Tyrant. And we're looking at Tempest Dragon area soon.
Oh, but look at Wendy getting punished at the backline, but look at that Raging Sea from F1! Getting the triple man crucial cut control. Kongling wanted to dash, but Vitality denied it. Getting killed on the backline. Xuan popping in, popping off, getting that triple kill for the IKL farm laner. Lan Feng Muji coming in at the right time, fighting it, aiding it, 1v1 situation for Ball here. ZonQ trying to punish it back, but ZonQ survives. Muji is in danger.
Yeah, but Muji's like the Terminator. Nobody wants any of his action.
Yeah, he's going to try to force the 1v1 here. Rock Muji trying to poke it back, but nobody wants to eat up this one. But look at Ball! Getting sniped by the farm laner from Rock Esports. What a mistake.
What a mistake there, but the play by Muji, he has so much damage. He could do whatever. They were trying to fight. ZonQ couldn't do it. Ball couldn't do it at the same time. But checking out this replay, I mean, it started with a great win and taking down Wendy. Konglin really had no chance because all of them were grouped up. Xuan had shown up to the party, has that CC, but Muji, look at this guy all the way on the outskirts. Lan Feng right now doing too much damage.
Dude, if you saw, nobody wanted to do anything with Muji. Like, they had the 5-man gank potential, but they sent out Ball just to handle the top lane wave. And if they wanted to, they could, but they wouldn't want to budge. They wanted that Tempest Dragon. They wanted damage scale up from the objective, and right now Rock Esports, they're forced to defend.
I mean, the fact that Ball had to burn that Sage's Sanctuary charge, it might be huge. Coming in, we're in essentially the late game. It could really make a factor here as we go in, of course, to this final potential push.
Team Vitality waiting for the perfect moment for the last push. The high ground is their highlight here. Gen Myth poking it back. ZonQ trying to switch up the domain with that mirror domain here. Team Vitality checking the first mark of the team fight.
Yeah, going in for that spacing, but it's all looks like a little bit low from Waypit. They have to go back into the fountain. They will regroup on this one, but Team Vitality now in the driver's seat. You have the Tempest Vanguards. This is a potential push. You're up about 5K. Everything is going your way thus far.
It's gonna be their way here unless Rock Esports finds something to set up. But Kongling just opening up the vision, giving so much information here. Waypit getting poked back again. The mirror domain becomes the death of Team Rock Esports because right now they're gonna try to push another high ground. The mid lane is gonna be their main focus.
Yeah, Konglin was thinking about going for some sort of split push, maybe a flank. Team Vitality understand that, hey, our flanks are potentially vulnerable. Ball was there to scout things out. You cannot let Xuan or Konglin get the better of you because that's pretty much the only way you're gonna lose a team fight.
100%. Lan Feng being the main star of Team Vitality, the main target on his back. Right now, he needs to play the safe game here. Ray Pit getting poked back again. The meteor kill coming in. Kongling trying to dive in on the backline. But look at the Guan Yu from Sean. Just diving, being the kryptonite. And look at that fat stun. Team Vitality is in danger. Coming for Team Vitality. Rock Esports punishing, destroying, annihilating a lot of the players. Team Vitality getting punished here.
Oh, Xuan is one of the best players on the Guan Yu. He is so good. His ability to find flanks and to go in and to just control the team fights.
Ooh, but look at that. Zonkyu getting the kill on Waypit, but the Destiny popped off. Kongling getting the shutdown on the jungle from Team Vitality. It's going to be a 2-on-1 dash ball. It's going to be poked back again, getting that switching item very fast on the death mark of Team Vitality. Rock Esports raising from the dead.
Raising from the dead, trading blow for blow. They are back into this game. Net worth, it says, a whole nother story in terms of an 8K lead, in terms of Team Vitality, but being able to bounce back, Kongling getting those kills, but it started with Xuan. Look at this control, locking him down to the ledge. They're all together, and Muchi says, I will take them all down myself, as he's able to clean up. But Xuan, with that CC, he is so good.
It's crazy, right? He's playing by the bush, just waiting for the right time to pounce on Team Vitality. And when he made it to that quadruple man rigid charge stun, it was an incredible moment for Rock Esports.
Yeah, and you can see the fans right now saying, oh my gosh, what a play. Rock Esports now, they have a Tempest Dragon. They're trading Tempest Dragons at this stage of the game.
They're just trying to bait out as much as resourceful skills that Team Vitality has now. And with Xuan on the map, they're gonna focus extra on that Guan Yu, making space for Kongling to become the main damage dealer of Rock Esports.
Yeah, and Rookie, you were talking about it. They need to mark Xuan as much as possible. They have not done a good job where Xuan has been able to get the better of them with these amazing flanks.
Yeah, they're going to try to push it back again. The Tempest Dragon is on their side here, but look at the Destiny counter Kongling, waiting for that entryway. F1, still having the flash, still having the Raging Sea, playing the long game for Team Vitality.
Yeah, how many T3s do you want? Yes, they're taking them all down, especially with that Tempest Dragon buff. No chance. They're going in.
They are going in indeed. Zonkyu getting poked back again. Look at Swan! Coming in for the backline. Look at the moment! The quadruple knockback. Rock Esports being the Punisher, getting the victory. Patience is key. 3-0 for Team ROC.
Rock Esports with yet another amazing play. I mean, Xuan, he actually came from the fountain, and I think that they were like, what is going on? Why did we leave our back door open? And just completely able to come back and take that game. That was a crazy one.
What? How? When? And why did that happen? Xuan got the back door, got the quadruple man knockback, no way out, initiating the cage for Team Vitality. Such an amazing punishment from the Malaysian team.
Yeah, absolutely immaculate play there. I mean, Xuan just like, hey, hold my beer, I got you one. This highlight after highlight is going to be nothing but Xuan with those pushbacks, the Razor Cavalries, the heroic charges, just controlling the battlefield this entire game.
It must be frustrating, like controlling the game since minute 1, holding the game to a double Tempest game, but they are releasing the stress onto Xuan. And after Xuan getting that momentum on the gameplay, it makes it very difficult for Team Vitality to do a comeback because vision is their weakest weakness.
I mean, look at this. Every single time, Xuan taking advantage of all of that vision that they had, always going to the back line, and he gets out. He has enough speed. Even in a losing team fight, he realizes, oh, okay, all right, but I find the pickoff. Who needs to die? Lan Feng. His target priority of who needs to be controlled. The way the timing comes in, he's lit, like the bat signal comes up, Batman is there, and Xuan is that man.
Dude, Xuan has been impeccable on this match. Not only does he got the impact on those big team fight moments, but he also made so much homework for Team Vitality. They need to put a one-man vision ball to Xuan. And when they don't do that, Xuan will punish them from time to time.
I mean, you got to lock the doors. You got to, close the windows. You need to ensure that you're safe because, again, it looks like Xuan finding ways to get into the back door of your house. But let's see exactly what Rain Day and the panel have to say about this Game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Wow, Game 3 or Game 7. It kind of felt like we were at the end of days, but it turned out to maybe be even worse. Of all the eventualities, all the possibilities that Vitality could have gotten back on the board to bring them 2-1, it ended up being the one possibility with Xuan leading the charge on that Guan Yu to bring it back to a 3-0 victory for Rock Esports, now one game away from the semifinals. Rain Day here with Chantel and Ken. And I'm gonna stop talking. I need you guys to tell me what in the world just happened.
I gotta say, for Xuan, he has been nothing short of impressive on that game. I mean, he was the go-to guy for the side of Rock Esports. There were a lot of moments, I might say, that Team Vitality was actually winning the initiation, but having the Guan Yu do those flanks gave a lot of space for Rock Esports. So hands down to Guan Yu.
Very much.
Xuan Yu.
Yo, Xuan Yu. Okay, yeah,
Xuan Yu, I like it.
That's good.
New nickname, huh?
And it's very hard to play this game. And you know what? If you're a viewer and you're new to this, I hope you remember that while you are watching the big fights going on, you are kind of experiencing what it's like to be a professional player. Because even us as talents, we were looking at the fight. And we just saw suddenly the Guan Yu came down. Xuan was like from the fountain, as Holler called it. He's not supposed to be there.
And that's kind of, I guess the story, like that should have been, for all intents and purposes, the game that Vitality was able to win, and yet Rock Esports do it again. Now, as resilient as Vitality has been this entire series, I do start to feel, Ken, that they're running out of steam. That was the one that, on the side of Blacklist International, you think, well, once they lose that second game, they lose a lot of momentum. They could have closed it out. But now when you look at it on the side of Vitality in the opposite position, that's the game they could have won. And now they got to win 4 in a row to take Rock Esports down.
I mean, that's the beauty of it for Team Vitality fans. There is still some hope, a little glimmer, I would say, because Rock Esports looks so strong. The draft, you know, the way that the team fights went, everything was actually about looking for Muchi. Nobody could pay attention to Xuan. And Kong Ling as well, in the early game, this guy was a true menace. You could not keep your eyes off of him because if you did, your jungle is going to be gone. And for a lot of the HOK players who are talking about that mid lane Diadea pick with the Yuhuan, boom, that's not meta. That's not something that you normally do.
I think it's something that Rock Esports only can do in a game, but I kind of feel like now for Team Vitality on the drafting earlier, they are running out of options, specifically on the farm lane, because the first 2 bans of Rock Esports was actually 2 farm lanes. So they were forced, or they opted to pick the Aryan first. So it just means that it kind of affects now the sequencing of the prioritization of heroes for the side of Team Vitality. But definitely that performance is a boost of morale for Team Vitality. It's more on them trying to stop other players now for Rock Esports, because for Rock Esports, they're stepping up whenever there is an instance for them or whenever they're needed.
Yep. I think if you take a look at the bans and picks so far, the only option that Vitality are left with is the Alien, our dear Dragon Boy. And there's still a lot of options to deal with this guy. So, you know what? It looks like they have one foot in the grave. But okay, you know what? Maybe I should support Rock Esports now.
Okay, maybe. And I feel like it's less than just a foot. It literally feels like a torso, maybe a 75% of the body. Maybe their head's still just peeking out. I mean, it is 3-0 for crying out loud, which doesn't take anything away from Vitality and how amazing this IKL representative has been in this tournament so far. But they are looking at a tall task, and it continues to get taller. And when I look at the impact Lanfang had in that game, and you look at that, 39% of the damage dealt was done by them. That's 40% of your team fight if they go down. And clearly they were able to figure out an answer to that later on, Chantel. And part of it is that an overperformance by Lanfang? Is that what Vitality need to figure out, how to be more threatening across multiple roles rather than just isolating that damage on one, where if he goes down, that's it?
I think it's more on them not giving that space or breathing room for the other team, because it will come to a point that the equilibrium, there will be an equilibrium on the game. So it's just Rock Esports able to stretch out the game.
They brought it.
And then they had all the items that they need at a maximum level as well. So yeah, for Team Vitality, it's more of them trying to finish the game a little faster once they have those items already, or once they're currently on a snowball.
It's a great point as well. We mentioned being haunted. I know this feels like an awkward segue, but if you have seen the anime Dan to Dan, you know what I'm talking about, where they deal with all kinds of ghouls and spectrals. Well, Rock Esports seem to be haunting the chances of Vitality here, but if you want your own version of Dan to Dan, you could check out in-game. Honor of Kings doing a cool collaboration with them, and it's live right now. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here in Paris, France, where KWC at EWC 2026 is well underway. Our quarterfinal matchups are getting, well, now out of hand for some of our competitors as Vitality looks to try to do the unthinkable. 4 games in a row is what would be required to move on into our semis against the team Rock Esports, who have been battle tested, who have been consistent, who have been dominant, Ken. And it looks like if they do it one more time, they will have at least $200,000 to their name and a chance to fight for a spot in the grand finals.
So put the money aside, put all of your ego aside. Right now, it is all about one thing and one thing only. It is not over until you win. So do not lose your focus, give your best, because this one must count.
Game by game, Chantel.
Definitely, and it has been the theme of our previous game. I mean, we all thought that Team Vitality was winning that game, but if in this game they're able to secure that win, that 4 straight wins isn't impossible.
Well, it's certainly not impossible for Rock Esports because they're on the verge of doing it. One more win and they've got 4, although it's the opposite of our IKL competitors. Holler, rookie, it's time to take us to game 4. Will it be the last one or will we see this continue on?
Thank you so much, Rain Day. As we go into game number 4, look, Team Vitality, that was probably a game they let slip through their fingers. That's going to be on the other side, right? If we're talking about from what happened yesterday where they're able to kind of steal away some of those games, it looks like one was stolen from them.
Dude, a 10,000 gold lead from Team Vitality was slowly taken away from that Guan Yu alone. It was an amazing play coming in from the Crystal, playing by the blind spots of Team Vitality and getting those quadruple men knockbacks again and again. Xuan is a monster.
Yeah, man, let's just let the past go, all right? Okay. Let's just move on. Okay. You keep talking about history and all of that, but let's look at this from a best of 1 for Team Vitality. Because again, you lose 1, you're out. So everything essentially is down to this. Of course, look, that one hurt. I mean, I just heard actually during the break that Rock Esports, they didn't swap in time, and that was why Wendy picked up the Diadea, and actually that was the first time Wendy has even played the Diadea.
Dude, that's insane, right? Like, the first time playing Diadea and getting so much of the control of those team fights, it's gut-wrenching to see, especially for Team Vitality, who has been holding up so much of a lead on the game, just losing by a bit of playing on the knife's edge, especially coming in from the moment from Xuan. And right now, it's going to be the reverse card here. The Guan Yu goes to ball, and F1 is going to be playing Annette, one of our newer heroes.
Yeah, one of the newer heroes, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, okay, yo, your back is on the wall. This is you lose this game, you go home. Is this the hero you want to be bringing at this stage of the game?
And that's really good, right? So Annette's ultimate could make everybody in the circle basically immune. So that's why it's very good for those long-term team fights. And looking at the first 2 picks of Team Rock, he's bringing up so much stun effects like Wendy, it's going to be Kong Ling playing the Fullborn tank and also the Mozi for Wei Pit. So it's going to be a lot of CC coming into Team Vitality's roster. That's why the Annette pick is going to make them so viable for those long-term team fights.
Yeah, and it's about the long-term team fights. At the same time, you're looking at the Flowboard tank very much into the extended team fight, if you will. You've got the Aaron also with the damage on the outskirts. Looking more towards that Chicha matchup, potentially being flexed into that farm.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the most deciding match of this tournament here. It's going to be the last game point for ROC and Team Vitality. They would need a miracle to come back from this 3-0 deficit. And the Umbrosa pick trying to match it up with Guan Yu. Considering that we don't have a Mayin around here, that's why Umbrosa has been a very, very good matchup against those scary Clash laners as Guan Yu.
So he can be pulled away. The Guan Yu can definitely just, pull into the enemy team, if you will. So the control is something that they need to worry about. Yes, you have that secondary life from Umbrosa, but for me, it's about Xuan playing a hero that can pretty much carry as well.
Agree. Like, they've been using Umbrosa in this tournament, such as Charlotte. So that's why it's been very dominating in the early game, making him very sustainable in the long-term teamfights of the late game. And that's what Rock Esports wanted with the Mozi and Flowborn pick. They need the setup coming in from these 2 heroes. And the finisher is going to be coming in from Xuan and also Muchi.
Yeah, and actually one thing to take note of is Rock Esports has not been able to show too many cards. I mean, they played in the groups. They played about 5 games there, and they've played 3 thus far. So in terms of showing their hand of what sort of heroes they have quite a lot of versatility. They're showing almost everything. So come future teams that play against Rock Esports, assuming Rock Esports, of course, moves on, it's going to be very difficult to find out what you need to ban.
Wow, the last pick of Rock Esports is going to be very challenging for Team Vitality. Looking at Lorion here with the setup coming from the Molter and also the Floorborn tank, it's going to be very difficult for Team Vitality to juke it out. Maybe Annette could give a little bit of help come into the late game, but the matchup for the early game, Ziya is going to have a little hard time to go lane to lane with that Lorion from Wendy.
So I'm not a huge fan of the Xia in general, right? I just feel like it's a hero that really, if you're leading and you're winning, it's great. But if you're losing, it's really hard to come back from because the Universal Law just doesn't do enough damage, plus the control, and you're always in the back, right? You will always be there and never kind of dictating, you know, some of the rotations early.
Yeah, sometimes the Xia pick is very unpredictable for most teams because either they're gonna probably funnel the level to one player or they're gonna play it safe. And I don't like it when the Indonesian teams play it a bit more passive because right now, Team Vitality is in the danger zone. They need to step up. They need to give Genmith those aggressive heroes. Playing safe hasn't been the answer from game 1 to 3. How will it be changing on game 4?
Yeah, Genmith has not been able to play his game. ZonQ is as well because of the fact that if we're looking at Rock Esports, Muchi, even continuing on from that last game, they got a king's moment as he got a pentakill in that last one. So all I can say is cha-ching for Muchi.
Thank you. Thank you, Holler, for just rubbing the salt on my wound here, on my heart. But Conley has been playing amazing on this tournament, especially on this best-of-7 series. Waypit just paving the way here, getting that knock back on the back line. Waypit trying to escape from Death's Door, but managing to output that flash at the nick of time.
Yeah, so he used it early. I mean, he will stay alive. You never want to give up first blood there, but Waypit taking probably a little too much damage. Vitality with a good attempt. These are the types that you need. You want to put, again, you want to be making the rotations. You want to be pushing them back all the way in the tower because, again, you might miss some last hits here as Muchi is kind of struggling with that.
Agree. Like, if we're saying about gameplay, like, Rock Esports, they have their own style. They would funnel everything to Muchi, and onto the late game, Muchi will suddenly appear and destroy their opponent. And that's how they've been managing for the 3 first games against Team Vitality. If they want to stop Rock Esports, they need to stop Muchi from dominating those late game moments.
Yeah, you're talking about Muchi, I'm talking about Xuan.
Ooh, looking and coming in with that Starburn on Kongling, but again, not enough damage on the early game. Team Vitality just trying to task their damage onto the players, but Lanfeng getting the ahead advantage coming in. Muchi's just getting cornered from Death's Door. Sven hasn't had the final frenzy is not here yet.
Not here yet, but a 300 gold lead in favor of Team Vitality. The flash forward.
Oh, they're still trying to fight that back again. The Umbrosa has been doing very well at controlling the lane here, but I think Team Vitality, they're going to try to reverse the treatment that Rock Esports has been giving to them. They know Swan is their pressure point, and now they're trying to pressure him out of the game.
I think that's smart, right? At the same time, the Vitality side, Ball has been the main guy where he's been pressured. He has not been able to play his game throughout this entire series because Xuan has gotten the better of him. Now you need to equalize. You need to get on top of Xuan so that he doesn't carry this game.
Yeah, Xuan has been amazing throughout this tournament, and he's going to be the main focus here. I think ROC and also Team Vitality, they've been performing really well, especially when their Clash 8 was won. But look at the StarNet connecting to the backline, but the ultimate from the Annette just in the nick of time. F1 trying to survive the damage coming from Wendy, but Team Vitality losing their jungle on the 3rd minute.
3rd minute, but ZonQ did have the level advantage over Konglin, so I guess there's that silver lining where he's not going to be losing or so far behind. Obviously, it's about the net worth here, and if Waypit steals this Crimson, oh my gosh, this would be a disaster for Vitality.
I don't think so. ZonQ still has his might here, so there's not going to be possible stealing option. Maybe if Waypit got lucky, but if we're talking about luck has been on Vitality's side.
I mean, it's been thus far. I mean, Vitality was all lucky yesterday, but as we check out this replay, ZonQ just a little too low. Konglin, the slowboard tank, is a problem. The way he's able to dive and control you, and ZonQ knows right there he made a mistake.
Yeah, it's hard, especially coming back from the last match where they've put up such a big lead. They doesn't only need like a mental reset, but they need to trust each other more. Because again, the mental game is strong coming into the last match of the game.
Very frustrating, if you will. Losing the game that like they did, that's incredibly draining. And especially in a best of 7 where we're like in a must-win game to kind of get yourself back into the series, had a chance, and the way that they lost it, not great.
Opening the ultimate onto Wendy. Wendy gets taken down, but ball pointing in at the perfect time here. Zonq gets pulled back, but Xuan wants more action. The ultimate from Annette just in the nick of time, but ball disengages. Not enough damage coming in from Team Vitality. It's going to be 1v1 coming in from Muchi and Lanfeng, but Rock Esports capitalized on that one.
I mean, the only one that was able to survive from Vitality was Gen Myth. On the same side, Wendy was the only one to have fallen. Rock was able to win the one-on-ones, always getting that advantage, and now they're starting to roll. They're up 5-1. This is already a 1K net worth lead, which will get further exacerbated by this tyrant take.
Again, it was a gamble on Vitality's side. They wanted to try to poke on Wendy, but again, after getting the reward that came with Wendy, they don't have a plan B. And after that, Rock Esports punishes them and gets the spike of gold. Now, 2,000 gold lead in the 5th minute, but Wendy getting punished against Zonq, getting up back by the Starry Night. The ultimate coming in from Wendy a bit too quick. Rock Esports still survives.
I mean, good attempt there. I think that having him recall back is going to be, again, just trying to slow him down as much as possible. But this is where Team Vitality, you're seeing a bit of a desperate play. They're playing to, trying to get some sort of pick off, but Rock are not giving them anything here.
It's going to be very hard, considering that they're bringing in a Xia mid that scales very, very long. Like, Xia needs a couple of items for him to be viable, and now with the Venomous Staff on the roster of the items, it will take him longer to deal more damage for those risky team fights that Team Vitality likes to take.
Yeah, it seems like you have a little bit of hatred towards Xia because of the fact that he's old.
Nah, I won't hate you for that, Holler. I just hate Xia.
Why are you naming me? It's about Xia in this pick. I was just talking about that. But now, I mean, if we're talking about this mid lane, Zonq, I think that you need to just stop and farm, right? You need to find a way to get back in. Konglin has gotten the better of you in almost all of the team fights.
Yeah, it's going to be very risky if Team Vitality manages to pull one more team fight on Team Rock, because right now they're dominating with 2,000 gold. And if they're going to try to pull a risky move again, I don't think that Team Vitality could rise back from the dead. Because right now, total tempo control coming in from Rock Esports.
It all really comes back to ball.
But look at Zonq getting the 1v1, just barely surviving here. But Chan gets pulled back. Lanfeng wanted that dance here. Coming in, ball, getting that knockback on. 2 players from Rock Esports barely managing to get the return. Rock Esports, they need to defend.
Yeah, Ball actually played a bit of a Xuan. I mean, continuing from the last game where he's able to get that perfect flank, made sure that Xuan, yeah, he was flashing away. He thought he was safe, but Ball coming at the right time ensures that he gets that pick off, because again, they don't do that. It looks like Rock starts to roll even harder.
Yeah, Rock Esports has been very, very disciplined throughout the tournament, but look at Wendy coming in, trying to poke the ultimate onto Gen Myth and F1. A bit of a risky move coming in from Rock Esports, but with the gold lead here, I think it's still possible for them to pull one through.
Yeah, Team Vitality, though, understanding how to play from behind. I think that they're going to stick to their MO. Look at how they're split pushing. They're cutting the creeps on this bottom side, the top lane. You saw that Zonq was also pushing there. So this is about, again, alleviating, slowing this game down as much as possible.
Oh, but Xuan, he wanted that 1v1 here, coming in with the final frenzy, going for that 1v2, but again, the output damage coming from Team Vitality, a bit too large. Wendy, just a bit late coming in to help Xuan here, but again, still a good trade nonetheless. Closing in slowly from the gold gap from Rock Esports.
Yeah, the CC was on point, right? In the sense that he had nowhere to go. He was not able to get on out. Xuan was in a bad spot. The Final Frenzy only does so much. It like prolongs the fight more than anything else, but not able to do it. And even without Xuan, they're going to take an Overlord here.
Yeah, they're just going to try to take a trade out of those team fights. And again, that's what ROC does best. They got and they could capitalize on every moment. gauntlet. And that's why Team Vitality has been punished for almost every team fight.
Yeah, they've almost been able to kind of dictate whenever they want to go in.
Oh, but look at Lonfo coming from the backline. Such a good moment here. Ball getting the knockback on Muji. A revenge poke, just to be honest. But look at Ball eating up so much damage. ZonQ getting the choke point on Team ROC. ZonQ getting poked back again, entering the final frenzy from Sean here. Getting the trade on those team fights is what ROC has been doing.
Yeah, Guan Yu has been the MVP hero throughout for both teams. And the way that Ball was able to find and be like a homing missile right on top of Musi, even when he's trying to run away, he was chasing him down. But ZonQ dying in the end really kind of, I mean, they had a great trade in a 2-for-1, but then ZonQ going down and you're kind of thinking, okay, now we're back in even Stevens.
Like, it was very, very unfortunate, right? ZonQ should have left. He could have recalled, he could have like farm, but he wanted to continue that team fight and force another one on Rock Esports. That's why Rock Esports was so eager to capitalize on that mistake. And we know that Team Vitality, right now, they need the gold, they need the farm. But I don't know why, but Team Vitality keeps on initiating those risky team fights.
And this is the desperation that we're talking about, right? They understand. They're feeling the pressure. They're not playing the way that they should be, which is like calculated risk. ZonQ right now understanding that, hey, with a 2-for-1, there's only 3 members. We have 4 members. We got the power play, if you will. We should be able to do stuff. But again, not a great decision in the end.
Again, not a great decision coming in from Team Vitality. Just poking it back, Wave Pit, getting pinned down to the wall here. But F1 trying a desperate move, opening up the vision. But Wendy is setting up his ultimate, the Starry Night, trying to go for the kill. Rock Esports just baiting out the players from Team Vitality to take the Tyrant and putting the apple on a stick. Wave Pit getting poked back again. Wendy with that ultimate. An amazing initiation coming in from Wendy. What a moment from Rock Esports.
I mean, F1 just barely just steps a little too close, you know, to the river, if you will, and he was kind of walking out of position. Wendy made sure that he takes that pick.
Yeah, he just wanted this now. Just getting the trade over the big objective, the Shadow Overlord, getting that pushing potential. But the Starnet is targeted from Wendy. Getting it is the reward. Wave Pit will be the one who's eating those buffs.
Yeah, stealing that away. I mean, Wave Pit, very, very sneaky. And now Rock Esports having a bit of an advantage here as they're looking to just push this mid lane. Wendy has been on point with his Lurian.
It's very scary, right? Like, looking at Wendy, like how he sets up his ultimate has been very, very hard for Team Vitality to dodge. Even though, if they know the ultimate's coming, bigger chances are they wouldn't be able to dodge it out. But look at ZonQ getting the choke point on Shrine. Shrine just open up the spike mail to defend himself. But look at the ultimate coming in for Wendy. Ball just opening up the vision, being the threat that he is. But Team Vitality, they are gonna push back Rock Esports. Rock Esports wanted more, but they are not gonna give them any more.
All right, we kind of talked poorly upon the Jia pickoff, but it's level 16 right now, and it does have that Sanctify, which is able to kind of accelerate him. But this is still 50-50 in that sense of, like, they're not out of it. At some point, that level advantage will definitely help as he's able to spread that across the other heroes.
It's all about playing by the blind spots here. Like, Ball, he's maximizing on the vision of Team Rock Esports, and they're just mimicking what Rock Esports did on Game 3. And right now, Rock Esports being the one who's doing the gameplays on Game 3, they know how to counter it with the multi-pick, and Muti being very careful, opening so much of the map, just trying to be wary of that Guan Yu.
Yeah, and actually that's kind of why they've been timid with some of the team fights, understanding the power of that Ball, that Guan Yu. If he's able to find that flank, it will be team fight winning, but they're not giving up anything. They're playing the map perfectly and, again, covering their flanks.
Yeah, they're going to try something here. Wendy trying to open up vision. F1 getting knocked up again by Starry Night coming in from that Lorian pick. Coggling being as sustainable as ever, but look at ZonQ entering the backline here. Ball getting that knockback onto Muji. Muji gets taken down. The ultimate from the Monty gets cancelled. Wave Pit gets punished. ZonQ got annihilated. Lanfeng entering at the perfect moment. Janmin with the incredible knockup. Sean wants that 1v1 here. Wendy helping a bit on the team fight, but Team Vitality survives another Rock special.
Yeah, taking out Konglin, Muchi, and Waypit, a huge win for Vitality there. But Ball with a perfect flank, really setting him up. I mean, ZonQ initiated, he got focused, tried to get back to safety. Unfortunately for him, he got picked off by ROC, but everybody was so far overextended, they were trying to take ZonQ that they got out of position. And again, checking out this replay to see exactly how they go. ZonQ going in for this play. Look at Ball with that flank. The Razor Cavalry, no way you get out. They herd the sheep in, if you will. They find Muchi, and once he's down, it's a matter of just who's still alive.
It's very risky, right? Like, Schwan flashes himself out just to get ZonQ from that team fight alone. And again, it's about the trades from Rock Esports. Even though that they weren't ready for those big team fights, but there's always a reward coming in from those initiations.
Yeah, but while we were having a bit of a replay, Ball, we complimented him. That's my bad, right? As he gets picked off, he was a little too far in the enemy jungle there. ROC making him pay.
I think like Vitality now, they need to tone down because their tempo is so fast to the point that each other of the teammates, they're not ready for those big team fights. I think Ball has the setup, Schwan has the river, but right now what they're focusing on needs to be those big objectives.
Yo, you've been cheering for Team Vitality this entire series, and you're just now trying to tell Rock to calm down?
Ooh, but Lanfeng getting punished back again. Star Knight coming in just to stop Lanfeng. The main damage dealer of Team Vitality has been thrown off the map. Team Vitality, they need a breather here. Wendy getting punished back again. Shut down. Coming in from ZonQ, punishing the Ball. Coming in from the river, dictating the tempo of the team fight. Ball just holding on so much. Universal Law connects to the mid lane. Muchi surviving, getting those free hits onto ZonQ. Opening the ultimate, flashes out again. ZonQ gets taken down. F1 just surviving on those crucial moments. But Konglin won't let it happen. Double kill for Muchi.
You can take out everybody as long as Muchi is still standing. That's what's gonna happen. All of the towers, all of the cores, everybody will be taken down because he's munching you down. Plus you got Konglin as being that buddy, if you will. He's always protecting him and controlling whoever he targets.
Muchi, honestly, untouchable. The whole team fight, nobody has been able to go to Muchi. Maybe Wendy or maybe Schwan, but Muchi has been perfect this whole game. His positioning, his targeting, and also on those big team fights, he performs really well. That's why ZonQ and Genmit, Lanfeng also, has been having a very difficult time to find the main damage dealer of Rock Esports.
This is why this roster from Rock Esports was like the team of 2025. Yes, they didn't win the championship, the KIC 2025, but everything else, they were the top team in terms of the global scene. So show a little respect, I would say, to Rock Esports.
They're going to go for the final push here, trying to open up the high ground towers. The Konglin is going to go for a 1v1, holding up Ball on the bottom lane here. Wendy getting punished by Waypit. The Starburn has been popped by ZonQ. No more ultimate, but Genmit gets targeted. Look at the play coming in from Wendy. What an amazing initiation from the Rock mid laner.
Wendy coming in like Superman, finding the pickoff onto Genmit, taking down the old man, if you will. Just a huge win for Rock to start things off.
It's going to be a ticking time bomb here. Team Vitality, they need to defend. But look at the pressure coming in. ZonQ trying to dive it out on the backline. The thinking is at the box connecting. But right now, Ball dancing around with the horse on the players of ROC. They're punishing the Punisher. Schwan gets taken and he pops the ult at the perfect time. Rock Esports survives another one.
I mean, Vitality right there, able to salvage that one. They got a 3-for-2 trade. I think that they're going to be happy as we check out this draft in. Look at how they dive deep. Ball coming in with that Razor Cavalry. The control is real, but they took down Muchi first. That has to be target number one. But Schwan with that secondary life says, actually, I might be a core now. I'm able to carry from my position as well.
Yeah, they're trying to find some ways to come back from Team Vitality. But Rock Esports, they have an answer for every question that Team Vitality gives them. And this makes it very difficult, especially going for like the targeting of each team fight. Muchi gets killed, but there's still Wendy and Schwan. So again, a lot of questions to answer from Team Vitality.
Yeah, I think the biggest question though is pick your poison. Like, which one do you want? You know, everyone, like, yeah, you go on to Konglin, yeah, you go on to Schwan, like Wendy, whoever, but somebody else picks up the slack. If they're able to do the damage, and why they're up about 2.5K, this is a team that's, again, just take up one of them down, you got the others popping up.
It's scary, right? Like, especially like the setup from Wendy, like when he pops his ult, getting that quad man knock-up has been so good, and he plays it so well here. Trying to set it up again to Ball. Ball gets knocked up again. Lonfa coming at the perfect time. The Starboard connects to the backline. Wendy just trying to survive, but look at Kongling gets melted in the front lane. Chuan popping up at the perfect time, but Muchi gets initiated and he falls back down. Rock Esports finally getting pushed back by Team Vitality.
Yeah, that was not easy to do. Konglin is very tanky. That's all he's been trying to build at this stage. But now with a chance to siege the top T3, Team Vitality finding ways to get back.
They want this. They want this high ground. They're going to try to push it with that Overlord Vanguard. But again, the high ground defense of Rock Esports, it's going to be another question they need to answer.
Yeah, I mean, Konglin is going to be up in about 10 seconds. There's not enough time for that to completely push. Maybe they get this top T3 on their way out. I think they'll be happy with that trade thus far. They've taken the mid T2 as well. So again, this is the way Team Vitality want it. We're at the 19-minute mark. We're talking Tempest Dragons right around the corner.
They want this. Tempest or Dragon. It's going to be the second Tempest of this 4-match series. And again, the lead is on to Rock Esports. And look at Swan just playing by the bush, playing hide and seek with Ball here.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to be playing hide and seek right now. I think it's because it's scary, right? If you were to get caught out, you might just lose, and you might, you know, turn that team fight in the favor of the opponents. Never a good spot. As we go into this Shadow Tyrant here, this is going to be the last one. I don't think they have enough time. It will despawn in a second here as we get to the Tempest Dragon again in 30.
I think it's a very good play coming from Team Vitality, right? Like, they set up the fight beforehand. They already set up the top lane push. That's why Swan wasn't able to join the fight. He needed to defend, and he dragged the game for so long. But look at ZonQ trying to poke it back again in the mid lane. But again, there's the Tempest Dragon in front of their eyes. A bit of a risky move if they initiated a team fight now.
Yeah, so right now it's about where the lane equilibrium hits into the bottom lane. If it's able to push, then you have a bit of an advantage as this Tempest Dragon is about to be started, because somebody needs to clear that bottom lane. It's incredibly far, and they're not able to fight in this team fight.
Ooh, he's going to be playing by the bush here. ZonQ opening up the vision for Muchi. Muchi has a target on his back, but look at Wendy getting destroyed by Lutfa coming at the perfect time, but Muchi dances around again. Ball targeting him again and again, getting taken down. Muchi still survives. Look at Lutfa getting the double kill, but Shen at the perfect time, getting the double for ROC. Look who survives. Muchi is still here.
Still here, but as is Lanfang, he's becoming a bit of a monster himself. He's 8-2-3, cleaning up when they need to. But the Bash brothers of Ball and ZonQ, they've been doing some work, finding Konglin and Wendy. But at the end of the day, those are probably not the true targets that you're looking for. You need to find Muchi. You need to find Chuan. And both of these guys, I mean, Chuan is 7-2-6, absolutely carrying.
What a play. He just waited out for the dash, and Ray Pitt gets taken down. Trades himself for that high ground tower. And now without any of the players in the jungle, Team Vitality and Rock Esports, they will risk it.
They will risk it. I mean, Waypit is down for about another 30 seconds, in eternity at this stage. If Team Vitality are looking to burn it, they can, but Konglin is around the corner as well.
Yeah, they want this. They want this final objective. Kongling just waiting for the opening. But look at him getting punished bit by bit. Wendy coming in, but Ball just dances around in the backline, coming in at the perfect moment. Look at ZonQ eating up so much damage, but Lanfeng gets deleted in the front line. Ball gets another one. Kongling still survives. And who is going to be the damage dealer? Muchi still here.
Chuan with an amazing initiation, finding actually, it looks like Lanfang, but he's going to be traded away here. ZonQ gets that pick. That might have been a bit of a disaster.
A bit of a risky play coming in from Shan here. But again, no Tempests have been poked around. Team Vitality still has to defend with the waves that are coming. And ZonQ playing with fire here. He's gonna force a single solo Tempest invasion.
Yeah, this is incredibly scary for Vitality. I mean, Rock right now, they have the numbers around the Tempest Dragon, but the 50-50 smite, or how is this gonna happen? I mean, it's Konglin and ZonQ at the end of the day.
Look at Ball though.
just conquering the mid lane, trying to get the vision for Team Vitality. 40,000 HP coming in for the Tempest Dragon, but Kong Ling, he wants this more than anyone. Wendy setting up the ultimate, but look at Wendy! Coming inside, Q with the spike, Muchi! Still surviving with Ball, eating up so much damage, but he wants this, punishing Muchi on the backline. Zankyu coming for help. Team Vitality raising from the dead.
Raising from the dead, but starting with that Tempest Dragon, and then Ball finding Muchi with that Tempest Dragon buff, but the bottom lane is pushing. Ball is going to be actually regrouping all the way to the bottom lane to fix that one, but Rock, I mean, they're down 2 members. This will be a very difficult hold.
This is going to be the final push coming in from Rock Esports. Team Vitality are going to push it back again. Wendy pops his ultimate, but look at Sean opening the final frenzy, the final defense. Zankyu gets poked back, but look at Lanfeng dancing in, poking one by one, but Xuan is on half HP, defending the tower with his life. Wave Pit coming in 2 seconds on the clock for Kong Ling, just punishing one by bit, but Kong Ling is here to save him.
Trying to save him here, but this is the Crystal. It's going to be focused fire, and it looks like Team Vitality will take game number 4.
The comeback, the breath of fresh air. Team Vitality has gotten their breath.
They've gotten at least one on the board. They needed this one. Hopefully it will be more to come as they come into this one, but they finally found a way. They had some answers, and Rock Esports, again, not able to find this one, at least in this game 4.
And again, with that mirror pick coming into game 3 and mimicking the pick on game 4, Team Vitality utilizes those drafts amazingly, punishing almost everyone who came onto those big team fights for Team Rock Esports.
I mean, for me, this was, I mean, we're going to check out the highlight here, but for me, Ball making some serious plays on that Guan Yu. The way that he was able to run down Muchi, to constantly hound Wendy as well. And Juan put up a great fight. There were many times the counter initiations were on point. He always was in the right spot at the right time, but it was just too much vitality in the end.
Again, this is a very, very clash lane focused game. Ball and Xuan was trading hits on many team fights, but the one who survives is always Muchi.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going into this. I mean, look, that was as back and forth as you got, right? Tempest Dragons being taken here. We even saw them in the last game, but it came down to this final team fight here.
Yeah, it was very scary, right? Like, we don't know how did Muchi survive this team fight. Zankyu and Ball was going all in, but look at Xuan. He closes the exit from those 2 players, and Zankyu getting that Tempest Dragon was the reward coming from Team Vitality.
And look at Ball. Look at them diving 3 members. He doesn't seem to care, but let's find out who does care as we go back to the panel now.
Oh, I care, and I think the world cares as well. Indicus in the front of the stage also cares. She's been very, very active on camera, by the way. There she is, right there. Singer. I'm just learning as we get some more action for the fans here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It's always fun to see everybody enjoying what can be the start of a dream, and what a dream it would be. Vitality trying to do it. Chantel, Ken, I love the approach that we've been able to take over the course of this series, because you never count a team out. You always say it's possible. It didn't look very probable, but now we get to see there's a chance, there's a spark. What went right? What allowed Vitality to finally come back and keep this series going?
I think for Team Vitality, they just played around the strengths of their lineup. I mean, it was the same performance as to how Xuan played. The Guan Yu Ball has been very effective on those flank plays. You have the setup play from Zankyu as well. So I kind of feel like for Team Vitality, as long as there is an on-point or efficient layering of skills, it is possible for them to mostly win the succeeding games for this match.
Wow.
It is a difficult formula, because if you take a look at what happened, the last part where Bao finally came on, they actually hit all 3 markers, which is to get rid of the Clash, the farm, as well as the jungler, right? So let me show you what it means here. In the early parts of the game, what Vitality had to go against was the fact that they were constantly behind. Bao was never ahead in the Clash lane in terms of gold or EXP. And, Xuan was the saving grace for the side of Rock Esports because, yes, you take down Kongling, the big tank, you take down Muji, the farm lane, but Xuan was always ahead, and he was ahead of everyone on the side of Vitality. So they could never end the game. Vitality had to hold on until the Tempest game. If that was not possible, they would have lost the game very much early on.
That 20-minute Tempest Dragon made a big impact, Chantel, and obviously that fight, it was delayed. It was back and forth. Zhang Q able to finally get it, but it was one where everything was on the line. That moment, that final hit could have tilted things back the way of Rock Esports.
I think it all boils down with this pick of Team Vitality, the Hero of Gen myth. So there were a lot of moments that it could have been a setup play for Kongling and the rest of Rock Esports. But because of the second skill of Zia, there is the disrupt with a possible initiation on the other side. So you have layers of crowd control. You also have Annette on F1. Again, I've mentioned about the layering of skills, and it goes to show that for Team Vitality, as long as there is a clear vision or a clear space for a Longfeng, then everything will be a lot easier for them.
They traded the Guan Yu wins. It was a longer game for Rock Esports, but when you look at the way that actually Game 3 and Game 4 have gone, it was long on both. There was a chance for Vitality on both. Ken, you're shaking your head. Does that give you now some sort of confidence? I mean, it's weird to say to a team 3-1 down, but do you agree?
I agree, because in most cases in a best of 7, this is where the momentum starts to change, right? For Rock Esports, you're so close, and every time you fail, you're like, wait, I'm supposed to be close to the finish line. But for the other side, on the side of Vitality, it's, hey, we're catching up. So the momentum swing, you're getting the groove back, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm in the flow now. And for Rock, it gets more and more difficult because it's so close, but you can't touch it anymore.
Yeah. We know you love running, Chantel, or at least everyone knows when I'm on desk with you because I always bring it up. And I wanted to know what you think is the comparison of this because, we talk marathon, we talk sprints. This is obviously a marathon, but what's the comparison of when you think your run's over or you think you have only a little bit of time and then you find out, oh man, there's another big hill I didn't pay attention to. There's another something. How is that feeling that Rock is running into?
In terms of running, and if we relate it into how the game goes, you always just have to remember that even though it is fast for others, it depends on your pace. So one game at a time for your Team Vitality, because as long as you get your groove, and then you'll finally be able to do the things that you don't think you can do.
Yeah, I feel like Rock Esports, though, have set the pace. And as you're trying to keep pace with that, you don't want to get off till maybe the end where you can get a sprint or you can use all your energy to get ahead. Vitality, though winning and though coming close in Game 3, do you still feel like Rock is the pace setter in this one, Ken, and Vitality are catching up? Or have they switched momentum enough for you to think that now Rock is really responding to Vitality in this upcoming draft?
I think for now, it's still Rock setting the pace, right? Because from the game plan of the coach in the draft, it seems like Vitality is playing the game of patience, right? They want endurance. They know that they can't possibly win the early game for now because it's so difficult. They're left with so little options in the farm lane, in the clash lane as well. So they want to burn the energy of Rock Esports. And once they're low enough, welcome back to the deep end of the pool. Let's see who can swim deeper.
Well, Zia has won both games that he's been played for both sides, Rock Esports and on Vitality now. That late game monster is gone. Also, Guan Yu has traded wins as well on both sides, so he's gone as a pick. Chantel, where do you go from here for a team like Vitality who likes to play late?
Definitely, since we're already at game number 5, possibly there could be a shift on the tempo, specifically on the early game. So this is the time we're in. We might see heroes like Pei, like the fast.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it's mostly banned on early game. Yeah, something like that.
Our favorite combo.
Which one?
Princess Frost and?
Princess Frost and Liang. Yeah.
Oh, so the EWC skin and the Leon.
Yeah.
What's so good about that combo, Ken?
It's full lockdown. You don't get a chance. If you're caught, you're caught. And then it becomes a 4v5. And if you have more gold, more EXP, it's bye-bye, night-night po. Okay, yes. Shout out to PK out there.
How is that different from the Haya trying to lock down the Earthshaker, as I said, Leon Po, and it didn't really work for Vitality in that early one? How is that different from that lockdown combo that they're trying to go with Leon?
Okay, so the difference here is that it's a full suppression. So if you take a stun, right, for example, on Princess Frost with a second skill, you can kind of purify your way out of it. But for the Liang's ultimate, the power of word control, this is one of your favorite skills if you're a roam or a mid laner, because it's a suppression skill. You can't get out of it even if you have the cleanse or the purify. So I'm pretty sure Indacus here wants that suppression for the side of Vitality.
I know that she is a big Vitality fan. We saw her jumping up when they got the win. Will we continue to see it? I know it's just funny, but the cameraman's ready for the close-up, so we will get her reaction. We'll continue to get the reactions of the players as well as we head it back over. It's another game, another chance for Vitality to extend this series. Holler, rookie, think it's possible?
Team Vitality were able to finally find that first win. Is this one of many, rookie?
I hope so, because Game 3 was very, very good for Team Vitality. I was hoping for the 2-2 series coming from Game 3, but again, it's better late than never.
Wouldn't you rather have a reverse sweep here? How amazing would that be, right? That would be the ultimate insult, to come back from down 0-3 to 4-3.
And again, if we're speaking about Vitality, they have been very lucky this whole tournament. Again, but luck has his part. They have the skills to fill in the gameplay too. That's why on Game 4, they perform really well. And again, if they win this one, they're going to bring it to Game 7. And again, it's going to be a battle of mental and a battle of endurance.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, Rock need to be like, okay, we need to shake that one off. I mean, we've had some crazy games back to back, even to get to this moment where the last two were kind of like coin flips, right? It came back to just like who made the least number of mistakes towards that final stages of that game. But going in, I think that you need to shake things all off. Yo, we got to go for these in best of one just to close it out from Rock, or Team Vitality, hey, let's continue to fight.
Yeah, it's a strong first pick coming from Team Vitality, bringing in that Multi and countering them with the same pick that they brought up on Game 4. The Annette pick. The Annette has been very versatile on these big team fights. His ultimate, the win barrier, has been helping getting those CC immunes on those big risky fights. And to counter that, bringing the Ata and also the Angela pick, punishing those possible tank jungles.
Yes, and actually picking, I mean, the Arlie and the Annette to really set things off. There's still quite a number of heroes that are available. I mean, we're talking about Game 5. Not everything has been taken, but if we're looking at the Vitality side, the Ata and the Angela, it looks like people just want to pick heroes with the letter A.
It's gonna be very interesting, right? Like the Arlie, the Annette, and the Haya. The Haya pick is here too. That's probably gonna be going to the Multi or the Ata here. It's gonna be an interesting matchup looking at the possible assassin jungle pick for Team Vitality.
Yes, and now, I mean, the Haya with that one to potentially just kind of abduct, but it's the same one where you're like counter-picking into the Angelo. We saw this actually in Game 1, where Team Vitality started with the Haya, and they actually countered with the Angela. So this is an interesting turn of events, if you will.
Agree. Like right now, they're banning most of the most important plays of Team Vitality, which is the farm laner. They're closing in on the long pick and also the fullborn marksman, making them in a very difficult position. And again, for those who are new in HOK, we are rolling in with a global ban and pick system. Once you use a hero in one match, the next match, the hero is not going to be available for you to pick it again.
Yeah, not available, but if we're talking about some of these bans, some of the picks, the ban, like the pay has not been seen throughout. It looks like most of the times they're just like, hey, we're not giving anybody some sort of edge in that one, but now we're talking about very deep into the hero pools in terms of these bans. The Shoyi being banned out here by Rock Esports.
I think Shoei is a great ban coming in from Rock Esports. It's going to be playing by the range, which very, very difficult for Arlie to counter. That's why Shoei has been banned, and it's been seen in a lot of like KPL matchup. Arlie against Shoei, the early is having a harder time. That's why closing on Shoei is a great ban coming in from Rock Esports.
Plus, it has that range advantage. It makes it very difficult to kind of, get on top, especially when your Arlie wants to be kind of free firing, if you will, especially in that lane. But for me, this Vitality one, it's almost like the Princess Frost the Princess Frost Liang pick, but you've got your Moats Angela. This is also a nice little 1-2 combination. You're talking about the Cannon Blast, you got the Chaos Cinder, stun for days, plus the Blazing Brilliance to, again, barbecue whoever you stun.
But again, looking at this matchup, it looks like game 2, where looked like game 1, sorry, where Wendy picked the Angela and Ball got the Charlotte, and Ball gets punished almost every time. So again, preparing for those tanky jungles and fans coming in from Team Vitality is a great choice, and closing it out on the Fatigue and also the D-Rangy pick. It's an interesting matchup coming in from Team Vitality.
Very much so. I think the Fatigue, you got to let Ball carry, right? I think that it's still, like you saw in that last game, the reason why they won, right? Why they've been able to bounce back is, yes, he's been prioritized. He's had a tough one, but he's stepped up when he needs to, especially in that game 4.
Wow, the Algren closing in the last ban and pick phase off this game. It's going to be very interesting. Looking at the counters available from Team Vitality, they have the Mozu, they have the Angela, and the D-Rangy pick, making Charlotte and Algren a very risky pick from Rock Esports.
Yeah, it actually, they have a decent number of counters. I don't think that they're going to be 100% comfortable, especially in that mid lane with Kong Lin on this Algren. But at the end of the day, I think that if our OC were to just kind of, let's put our head down, let's play our game of just farming, right? As long as we're not kind of forcing the action, initiating, and trying to fight when we don't need to, we stick to our MO of the first 2 games.
I feel like Rock Esports has mastered the art of rage baiting.
Okay.
They are very good at baiting team fights to Team Vitality, especially coming in the early game. That's why on game 1, game 2, they are just following the tempo and gameplay of Rock Esports.
Okay. Your statement there was rage baiting me, so I was wondering which direction you were going to go in as we go into game 5 here. Team Vitality, hey, they won the last game. That is a lot of momentum. Hopefully it continues on into this one.
It's going to be interesting coming to see Team Vitality. Will they survive this best of 7 series? Rock Esports, will they be able to maintain their lead to a dominant win against the Indonesian team?
And this is where the true test of patience is, right? You were expecting, these best of 7s are long. They're drawn out. If you were to sprint the first 3 quarters of this race, you would have been completely gassed out at this stage. Hopefully for both of these squads, understanding that stamina is definitely a factor here.
Oh, but look at Rock Esports. They know that Fatigue in this patch isn't as dominant as he used to be. But Wendy getting punished in the early game by Gen Myth, getting poked, losing so much health in this phase of the game. A bit dangerous coming in from Rock Esports.
For the record, I was talking about Fatigue and not Fatigue as we go into this one. But again, let's talk a little bit about Ball versus Juan to kind of get into the top lane. Charlotte, both of these heroes are definitely a mid to late game hero when they need to, right? And if they're able to get the back line, they could just potentially burst them down.
Yeah, agree 100%. Like, they need something on the late game here. They're going to try to drag this game to the latest of late game. Probably going to be another Tempest coming in from these 2 teams. But again, what a surprise coming from Team Vitality, being the dominant team from IKL. Right now, they're struggling against Rock Esports. And Rock Esports is also having a bit of fluctuations coming in from game 1 and game 2. They're not performing as dominant as they used to be.
All right, what team doesn't struggle against Rock Esports, right? I think that is something that we need to consider because their level of play is incredibly high. Again, I think that Team Vitality able to steal 1 game away, a huge win for them, giving them more opportunities as, again, this game 5 is underway.
Yeah, they want this team fight. Team Vitality, Ball haven't has his ult yet. That's why Team Vitality isn't approaching for that aggressive play. But it's a good decision coming in from Ball to freeze the lanes off the wave, making the farm laner of Team Rock Esports a bit far back. And right now, Team Vitality waiting for the 4th minute.
Yeah, waiting for that 4-minute mark. If we're talking about Lanfeng and Muchi now into the farm lane, D-Ren-J and the Arlie for both of these ones. They had great games in the last one, right? It was really back and forth, and it really came back to which of the farm laners got picked off early in that team fight.
Yeah, this is interesting coming in for Rock Esports to be playing such a close game here, playing a bit close to each other, just trying to get that gold advantage coming in from the gold sharing mechanic of HOK. And right now, Waypit, being the support that he is, there will be no over-aggressive play coming in before the Tyrant or Overlord.
Yeah, for me though, if we're talking about Rock Esports, it's like you got to enable Ogren, right? A Konglin, if you will. Get him going, right? Everything needs to be prioritized in his favor so that, again, he's able to carry into that mid game.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming for the mid game here, but Waypit getting punished. The thing is that the box connecting to nothing. Waypit still survived. Look at Lanfeng going for that 1v1 to Muchi. He loves that close range team fights.
Loves it, right? But push back, but no further follow-up. The towers are becoming a problem. Plus, they know that Gen Myth is in the area as well. Very scary for Rock.
So it's going to be 20 seconds before the first Tyrant and Overlord, but look at how Rock Esports dominating their face. Wendy opening the vision up for F1. F1 getting poked back. Team Vitality, still no answer to the early game pressure from Rock Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early enough where the 500 goal lead isn't insurmountable, but this 4-minute Tyrant really going to dictate the pace of this game here, as it looks like Rock Esports are funneling their way there.
Yeah, they are trying to find their way in right now. Konglei starting the first contact with the Tyrant, looking for an opening, but ZonQ, they're just not gonna release it onto them. Rock getting the free Tyrant on the 4th minute.
Yeah, Konglin, you got to make sure that you get that smite. You have to take that, especially when you have almost all of the members there, right? It's a huge commitment, but into the top lane, it looks like Ball and Schwan are kind of dueling a bit, but let's talk a little bit more about this Ata. ZonQ's been largely quiet thus far.
Again, ZonQ isn't the best player to be handled on like a tanky utility jungle. That's why he's been struggling on the first 4 minutes of the game. It's very different coming to ROC, because right now ROC has been very dominating, going for that Ogren pick, getting so much gold just by one rotation. So that's why ZonQ have been avoiding a lot of contact. They're going to be playing the long game here.
Yeah, they need to play the long game, but now, looks like
F1 getting punished out by Muchi. Muchi coming in. Wendy, they want this now, but look at Muchi getting punished, deleted by Team Vitality.
Oh, Gen Myth, the perfect support play. I mean, yes, he's the mid, but the fact that he was able to hit that Chaos Cinder, Muchi thought he was going to be fine, but the stun lock was for real, plus the Blazing Brilliance, and Muchi is very squishy at this stage of the game.
I like how he's very aware of the map. Like, he knows how long is the reach of that Blazing Brilliance Chaos Cinder combo. He killed Muchi just in the perfect time, making Rock Esports disengage on that attack.
Yeah, I'm loving the way Team Vitality are playing, right? They, like, the first 3 games, a little bit of shell shock, right? They were not playing their game, and it looks like right now Team Vitality finding their groove and understanding that, hey, Rock Esports, they can bleed.
Ooh, Kongling just playing a bit close to fire here. ZonQ just getting those objectives. The Cannon Blast being one of the stoppers. Ball haven't been performing the best on this game, but again, time will tell.
Yeah, the net worth in favor of Vitality, but Rock Esports right now with the map control. They're looking to take this top T1, and it looks like they'll leave it to the minions.
Yeah, ZonQ getting popped by Wendy. Wendy closes in on F1, gets taken on the Moonscape Mirage, but look at Kongling. He initiates a 1v1 with ZonQ, getting so much damage coming in for this team fight, but look at Team Vitality sacrificing ZonQ. Ball a bit late coming to the team fight, but look at Shen just getting those choke points inside the tower to our Team Vitality.
Oh my gosh, Ball is hanging on by scotch tape there. He was so low at this point, and I thought the last shot would just barely hit, but to the middle point, and we see the start of that fight.
What? Wendy, such a close fight, but look at Wendy coming in with the left-right jab combo, taking down Lanfeng. What?
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like he was able to recall, but checking out this replay, it started when they were able to find F1. They didn't use the Moonscape Mirage right away. They were able to burst, and once they threw him into Purgatory, they will take him down in the Thunderdome.
Wow, this is nothing but personal here.
Yeah.
Like, look at Waypit. He forces the flash, he gets the kill for Wendy, basically just setting the alley-oop on the dunk.
Yeah, but why would he flash to the right? He should have flashed towards the fountain. Maybe that you get to safety at that point. Again, hindsight is 2020 though.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous here. Coming in for that net worth, the 2,000 gold lead. Rock Esports, they want this attack, but Swarm just waiting for the entryway, but Lanfeng just holding on the fight here. ZonQ poking it back, but look at the counter blast coming in. ZonQ gets adopted by the Moonscape Mirage. They are in danger here.
Yeah, the perfect play in the sense of the maximum distance of that
the flash
Mirage.
coming in from Waypit, but look at Chen eating up so much damage. Lanfeng coming in at the choke point. Ball just dancing, chopping up one by bit. And look at Muchi testing the waters here. Kong Ling opening up a path of passing just to rage bait a bit to Team Vitality.
Rock Esports, the way that they're playing around the Haya ult is just the absolute limits of that hero. Understanding that even if it's under the tower, but I've got Kong Lin. He wants to be hiding there. Plus he has that path of passing to ensure that he gets that safety. They have enough burst. This is an incredibly scary draft if you're Team Vitality.
But look at Kong Ling poking around the bear here, getting the Crimson Golem. ZonQ has to save his breath again. No more red buff for ZonQ. And the turn is exposed. No contest will be made again from Team Vitality.
Oh, ZonQ on this Ata though. I mean, there were questions. This is the problem with the global ban pick. You're not able to pick the most optimal of heroes, and you're seeing just this Ata not having true value. It's not able to play to its limits. There's so many different heroes from Rock Esports that's able to circumvent some of the problems that this hero will bring to the table. So again, ZonQ playing from behind. He's died twice.
ZonQ, he doesn't want to be the next target. Coming in from Kong Ling, just opening up a pathway, but look at Waypit getting annihilated by a bit of damage coming in. ZonQ kiting, a bit dangerous coming from the mid lane, but Kong Ling, he wants this action, putting up the ghost ship, blocking the way of the jungle from Rock Esports.
Yeah, Kong Lin actually got kind of caught on that one. He's like, wait, my path of passing is not passing. What's going on? But it looks like he eventually found his way across. The minions had already been cleared, so not too much there. But Team Vitality, again, slow the game down, right? Let Lanfeng get his moments where he's able to do some damage. ZonQ still needs more time to come online.
Oh, but look at ZonQ. As mentioned, Waypit jukes it out. And what's interesting is Path of Passing couldn't get on top of the ghost ship. That's the passive of the ghost ship. Nobody could build over the ship of the captain.
Yeah, because it's a ghost ship. It's scary. Nobody likes ghosts, right? But as we go into this Overlord, it's going to be started by ZonQ, understanding that, hey, this is a potential moment for them.
Oh, ZonQ poking the bear here. The Overlord is open, but Ball playing a bit close to the players. They're going to disengage, opening the pathway. Rock Esports, they want this Overlord. And Team Vitality just letting go of the pressure.
Yeah, that zoning, right? The way that Rock Esports, they're threatening. They're in your face. But actually, all they wanted to do is create a little bit of space. They pick up the Overlord. Very well played by Rock Esports.
Yeah, Rock Esports. Amazing catch and shoot play here. Team Vitality was forced to do nothing, just watching them take over the whole map. This is game 1 and game 2 all over again.
Yeah, also interesting is that Rock Esports, they take the Overlord, the Shadow variant, as opposed to the Shadow Tyrant. Most teams usually play that, but it's about the push game for them. They want to kind of end this game early.
Yeah, they wanted this game to end early. They hasn't expected to drag this game to the 5th game, but Muchi poking in. Look at Kong Ling at the perfect time, blocking in the pathway. Muchi disengaging, opening up the mid lane, but look at Waypit setting up the death pit, coming in for Rock Esports.
Space created, pushed it across, taking the ever valuable mid T1, and now they're continuing the siege into this mid T2.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to push them back bit by bit. Team Vitality just waiting on the ticking time bomb. Gen Myth getting poked again, but this is gonna be a massive trouble if they let Rock Esports dictate their tempo again.
Yeah, the Vanguard was actually doing some work in the top lane. The bottom lane will take that one out as well. So this is very smart. Again, they're sticking around the mid lane. Somebody from Vitality has to be there, and they force rotations, and the weaknesses are on the outside lanes. And now it looks like they've taken all the mid T2s.
Right, like now their focus for Rock Esports is to get as much as objectives as possible. They could get the Tyrant, get the Crimson Golem from Team Vitality, and Team Vitality wouldn't be able to do their comeback.
Yeah, and actually the comeback revolves around Ball, right? ZonQ, assuming he gets it online as well, but they need to kind of get to that mid to late game where they're able to overcome the beast that is Kong Lin, as he's like, what, 7.9 thousand? Actually, he's the 4th highest on the team, which is very weird for a Rock Esports lineup.
Yeah, Kong Ling has been very dominating, getting those perfect last hits on every jungle with his passive, making Team Vitality fall behind, especially on their gold lead. 6,000 now from Rock Esports.
He's falling behind. ZonQ a level behind Konglin at this point. And anytime an Augurin is starting to hit that groove and is feeling fine in the mid-game, scary situation for Team Vitality to somehow deal with this death ball that is looking at siege this top T3.
Team Vitality on that store here. Rock Esports wanting to break it right now. Muchi poking in. Kongling waiting for the perfect time, but Muchi dashes out on the perfect time. Swan just manages a 1v1 on the mid lane. Genmith being the sole damage dealer. They need something to turn this table around.
Actually, but Vitality's lineup, the thing is that they have pretty decent wave player. You're seeing Rock Esports understanding that actually we don't have a lot of minions. We need to take some tower shots so that we can do some structural damage.
Ooh, but they're going to try to push this around. Look at Kongling poking the bear here. Muchi trying to enter with his Lit Step and Autumn Storm here. Ball waiting for the perfect moment. Look at the Moonscape Mirage connecting to ZonQ. ZonQ is gone. And Rock Esports, they want more action. Muchi trying to poke in, but look at the Cannon Blast. Stops them from getting to the Crystal of Team Vitality.
Yeah, that fight completely started with Wendy. Once he got Moonscape Mirage onto ZonQ, that was the tanky frontliner. The rest of Team Vitality had to really pick their moments, and they were not able to do so. They didn't feel safe.
Look at Kongling just dancing around balls damage here. F1 getting punished. Lanfeng on half HP. But the Wave Pit trying to play the patient card. Trying to wait for the perfect moment, but Team Vitality has a good wave clear.
And look at how Rock Esports have been able to bounce back. They gave up first blood. Ever since that moment, they haven't given up a single kill. Rock Esports have been able to dominate this game with this map control, and then the way that they're doing it, Team Vitality, this is super frustrating. Now all 5 members, again, just trying to take whatever sort of farm they can get.
Yeah, this is the perfect gameplay that we saw on Game 1 and Game 2. Rock Esports have gone back to their roots. They played a perfect game, and they would want to extend this lead until they get their victory.
Assuming that they're able to find a way to shut them down. Team Vitality, again, we talked about this time and time again, their high ground defense is on point, right? It's not, nobody wants to do that, but Team Vitality are a team that are capable of it.
Yeah, it's going to be all about Lanfeng here with his Imperial Order. Cuts 50% of every damage and also defense that are coming in from the enemy.
Now it looks like that's top lane. Look at Muchi just playing with ball, if you will.
Yeah, Muchi just testing the waters here, trying to enter the team fight. But Kongling, he knows his timer is up, bringing in the Overlord Vanguard on the bottom lane. He wants this action, but Wave Pit trying to go for that setup. Muchi is waiting too. Wendy considering who he will try to abduct, but look at the Blazing Brilliance connecting to Kongling. Kongling is very low. Half HP is here, but look at the Overlord Vanguard coming in, tanking the damage from the tower, but the Cannon Blast connects to quadruple people. Ball just playing a single player game on the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty good defense, all things considered. Yes, that bottom T3 is teetering on by just a little bit of HP, but ZonQ with a decent ghost ship. He was locking the door down. It didn't look like Rock Esports were going to fully commit. They took as much damage as they could, and again, they're going to get away without any sort of kills, but again, slow sieging. That's what Rock Esports wants to do.
Look at Ball going for that 1v1 against Xuan. Xuan disengaging the team fight. A bit risky from the Clash laner from Team Vitality, but now he's opening up the vision here, coming in with that frigid charge. Xuan wanting the kill, but Muchi getting it. But right now, Ball gets taken down. The Moonscape Mirage connecting, but onto the players of Team Vitality. Muchi has been untouchable, unkillable, undefeatable, and now Team Vitality is on death's door. Rock Esports, they wanted this with the minion coming in from the mid lane. The pathway to glory is open. Now Team Vitality, they are having to defend this big of a storm. Rock Esports takes Game 5.
They take Game 5, they take this series. They will be in your top 4. Rock Esports, congratulations. What a great game, what a great series, and why they are one of the best teams here at the EWC.
Dominant is something that we say about Rock Esports. They have dominated the game since Game 1, pulling such a dominant victory against Team Vitality.
And the way that they were able to do it, I mean, full control, if you will. Yes, it seemed like, you know, Team Vitality had their moments, but they made a couple too many mistakes in the end, and they were heavily punished. Rock Esports right now finding that groove, and again, taking the game and the series here.
This was an amazing run coming in from Team Vitality. Again, almost is never enough for this team. They have been passing through the group stage, going in for the top 8. They've been doing so well, but now they are facing one of the giants of KWC.
One of the giants indeed. I mean, this is the third place team from MKL, if you can believe it. And it's been like a dream run for them. The fact that they were also able to avoid some of the other teams as well, but now they're in the top 4. All of that hard work has paid off, and why they are one of the titans here at KWC.
A thumbs up from Wendy to Team Vitality, just approving the gameplay from Team Vitality. Again, massive improvements coming from the team.
Yeah, definitely massive improvements. I think it was very impressive. I mean, if you're looking from the Vitality side. So again, it's all about just shoring up some of those mistakes. Even, you know, Rock Esports made some. Nobody's perfect at the end of the day, but they were definitely the better team today.
100%.
And here we are with Waypit. Congratulations with that one. Congratulations, because you've also made it to the semifinals just like last year. So what would you say is the biggest difference now with this KWC 2026 to the one that you had in 2025?
I think this year the teams become stronger. And I think we also become stronger.
Oh, we definitely see that one. It was a great performance by Rock Esports. And let's talk about the entire series, because you even made a comeback in Game 3 with that pentakill by Muchi. Walk us through what your thoughts are for this entire series today.
In Game 3, we forgot to change the hero with Wendy, and I play Yuhan and Wendy play Dia. Actually, I'm so nervous because when I enter into the game, why my Dia got 4 skills? Like, yeah.
But even with that, you still managed to have a win now. Your next opponent will be the winner for tomorrow. It's either going to be AGAL or your MKL brothers, Aurora Gaming. Who do you think will win that one? And what do you have to say to your next opponent?
I think AGAL will win, and I want to say to AGAL is enjoy the game. We love you.
Enjoy the game, you love them, but you know what? Your fans love you. What about send a message to all the Rock Esports fans and also the MKL fans?
Terima kasih kerana sentiasa memberi sokongan kepada kita. Thank you.
And Waypit, you know what? You're gonna love this one. Come on over, call your team over, follow me. Come on over, Waypit. Xuan, Wendy, Kongling, Muchi, come on down. This is your moment in EWC. Some moments will be remembered just like this one. Rock Esports have dominated the game, and now they must officially eliminate the champions of Indonesia Kings Laga, Team Vitality. Wendy, with one press, there it goes. Team Vitality is now eliminated. Their journey is over, but Rock Esports will now move to the semifinals. They survive another day, and tune in for their game tomorrow as we head back to the casters. Lead the Gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara. Just like the way Rock Esports slowly but surely suffocated the life out of Vitality's hopes and chances, they do the same with the slow, consistent pressure to their key, which represents their hopes, their dreams that have been dashed here on the side of IKL's champion. Team Vitality has gone home. Indonesia no longer is representing in this Final 8. And now we don't have a Final 8, we have a Final 4. Welcome back to the panel. We'll start previewing that and give our thoughts at the end of this day with Chantel and Ken back again. We knew it was Rock Esports. You could almost assume that this was inevitable, but it took a second to get there. Team Vitality, great bounce back win, but even with Wendy switching characters and stumbling here and there, they found their way sure as they planned to the finish line.
I didn't expect that it was actually a mistake with the Heroes, because they even played well on that game. But yes, sad though for our IKL team. This is yet another 5th to 8th finish on an international tournament, but then again, there's a huge improvement, fast progress from the teams.
They should have just said it was part of the plan, right? And then I get to go and tell all the public members that, yo, this is a strat we can use in your ranked games. It's going to be fun. But yes, it has been an entertaining day. And to be honest, I feel for Rock Esports, it was kind of scary for a moment when they won that one game on the side of Vitality.
Yeah.
Because that's their team name, Vitality. They are healthy. They can rejuvenate. So if you give them enough time, they will come back and bite you.
That was kind of the thing with Vitality. Resilience is what we said coming into it as a narrative, and they were resilient. They won one game. I think that was more than enough against an opponent who clearly had the pacing, the strategy, the dominance that I feel like Rock Esports displayed the entire time, Ken.
It's a very difficult game, especially with this last one as well, right? This big pick for Kongling. We have seen him play the Assassins all the time, but this Orgrim pick with his seer state 10% and below, you're instantly out. So it took a lot of the strength from Team Vitality, and they were literally caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, definitely. Also, you will add up the aggression that Wendy gave on that game. I mean, 33% damage dealt all throughout the game. I think there was a setup play earlier on the final moments of the game wherein Zankyu was totally stopped by Wendy. I mean, for the most cases of the game. So, yep, Rock Esports giving another statement at KWC 2026. Sadly, for Team Vitality, it was so close to them. I thought it was their momentum already. It was supposedly a momentum shift. It's just that Rock Esports, they know again how to adjust during a game.
It felt like, again, and I don't know how many more metaphors I have for this. I probably keep going. But like a rising tide in a sinking ship, where you kind of realize that this math is not mathing. The longer that I'm here, the less room I have to breathe, the less afloat I am, and it seems like it's a matter of time, and unless I can plug all of the holes available to stop the water from coming in. But there's, at a certain point, too many holes. At a certain point, there's too much to do. And Rock Esports made that very clear, that whether it was going to be in 4 games straight or whether it was going to be over the course of a best of 7, they were going to find a way to get a lead and not give it back to you.
Yes, very important point as well. During the ban phase, they actually banned out the Soyue, which is one of the most painful late game marksmen in the farm lane. So that already told you from the start that Rock Esports, they were not playing the waiting game. We're not going to allow you to plug the holes. We're going to pour more water in.
Yeah, because Vitality kind of did pull that miracle off. Not once, but twice, getting here against Blacklist United, against MIBR Los, and they almost started to do it against Rock Esports, where they were finding these ways and going, wait a second, can they get back? You know, getting the bucket of water out over the side and saying, okay, maybe we can get to shore. But I think it was great from Rock, and now looking ahead to AGAL, who they said they love. By the way, I love you is what the statement was.
I think we have a lot of I love yous every interview. I think it was also Zankyu the other day. It just shows that every player or HOK players love each other.
You couldn't stop laughing before you said it. I mean, is it also just a little bit of take it easy? Not, not take it easy, but it's like, hey, I want to know I respect you. I don't need to make you upset. I don't need to act like I'm disrespecting who you are and what you come from. Obviously featured as favorites here, KPL team and defending champion of KWC, AGAL. Was a little bit of that, Ken?
I think it's more of love comes in many forms. So, it's sometimes love is tough. Sometimes love is sweet. For today, it's a bit of a sweeter love, I guess. Okay. But when it comes tomorrow, I think Aurora is going to have some tough love for them in store.
It could be some tough love as well. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting one. And we will take a look at that soon. But we're still waiting for a moment to hear from our players as they have their final moment at EWC. Chantel, let's go wide though today. Looking at this afternoon, this series of games, what was the takeaway? What did we learn? Was there anything from the meta that you were surprised at? Anything from the player performances? What happened for you?
Definitely for the best of 7, I wasn't expecting the Haya to be available on the latter portions of the game.
Wow, yeah.
If anything, you already stopped the other teams on getting that on the early game. So I was expecting it to be not available until the very end. And yeah, for this final match, I thought it was gonna be a fast-paced one, but we had a lot of Tempest Dragons. I think it was a 2 for this. So yeah, we're slowly evolving into that kind of competition wherein we don't really know who's gonna win. So it might be a surprising KWC this year, and I'm just excited because it's actually my first time to watch KPL teams on live tomorrow.
Me too.
Yeah. High five. I'm just excited.
I'm kind of like excluded.
Okay, let's,
yes, you are. Yes, he is.
Hey.
Finally.
Okay, I'll join the party now.
Okay. No, it's true. I just am sitting here with Isaac and with Sagi. The things that they had against each other, I was both of them. You know, Isaac was older than Sagi, and then Sagi was shorter than Isaac, and so they said I was old and short, and that's not okay. That's not very nice.
It's okay. This time,
it's not okay.
We shared the I love you. There is good love.
The I love you has passed through the filter onto the stage.
Remember yesterday we were all wearing green?
Yes, we were.
So we have this connection.
We're very synergistic. I like that, guys.
Just not today with our coloring.
Just not today. All right. Well, I don't know if I'm getting ready for my exit interview. I'm feeling a little sad after that, but I am hopeful that I will have a lesson learned, just as hopefully Team Vitality's F1 has learned from this experience at EWC.
Hey guys, I'm Sky. So I have F1 together with me for the post-match interviews. Please say hi.
Hello.
Yeah, it really was a tough game for you, actually. I think so. Thank you one more time for your time with me. So it was actually more excited and more tension than we think this best of 7 will be getting. So somehow, is this something like different than you expected? Did you anticipate to have so many team fights during this best of 7?
Yeah, I expect so many team fights and also many draft will be come out, but I think it just our preparation not good enough.
All right.
For this matchup.
Okay, so game 3 and game 4 is actually very, very interesting to watch because the time is really, really long and the team fights are so excited. So what's changed like between game 3 and game 4? So you magically have those fight backs in game 4.
I guess after we lose 2 games, we just doing all out and no need to worry about a draft or also our team fight. We just do our best in the game 3 and 4. Game 3 we almost done, but we just overthinking too much in the end game.
Yeah. So because of there's a lot of team fights, so what will be the things that you say in the future you might going to improve so that you will behave better in the future plays?
Mostly it's about our teamwork and the positioning in team fight. Because we have import Chinese. Actually, Lanfang a bit hard to speak English. That's why our communication in team fight we almost struggle.
I think you need more time trying to improve those communication into the next level. But after all, you've finished your journey here in KWC in 2026. So you were actually top 8 last year, right? You equals your scores. So something has to be changed. Something has to be improved. So what will be the thing you feel that you're still satisfied with your performance this year?
What I think because it's different roster from the last year. I think it's a good run for us, even though we only 6 months for this 5 roster. I think I hope in the future we can improve more and more teamwork for our team.
I could see a lot of like brighter future ahead of you. So best wish to all of you. So last but not least, we have a lot of supporters. Of course, your fans and family. What will be the things you want to say to them at this very moment?
Yes. Okay. For all the Vitality and Hive, thanks for all the support. I hope this is a new beginning for us, so we can move more in the next tournament.
Definitely. See you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And panel, take it away. Bye.
Well, lots of lessons learned. That's the theme, Chantel. Not easy to be in this moment, but that's just where they are. Keys crushed, but hopefully come back stronger next time.
Yeah, they're very positive with how they will move forward on the next tournament. And you know what? Now that you've mentioned about the communication inside the game, I'm now impressed with this pro players having imports in their team because it's kind of hard to process everything that fast and say what you want to say to the players during a team fight because everything's happening so fast inside a game.
Yes, ideally you want to use your hands, but your hands are on the phone, so yeah, like
do this and that.
Yeah,
No,
so
stop that.
That is a very difficult challenge to overcome. Language obviously is one of the first things that we need to kind of stabilize between teams.
Yeah.
And then the second one is when you're put in a position where there's so much pressure. It's not just from yourself, it's from your fans, your family. You have used everything to go on this journey and you want to end it with a bang.
Now it makes me wonder, maybe that's the reason why they always say, I love you. Because love is universal. It's a universal language, right?
Love is a universal language.
Maybe that's why.
That is good. That is pretty good, Chantel. Did you just come up with that right there?
Yeah, just now.
Okay, all right.
Big brains.
Yeah, big brains. I like that idea. I mean, the difficulties in being a great player, there are many, not only maintaining that level, but working with all the circumstances that come from the situations you are put in, having to perform with different languages, different styles, having to work under a cohesive vision, which maybe your coach or your brand manager or the organization put in front of you to say, this is who we are, this is how we play. Go out there and do it. It's not easy, but again, if you are lucky enough to have the experiences these players have, you can move on, gain from it, and come back a little bit stronger. That's what we hope for Vitality, but as of now, that is the end of their story at KWC. Moving into tomorrow, we will have 4 new teams ready to set the other side of it all. And this is going to be an exciting one because you see Geekay Esports have moved on. They're going to play against KSG. It's going to be AGAL as well that is going to be playing against Rock Esports. So this is going to be an exciting one. But that's only if, excuse me, I got ahead of myself. They're going to have to play Aurora first, and they're going to have to play Virtus Pro first. So never mind. I'm sorry. I jumped the gun there. So KSG jumping out. It's going to be Virtus Pro that they face on. Kang Kang team and Ping Ping team. You might be wondering who that is. That's our show match. So we're going to have a lot of fun. One best of one. It'll be some familiar faces that you're familiar with. And then AGAL and Aurora Gaming will be facing off tomorrow. Here are the members of Kang Kang team and Ping Ping team live from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet in Paris, France. That's going to be in between our first match of the day and our last match of the day. So best thing to do, jump in when we start, which should be 11 a.m. CEST, and you can go ahead and catch all of the games. It's going to be a lot of fun, Ken.
It is going to be a lot of fun. Now, these are the superstars coming in from the KPL sector. So you need to learn from these guys ASAP. They can offer you so many tips, so many lessons on composure, flair, and action.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of funny because we know how much that KPL is setting so many standards for Honor of Kings. KWC is kind of entering KPL Day, where we'll get to see KSG here in the knockouts. We'll get to see AGAL here in the knockouts. They do still have a matchup, though, so again, they're going to have to play their way through. It's not guaranteed, so we'll see who can bounce back and fight them. Aurora Gaming, Virtus Pro, we're not counting it out. Don't worry about that one. But we do have a club championship update from Chris. I believe he's alongside Trav to let us know what's going on in one of the biggest tournaments happening across all of EWC.
We are very near the Allianz Vault to have a chat with Trav. We actually found the Honor of Kings booth here, which is very, very convenient. Obviously nothing to do with what's going on your stage though, but a big week coming up for you and the Club Championship, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Allianz Vault-wise, it's looking like Team Falcons again, no surprise. Obviously they sprung to the top of the leaderboard thanks to their performance at the Allianz Vault last week as well, and they're back again with 4 players. It's an all-Pakistani lineup, which is huge for Tekken, as that seems to be the main demographic that plays this game. And it's the same, Twisted Minds back once more. AGAL have big hopes as well, and I've heard from your stage as well, it's looking pretty good for AGL too, so it's their chance to get some good points on the board. And Team Vitality putting their faith in one player who came from the LCQ, so I'm not sure how I feel about his chances considering he's had to crawl through the LCQ last minute, but Team Vitality obviously needing some big points at the moment.
Well, pressure on Falcons, if anything, because there is going to be some other teams. I mean, look, for us, I think we are thinking AGA win. That will propel them to the first place if Falcons don't pick up any points. I'd imagine they will do, but we'll be checking in with Trav and the rest of the gang across the board. Thank you very much, mate. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris and Trav there on the Aramco Club Championship Power Rankings. Had to name Trav. I didn't get him in the last one as well. I was just talking about Lauren, Jeannie, and Chris. But Trav, I got you. Thank you, man. I love the idea of constant change, constant questioning. AGAL, that question still looms heavy in KWC because they have a chance to win it. They're defending champions. 1,000 points go to a winner of a tournament here. So they could jump up maybe to the entire top of the leaderboard. However, Team Vitality, who are right above them, are out. So that will be the most points they have from KWC. Chantel, that obviously a little disappointing for Vitality, but 4th place overall, that's got to be encouraging.
And I think this is by far the closest points that we got for all throughout the EWC even last year, because before there's a huge gap.
There was.
The clubs, so things will be interesting moving forward.
Okay, we will show some love to VP as well. Maybe there is a miracle of a chance they make it out into the grand finals on our stage here. That's going to be putting them in a nice position in the rankings as well.
Yeah, that really would. And Clue getting the French fans going yesterday when you saw him on stage, getting that win. So we're hoping that they can continue on with that run. Again, they know they are facing some extreme competition. Chantel, though, as your final thoughts go from this afternoon towards tomorrow's matchups, are we expecting just excitement seeing KPL teams, the potential upsets? What stories are you most excited about?
Definitely, again, I'm excited to see KPL teams play on a stage, and at the same time, I'm just looking forward whether there is or there will be changes for Aurora Gaming on their match against the other team tomorrow.
I want to add on that, you know what, I want more Kings moments. We did have one today from Team Vitality as well, a clutch Kings moment. So I think we can expect more of that because the competition is going to be a lot tighter, a lot fiercer.
$10,000. That bounty still exists?
And 100 if you win.
If you win. So not only Virtus Pro fighting for a spot in the semifinals alongside Aurora Gaming, but they would get $100,000 just for doing so. $10K for a win. You don't want to miss the action. KPL takes the stage on what we're naming KPL Day at KWC. So make sure to join us. My name's been Rain Day. That's Chantel and Ken from all of our crew here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC in Paris, France. Remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and leave you with the STC recap before tomorrow.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We booked Esports World Cup up. しのじゃ楽しいの呪いの家早く戦うぞ待ちくたびれたわ無駄じゃこれから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの早くしろ我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃなんじゃ貴様ぶち殺されたいのか てめえは
せたぜ。どうなっても知らねえぞ。自分の大切な友達を。めんどくせえ。行くぜ。ああ、やだやだ。これがターボババアの力かよ。なえるぜ。許さねえぜ、てめえはよ。やれやれ、本気出すぜ。ももちゃん、会いたかったぜ。強くならなきゃ、もっと強く。そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。